In a frozen land where snow blankets the earth year-round, the snowfrost plains emerge as the heart of a harsh world, where terrifying beasts lurk amidst the biting cold snow. A colossal white dragon ceaselessly flicks its long tongue, like a pale serpent swallowing massive icebergs whole. Nearby, a white bear growls, baring its razor-sharp teeth that glint faintly under the ethereal moonlight, as if challenging the entire world. A gigantic gray bear appears, each of its steps shaking the ground like an earthquake. A massive, cowardly, and sinister rat silently defile the icy ocean with its presence. Suddenly, from within the chilling mist, a king emerges, his face pale with horror, his sunken eyes carrying memories that cannot be erased. An emperor, who once survived the snowfrost plains, had declared with a trembling voice, "The most terrifying thing here is not the monsters." Those words linger like a curse, haunting all who set foot in this land. And somewhere in the shadows, a mysterious figure silently watches, making the air even heavier. The snowfrost plains tremble with a horrifying sound, like the scream of nature itself. A girl, without hesitation, charges forward, leaping fiercely at a giant black crab crawling beneath the thick snow. In an instant, a deafening explosion rocks the land. From beneath the snow, a massive hand rises, gripping the crab's claw tightly. The owner of that hand is none other than Greta, his eyes blazing with determination, as if nothing in this world could stop him. Greta summons all his strength, wielding a sharp blade to bring down the monster before him. Suddenly, a figure appears right in his line of sight. Its presence makes the black crab tremble, as if sensing imminent death. Greta's grip tightens on his weapon, and with a single, precise slash, Ketil fells the beast with deadly accuracy. He stands there, silent, his gaze as cold as ice, yet within him rages an uncontrollable storm of emotions. Greta proudly hoists his trophy, striding forward with confidence. But the scene before him leaves him stunned, and he blurts out, "Truly, those barbarians always wear their ignorance like a medal." Ketil, standing behind, quietly observes, muttering with exasperation, "How much longer must I endure these dimwits?" His harsh words unintentionally reach the ears of a nearby girl, making the atmosphere tense. The girl, with a mix of curiosity and innocence in her eyes, asks, "What's ignorance? Can you eat it?" Ketil shakes his head, exasperated, trying to brush off the awkwardness. But moments later, the girl dives into devouring the black crab with gusto, as if it were the most precious prize. Not to be outdone, Greta joins in, chewing voraciously beside her. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through their actions. "I clearly told you that eating it would kill you." Ketil stands there, his face grave, his eyes sharp as knives. He emphasizes, his voice low but commanding, "Not even a week has passed, and you've already devoured it all." The girl, startled, stammers, "You're just," but then a gleeful smile spreads across her face, as if she's just overcome a proud challenge. "That was quite an admirable feat," she says, her eyes sparkling with joy. Her words leave Ketil stunned. He questions, his voice laced with doubt, "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" But at that moment, Greta suddenly clutches his chest, his face turning pale, his eyes rolling back in horror. He foams at the mouth, collapses, his body convulsing in agony. The girl beside him screams in panic, "Greta, what's wrong? Mylina, wake up!" Ketil's expression grows darker, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Meanwhile, the girl continues to wail in anguish, "Wake up! Greta, get up!" But Ketil silently turns and walks away, never looking back. As he leaves, he mutters bitterly, "This isn't what I wanted." Memories flood back, from the first days Ketil stepped into the outside world, carrying a burning desire to explore a fantastical realm filled with wonders and magic. He had quit his job, wandered far and wide, climbed the highest mountains, watched blazing sunsets, touched the Earth's core, and stood under the radiant moonlight at the southernmost point of the world. Every night, he prayed to awaken in a wondrous world, but reality remained unrelentingly harsh. Then one day, his prayers were answered. On the frozen plains, a weary group trudges forward. A grumbling voice rises, "It's freezing." The voice belongs to a blonde-haired young man, the leader of the group, exuding an air of authority. He shouts, "If you don't want to die, Put on more furs. A long-haired youth nearby responds, his face contorted. I already did. Suddenly, a short-haired youth cuts in, voice full of frustration. Captain, no matter how generous the reward, this is practically suicide. Crossing the Snowfrost Plains? You're insane. The captain sternly replies, come on, everyone agreed to this. His words make the short-haired youth falter, muttering, we didn't know it'd be this bad. Damn, it's cold. Suddenly, a white-haired man on the cart makes a small sound, then speaks solemnly. Are you all right, my lady? The girl before him, Mylina of the Cassie family, responds with a radiant smile, I'm fine. Suddenly, a panic shout drowns her out. Damn it, I'm freezing to death. The white-haired man snaps. You vulgar lot. Mylina, with a calm gaze, speaks up, don't be too harsh. They're the only ones who agreed to escort us through the Snowfrost Plains. But her voice softens, her eyes turning to a trembling figure outside. By the way, shouldn't we bring her inside? She's freezing. The howling snowstorm carries the exhaustion etched on everyone's faces. The white-haired man waves dismissively. No, you know what's out there on the Snowfrost Plains. Mylina lowers her head, her voice hesitant. Monsters, right? She recalls the legend of an ancient emperor who led an army to conquer the Snowfrost Plains, but returned alone, haggard and mad. There are monsters on the Snowfrost Plains, he had said. But the most terrifying thing is not the monsters. Keetl's image flashes in Mylina's mind, like a haunting shadow. The white-haired man comforts her. It's probably just a legend. But Mylina shakes her head. The Emperor's words weren't baseless. Most of the creatures he described were later discovered. The man chuckles, but no one's ever claimed to have seen a barbarian. Suddenly, a sharp voice rings out, halting the group. Everyone stop. The captain, his face grave, looks ahead. There's something out there. The long-haired youth panics. What is it? The captain frowns, his eyes tense. I can't see clearly. Then he exclaims, I have good news and bad news. The good news is it's small. The bad news is the shadow ahead is coming closer. The air grows tense. Mylina looks up, her eyes dazed. The captain grips his sword tightly, his voice uneasy. It's coming toward us. From the snowy mist, a towering figure emerges. Keetl's platinum hair sways in the wind, his robust frame exuding an overwhelming presence. He stands tall, his icy gaze sweeping over the group. I couldn't stand watching those other barbarians, so I went for a walk. His words bring a collective sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. Keetl flashes a smug smile. Didn't expect to run into outsiders in the Snowfrost Plains. Nice to meet you all. Mandy Asen tribe, Keetl. His eyes linger on the cargo. Merchants, are you? The captain nods. Yes. Keetl probes. So you're mercenaries escorting a caravan, huh? The captain nods again, his face stiff. Keetl's voice turns cold. I'd advise you to turn back, but you probably won't listen. His words make the captain tremble. He asks, your employer's in that cart, right? Inside, Mylina's eyes widen in fear. Keetl smiles. I'd like to be hired too. The captain shouts, what? Keetl calmly replies, was I not clear? I want to help you cross the Snowfrost Plains. The captain stammers, so you're not hostile? Keetl retorts, his tone mocking. If I were, you'd all be dead by now. Silence falls over the group. The captain signals to Mylina. Did you hear that? She replies, I did. The white-haired man worries. What's going on? The captain explains, he wants to be hired as a mercenary. What do we do? Mylina pauses, then says, I understand. Tell him we accept. The captain turns back, announcing, you're hired. Keetl flashes a satisfied smile, but his voice turns sharp. That's very good news. The smile sends shivers through the group. The captain questions, what? Keetl replies, his tone sardonic. No need to be scared. You're just soldiers. I need to speak directly with your employer. He steps past the captain, approaching the cart. The long-haired youth stammers. Captain, is it safe to let him meet her? The captain replies, our employer agreed. Inside, the white-haired man panics. My lady, what are you doing? Mylina remains calm. Relax. Suddenly, Keetl's voice rings out. May I come in? Mylina, with a strained expression, responds, please, come in. Outside the horse-drawn carriage, Keetl stood tall, a smug smile playing on his lips as he absorbed the words just spoken. The howling snowstorm swirled around him, but his piercing gaze seemed to cut through everything, exuding unshakable confidence despite the bone-chilling cold of the snow-frost plains. Meanwhile, the steward of the Akasa family shivered, not only from the cold but also from the overwhelming presence of Keetle, a figure he dared not trust. Keetle crossed his arms, his demeanor relaxed yet commanding. He turned to reassure his employer, his voice low but firm. "Both of you, calm down." Though Mylina and the steward still eyed him with suspicion, Keetle declared unwaveringly, "I have no intention of harming you." The steward, his face pale, roared, "Don't lie, you monster." But Mylina, standing inside the carriage, observed silently, her heart pounding as she realized she was face to face with the legendary Barbarian, a figure both terrifying and captivating. She took a deep breath, maintaining a polite facade and forcing a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Keetle responded, his voice light but tinged with mockery. "The pleasure's mine." He glanced out the window, where snow blanketed everything, then turned back, comparing it to the carriage's interior. "It's pretty warm in here, isn't it?" Even in a carriage, keeping such warmth in the snow-frost plains must be tough. Mylina, her eyes gleaming with intelligence, explained, "Oh, that's thanks to magic." Keetle raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, though deep down he knew better. "Magic, huh?" he said, his tone laced with meaning. "You know, I don't joke around in this world, so consider this a warning." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Mylina and the steward. "As you both know, this place is incredibly dangerous. Even with mercenaries escorting you, your chances of crossing safely are slim." His words cut like a cold blade, weighing heavily on the carriage's atmosphere. He continued, his voice low but persuasive. "That's why I'll protect you." Mylina listened intently, each of Keetle's words etching itself into her mind. But then he added, with a meaningful smile, "However, I have one condition." The steward, panicked, broke into a sweat despite the freezing weather. Mylina frowned, her voice trembling slightly. "A condition? What do you want?" Keetle didn't mince words, knowledge from beyond the snow-frost plains. "I'm very clever, and the information you have is what I want." His words left Mylina frozen, as if turned to ice on the spot. "Knowledge from beyond the snow-frost plains?" she repeated, her voice tinged with doubt. Keetle smiled, his eyes glinting with confidence. "Exactly. It costs you nothing." Mylina felt helpless, her heart heavy as she realized they had no other choice. "We never had a choice to begin with," she muttered, then sighed. "I understand." The steward, standing beside her, seemed petrified by Keetle's calm demeanor. Keetle nodded, satisfied. "Good. What's your name?" Regaining her composure, Mylina introduced herself. "I'm Mylina, Mylina of the Akasa family." Keetle's face lit up, as if he'd found a spark in the darkness. "I'm Keetle, a pleasure to work with you." In his heart, an old memory stirred, a fierce passion for games, dreams of a fantastical world filled with magic and wonders. But one day, Keetle awoke to find himself a barbarian in the harsh snow-frost plains. With no time to understand why, he faced the biting cold and countless ferocious monsters. He led a tribe through the snowy wilderness, hunting to survive, enduring each day through gritted teeth. Years passed, and Keetle fought relentlessly, using every ounce of strength to escape this deadly land. In a fit of rage, he once slammed his fist into the ground, as if to vent all his frustration. Suddenly, a mysterious system appeared before him. "Task incomplete. You may leave the snow-frost plains once the task is fulfilled." Mylina's group, outsiders from beyond, reignited his hope for survival. Yet an unseen force still blocked his escape. "I don't understand why anyone would willingly come to this brutal place," Keetle muttered, his eyes filled with doubt. But sometimes, outsiders appeared, bringing stories he longed to hear. Keetle remained in awe. He imagined a fantastical world beyond the snow-frost plains, a realm of magic and wonders he'd always dreamed of. From then on, he fought not just to survive, but to complete the tasks assigned to him. Task 295, Hunt the lizard within the designated time, the system announced. Keetle poured all his strength into slaughtering monsters, completing each task with the hope of one day escaping. Task 295 completed, the system declared, and he pinned all his hopes on Mylina's answers. Since I can't leave this damned snowy wasteland, information from outsiders is invaluable, Keatle thought, his heart swelling with memories of a dark past. Most people he met either drew their swords in panic or were half mad. This time, someone's finally willing to talk to me, he rejoiced silently. How long has it been since I spoke with someone civilized? I'm always stuck with those uneducated barbarians. Talking to someone civilized is like a balm for the soul. Keatle asked directly. You're transporting weapons, right? Mylina flinched, but answered honestly. Yes, that's right. How did you know? He smiled. I heard the clank of steel from the carts. Hard to miss. Mylina nodded, no longer questioning. I see. Keatle pressed on. Is there a war out there? Her face darkened. Yes, the Empire and the Kingdom are at war. Keatle nodded, unsurprised. I see. The outside world isn't exactly peaceful, is it? Mylina spoke up on behalf of those fighting. No, it's not. The Empire is pressing hard with overwhelming forces and numbers, but the Kingdom isn't easily subdued. Sword masters and heroes are defending the borders. Keatle grew curious. Heroes, sword masters, what kind of power do they wield? Mylina was taken aback by the simple question. You've never heard of mysticism? Keatle shook his head, his voice tinged with resignation. I've never left this place. Mylina explained carefully. I don't know the details, but from what I understand, there's a power called mysticism in this world. Only a select few can sense or wield it. They're granted one of 5 levels of power. First is level 3, those who can sense mysticism's power. She continued. At level 2, they can use its power. Level 1 includes those who can transform mysticism into mana or aura, knights, mages, or spirits. She gave a specific example. Beyond that, levels become irrelevant. There's the transcendent level, those who can control mysticism at will, capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. Sword masters belong to this level. Mylina couldn't hide her admiration. And finally, there are heroes, monsters who surpass even controlling mysticism, capable of impacting the entire world. They're living legends. She added cautiously. The fact that their power is ranked and named is proof of its might. Even a level 3 individual is considered a powerhouse in a small domain. Keatle's eyes gleamed with hope. I want to meet them. Mylina froze, unsure how to respond. Keatle gazed outside, his eyes distant, as if seeing sunlight just out of reach. I don't even remember how long I've been trapped here, he muttered, his voice heavy with despair. All I know is that the snow-frost plains lie at the heart of a fantastical world, and I can't escape. The outside is that fantastical world. I desperately want to leave, Keatle said, a rare smile crossing his lips. Mylina looked at him, her voice soft. Keatle, you're a barbarian, right? He replied, still calm. You could say that. He continued. From your expressions, I take it you know of my existence? Mylina nodded. Yes, it's a legend. Keatle raised an eyebrow. A legend about me? She faltered. You didn't know? Keatle chuckled, recalling a memory. So that's how it is. That old emperor, was he an emperor? I thought he was just a lunatic. He advised her, don't worry about it. That legend is true. It happened long ago. Mylina was surprised. Really? Keatle's sharp gaze fell on the caravan. With that many carts, you must be transporting a lot of weapons. Why cross the snowfrost plains? Mylina hesitated, reluctant to reveal everything. We need a lot of money. Keatle frowned, not understanding. Mylina sighed, confessing the full truth. Our family has been in trade for generations. We amassed wealth, but rivals sabotaged us, and now we're drowning in debt. This expedition is to keep our family from collapsing. Keatle nodded, his questions answered. A journey to settle debts. So, you're selling weapons to the kingdom fighting the empire. I see. Before Mylina could clarify, Keatle continued. You mentioned the empire is dominating with sheer numbers. That means they don't lack weapons. If not the empire, then the kingdom needs them. When supply is scarce and demand is high, prices skyrocket. I don't know values out there, but with that quantity, it must be worth the risk of crossing the snowfrost plains. Without needing a map, he deduced accurately. You must be struggling to cross the snowfrost plains because there's no other route to the kingdom. Your territory borders the empire, doesn't it? Mylina nodded, fully convinced. Exactly. She looked at him, her eyes filled with awe. I heard the legendary Barbarian was just an uneducated savage. Who are you? Are you really a barbarian? Keetle gave a faint smile, his eyes brimming with pride. I'm Keetle. Suddenly, the carriage's wheels rolled swiftly over the snowy path, making a loud noise. The steward panicked, unsure what was happening outside. Keetle, with his keen senses, detected something amiss. We have some uninvited guests paying a visit. Snow fell in a blinding cascade outside, shrouding the snow-frost plains in a chilling mist, as if the entire world were submerged in solitude. Suddenly, from the filthy mud beneath the snow, a monster stirred to life, its crimson eyes blazing with hatred and bloodlust. The mercenaries stood frozen, as if petrified by the horrifying sight. The captain, despite his seasoned experience, trembled, his voice stuttering incoherently, as though fear had strangled his heart. Inside the carriage, Mylina's face drained of color, her eyes filled with terror as she glimpsed the creature through a crack in the door. Keetle, in stark contrast, remained eerily calm. He propped his chin, his icy gaze studying the monster, muttering to himself, "A black smile, is it? That's what they call it, right?" Mylina, trembling uncontrollably, struggled to keep her voice steady. "Yes, it's the beast recorded in the archives." Keetle raised an eyebrow, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. "Archives, huh?" She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself to explain. "Many powerful adventurers have challenged the snow-frost plains over the years, but few returned alive," Mylina said, her voice quivering yet resolute. "Those who survived left records of the creatures they encountered. Among them, the black smile appears most frequently." "Wait, Keetle, do you know what it is?" Keetle grinned, his confidence radiating from every gesture. "Of course. They're persistent, make for a decent snack, and taste pretty good." His words horrified Mylina, her eyes widening in disbelief. She stood frozen, as if turned to ice. "Wait, you've eaten it?" Keetle laughed heartily, his tone genuine. "Want to try? I can go catch a few." Mylina shook her head frantically, her voice faltering with fear. "No, but her words were cut off by a loud crash that shattered the air. Outside, the black smile roared, its terrifying screech tearing through the night. The captain, now paralyzed with fear, stood rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do. Mylina sensed something was wrong and cried out in panic, "Keetle!" He remained silent, his sharp eyes assessing the situation, offering no response, which only heightened her anxiety. "Keetle!" she called again, her voice trembling. After a moment, Keetle finally spoke, his tone as calm as a frozen lake. "I made a pact with you." He closed his eyes, his demeanor relaxed despite the monster lurking outside. "I promise to protect your lives, so I won't act unless there's real danger." Mylina's eyes widened, stunned. "What do you mean?" Keetle casually glanced at the roaring black smile outside. "That thing? You could handle it easily. More importantly, I need to assess this team's strength myself." The black smile's roar shook the heavens, finally snapping the mercenaries out of their panic. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes regaining determination. The captain shouted, "Raise the shields." A nearby subordinate immediately complied. "Yes, sir." But as soon as the shield was raised, the black smile charged, its immense force sending the soldiers skidding across the snow. The beast didn't stop, effortlessly tossing him aside like a toy. Another mercenary seized the moment, leaping onto the creature's back and swinging his axe with all his might. A piercing clash rang out, but he too was thrown off, crashing into the snow and coughing up blood. His axe fell, still emanating an eerie aura. He roared in frustration. "Damn it! What kind of monster is this?" The black smile grew more frenzied, its roars intensifying, as if it meant to devour everything. The captain, regaining his composure, shouted, "The black smile can only move in straight lines. Spread out and coordinate." The mercenaries responded in unison. "Got it." They swiftly scattered, moving like shadows in the blizzard. The green-cloaked mercenary charged straight at the beast, drawing his sword with lightning speed. A sharp slash cut into the black smile's body, but it only enraged the creature further. Dark, mystical energy began to gather around it, like a storm about to erupt. Another mercenary, summoning all his strength, hurled a spear at the beast. In an instant, the spear pierced the black smile's body, eliciting a pained howl. Seizing the opportunity, The captain rallied. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Another sword strike sliced into the creature, black blood splattering across the white snow. The captain yelled, normal attacks won't work. Aim for the core inside. The team shouted in unison, understood. They moved in sync, relentlessly targeting the beast's weak point. Finally, the captain raised his sword high, channeling all his strength, and drove it down. A deafening explosion followed as the Black Smile's red core shattered into pieces. The Black Smile writhed on the ground, groaning in agony before collapsing. The team watched tensely, then breathed a collective sigh of relief, cheering, "We took it down." Mylina, watching from the carriage, felt a surge of emotion. They really did it. Keatle, still silent, observed with his cold, calculating gaze, as if evaluating everything. The group pressed on, but they hadn't gone far when they encountered a massive snow wolf. "Halt!" the captain shouted. The team instantly drew their weapons, aiming at the beast. Sharp sword strikes flashed through the snow, steel glinting in the storm. The white wolf howled, its roar shaking the earth. After a fierce battle, they finally brought it down. A loud thud echoed as the wolf collapsed. Though terrified, the team couldn't hide their joy. "So this is the Snowfrost Plains? Not that impressive." One mercenary laughed loudly. "Captain, looks like the rumors were exaggerated." But the captain's voice was stern. "Stay vigilant. We're not even halfway through." A mercenary, disgruntled, glanced toward the carriage. "But are we sure that Barbarian is really strong? I mean, monster or not, isn't he just part of the Emperor's legend?" Keatle, standing nearby, was unaware he was being discussed. Another chimed in. "He's supposed to be the top of the food chain in the Snowfrost Plains, yet he's tagging along for our protection? At the very least, we should test his strength." The captain frowned, deep in thought. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer. Mylina, confused, didn't understand what was happening. Keatle remained silent, his gaze icy. The young man in the green hat stepped forward, his voice serious. "My lady, I need to speak with you." Mylina, bewildered, asked, "What?" "Verify what?" He replied calmly. "We've risked our lives for this mission. As mercenaries, we signed a contract with you. That's our job." Mylina nodded, her voice filled with gratitude. "Yes, and I'm truly grateful you accepted this request. I'll always appreciate that." In her heart, she thought, an escort mission through the Snowfrost Plains. Everyone else fled when they heard the details. Without them, I wouldn't even have started. But the green-hatted man continued, his tone grave. "However, one thing bothers me. That Barbarian hasn't fought once, has he?" Mylina hesitated, caught off guard. "Well," he cut in, speaking frankly. "So, we want to confirm if this Barbarian is truly worth the special treatment he's getting." Mylina wavered, avoiding their gazes. "Confirm how?" The captain stepped forward, apologetic. "I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen." Keatle, overhearing their doubts, wasn't angry. He spoke calmly. "So, you want to test my strength? Fine." But then he added, his tone laced with meaning. "However, now's not the time." The team was surprised. "What?" Keatle looked ahead, his eyes sharp. "We've got company up ahead." The mercenaries questioned, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from behind, cold as the snowstorm. "Ah, frail mortals from the outside have arrived. It's been a while since I've had a decent meal." A colossal serpent emerged, its mouth revealing razor-sharp fangs, its growl brimming with menace. "Struggle all you like. It only adds flavor to my feast." The team, horrified, drew their weapons, turning with wary eyes, ready to face the new threat. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the Snowfrost Plains in a white veil, but the air was thick with the menacing presence of the black serpent. Mylina, in a panic, screamed incessantly, her voice trembling as if choked by both the cold and fear. The mercenaries around her were equally tense, their eyes filled with unease. Keatle, in contrast, stood with an icy calm, his brows furrowed tightly. He stared directly at the black serpent, his voice low but commanding. "Stop. They're my guests. Go back." The colossal white serpent, its eyes glinting with surprise, looked at Keatle as if unable to believe what it had just heard. Why are you here?" the white serpent growled, its voice dripping with disdain. "Have you forgotten the laws of the Snowfrost Plains? When you left your tribe's territory, Keto cut it off, his voice cold as ice. That's none of your business. Enraged, the white serpent hissed. Absurd. I am the white serpent, you barbarian. Its fury shook the air, as if the entire land trembled before the wrath of an ancient deity. How dare you command me? I, who was promised permanence, the white serpent roared. Unfazed, Keto stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Looking for a beating? He lunged, delivering a powerful punch straight into the serpent's massive body. The beast howled, its anger transforming into swirling vortices of snow and ice. The mercenaries gritted their teeth, struggling to hold their ground in the storm unleashed by the white serpent, their eyes filled with tension but fixed on the battle. The white serpent's power surged, each roar shaking the snowfrost plains. Inside the carriage, Mylina shielded herself with her hands, trying to block the shards of ice flying about, her face pale with worry. "My lady," a mercenary shouted, his voice full of concern. Keto, noticing the chaos, flashed a glint of anger in his eyes. "You're the type that only listens after a thrashing," he growled, his voice brimming with killing intent. Mylina, collapsing to her knees, called out desperately, "Keto, Keto," but he didn't turn back, his eyes burning with unyielding resolve. "I'll handle this quickly. It won't take long," Keto said, his voice low but brimming with confidence. His steps were powerful, each one shaking the ground. He charged at the white serpent, his fist ready. A blinding flash of light erupted, as if the sky above the snow-frost plains had been torn apart. The battle raged fiercely, radiant light illuminating the frozen land, leaving everyone stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. When the light faded, Keto stood tall, the white serpent defeated, its massive body lying motionless in the snow. The mercenaries, still reeling, hurriedly apologized. "I've committed a grave sin. Please forgive me." Keto, unbothered, responded calmly, "It's fine. Trusting a stranger isn't easy." His leniency eased the tension, but their eyes remained filled with awe at the terrifying power they had just witnessed. The caravan continued its journey through the frozen land. The bone-chilling cold made the steward shiver uncontrollably, his coughing drawing Keto's attention. He turned to Mylina, his voice serious. "Now that I think about it, I have a question." Surprised, she asked, "What is it?" Keto looked directly at her, his gaze piercing. "From your clothes and manner of speech, you don't seem like an ordinary representative of your family. Why are you personally undertaking such a dangerous expedition?" Mylina sighed, as if unburdening herself. "I'm the eldest daughter of Vi, a concubine of Lord Akasa." Keto raised an eyebrow, surprised. "A concubine? You mean a mistress?" She nodded, not hiding the truth. "Yes." Her voice softened as she recounted her past. "My mother came here for a political marriage but was abandoned. She was a pitiful mother with no real power." Keto nodded, his voice empathetic. "I see." Mylina clenched her fists, her eyes filled with sorrow. "My mother and I are family in name only, but in reality, we're nothing. We were treated like servants." She lowered her head, her voice tinged with self-doubt. "I didn't mean to say so much." After a moment, she continued, "I volunteered for this expedition." Keto was taken aback. "Really?" Mylina nodded, her eyes resolute despite their tremble. "Yes, though it's a dangerous journey. Someone had to step up as an example." Keto smirked, his smile meaningful. "I see. You're quite clever." Mylina blinked, confused. "Huh?" He went on. "And you're ambitious. Greedy, even." She hesitated, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside, making Keto instantly look up. Mylina, too, noticed immediately, her voice anxious. "They're here." The mercenaries outside were stunned by the sight before them. "It's grass," one exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. The steward bowed deeply to Keto. "Thank you so much." Keto turned to Mylina, asking, "How will you return?" She thought for a moment. "We'll go through the Empire." Keto nodded, pointing out, "Since you've sold the weapons, you won't be carrying contraband. Crossing the border shouldn't be too hard." Mylina looked up at him, softly calling, "Keto." She paused, then continued, "You said I'm clever and ambitious. What did you mean?" Keto met her gaze, his eyes profound. "Exactly what I said. You're clever and highly ambitious." He explained carefully. Your family was once highly respected but is now in chaos due to financial ruin. Even as a concubine's daughter, if you personally pave a path to save your family from collapse, who do you think your followers will trust and rally behind? His question left Mylina silent, her eyes filled with contemplation. Ketel, skeptical, asked, "Was I wrong?" She shook her head, quietly marveling. A perfect answer. But she couldn't meet his gaze, her voice soft. "Yes, it's common for a concubine's child to take on a dangerous challenge to inherit the family." Ketel smiled, thinking, a precise response. Mylina looked at Ketel with newfound admiration. This barbarian is truly intelligent, not like those half-baked fools who think they're clever. His strength, especially how he defeated the white serpent unscathed, left her in awe. "If this power could serve our forces," she spoke up, her voice full of hope. "Ketel, if you plan to leave the Snowfrost Plains, why not come with me?" Ketel shook his head, firmly declining. "I'll pass for now. I still have things to do." Mylina nodded, her voice gentle. "I understand." She clenched her fists, then pulled out a necklace, offering it to him. "Will you take this?" Her eyes were sincere as she added, "If you ever leave and visit the Akasa family, show them this." Ketel chuckled, relaxed. "If it's a gift, I'll gladly accept." The steward, before departing, said, "Thank you so much, Ketel. I hope we meet again someday." Ketel nodded, his voice firm. "We will." He stood there, his gaze following the caravan as it faded into the snow. Time passed, and on a fateful day, the mysterious system reappeared before Ketel, its mechanical voice ringing out. Task 784 completed. Reward granted. Conditions met. You may leave the Snowfrost Plains. Ketel stepped forward, each stride resolute, his eyes blazing with excitement. "Finally, my first step," he murmured, his heart brimming with longing for the fantastical world he had always dreamed of. Ketel immersed himself in nature, his face radiating pure enjoyment. The fresh scent of grass and trees mingled with the breath of the deep forest, bringing a sense of peace he had never experienced. The air was crisp, the sounds of forest creatures filled the atmosphere, and a nearby river carried a refreshing fragrance. Ketel closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling a stark contrast to the biting cold and harshness of the Snowfrost Plains. "This is amazing, so refreshing," he murmured, his voice brimming with delight. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze drawn to a massive ice tower peeking through the trees. Ketel gasped, exclaiming, "What the hell? Where's the Snowfrost Plains? Where am I?" Around him stretched a lush mountain forest, with golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, like a vibrant painting come to life. "This is truly a fantastical world, the one I've always dreamed of," he told himself, his heart racing. "A world full of mysteries and wonders I thought I'd never reach. Even if the start was rough, I survived, didn't I?" A bold thought surged within Ketel. "So now, I'm going to live it up here to the fullest. Magic, swordsmanship," he smiled, his eyes gleaming as he imagined. "Dragons and elves. This is a fantastical world." He strode forward, each step steady, thinking to himself, "If not for my burning passion, I'd have died long ago." The Snowfrost Plains, where neither intelligence nor raw strength alone could ensure survival, was now just a memory. Suddenly, a strange light flickered ahead, sparking Ketel's curiosity. He observed closely, noticing streams of vital energy converging, as if life itself were manifesting. "Must be a village," he concluded after a moment's thought. A smile spread across his face. "Finally, I found a civilized town in this world." Before him stood a white-haired girl, shivering in the snow, beside a man named Geta. Ketel paused, recalling, "I once tried teaching the barbarians in the Snowfrost Plains to build shelters, but they just stared blankly, digging snow to sleep in." He closed his eyes, his expression turning serious. "I still remember humanity's sturdy shelters. How should I introduce myself? A simple hello, or just ask where this is?" Ketel walked through the verdant forest, reminding himself, "Either way, I need to be polite." The blazing sunlight pierced through ancient trees, illuminating the meadow ahead. At that moment, a hand rose, and a village elder appeared, his face stern. His voice boomed, "Listen, all residents, from today, this is our new home." The crowd gathered, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. The elder stood tall, continuing. Explore everything, everyone. A young man approached, calling, Elder? The elder glanced over. What is it? The youth hesitated. Is this place really safe? The elder nodded confidently. Very safe. This is a remote, secluded area. No humans can reach it. The youth nodded but remained anxious. I know, but the Snowfrost Plains are right next door. The elder's tone grew firm. You're worried about monsters from the Snowfrost Plains, aren't you? The youth scratched his head, his voice soft. It's just that it's so close. The elder smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. Nothing has emerged from the Snowfrost Plains in 1,000 years. Besides, we've set up a barrier. He held up 3 maps, his eyes confident. A cloaking spell conceals our presence, making this place look like an ordinary forest. It took us months to create, based on ancient elven magic we painstakingly restored. As long as the barrier holds, no outsider or monster can find us. The elder thought of Marsiria Hashian Karusha, his voice full of trust. We also have Her Majesty, the Queen. No monster from the Snowfrost Plains can touch her. At that moment, Keetle stepped forward, inadvertently passing through a thin, invisible barrier. He froze, muttering, Did I just hear something? Was there something here? He continued walking, wondering aloud. How far do I have to walk anyway? Suddenly, Keetle stopped, his eyes widening as he spotted a golden-haired girl in a small green dress standing in the forest. An elf? He exclaimed, astonished. A real elf. He grinned smugly. Didn't expect to meet one so soon. Surviving was worth it. The girl, panicked, clenched her fists, her eyes darting around. I'm so scared. Where am I? I'm so lost. Suddenly, she looked up, her sparkling eyes meeting Keetle's. But instantly, her gaze turned to sheer terror. To her, Keetle, with his rugged warrior appearance from the Snowfrost Plains, looked like a fearsome demon. Hey, little one. Keetle called, trying to sound friendly. But the girl froze, her face paling, then collapsed in fear. The sound of her fall startled a flock of birds, sending them scattering. Keetle, flustered, rushed to support the unconscious girl. He was stunned to see her foaming at the mouth. She passed out before I could even talk properly. Should I take her to the village? He thought. In myths, elves are peaceful, hospitable, and kind. If I bring her back, they'll probably welcome me warmly. Keetle rubbed his nose, proud, looking forward to it. He lifted the girl, intending to carry her to the village. But he hadn't gone far when a shout rang out. No way. How is there a human here? A group of hostile figures, armed with weapons, charged toward him. Who are you? How did you break the barrier? A woman wailed. My daughter. The elder, witnessing the scene, was shocked. How is this possible? This is an inviolable location. Humans can't reach here. Where's the barrier? How? Someone nearby asked. Elder, there's a hole in the barrier. The elder insisted. No, we have Her Majesty. Another replied. The Queen has temporarily left to scout the terrain. The crowd berated Keetle. If you don't return the child, we'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. The elder, his eyes filled with fear, thought. The barrier was crafted with ancient magic. Even an adult couldn't breach it. If it's broken, it means humans have been preparing for a long time. How long have they been watching us? Keetle, sweating, eyes wide. They think I'm a kidnapper? He glanced at the girl in his arms and quickly said, I'm not an enemy. He gently set her down, his voice soft. Go. Return to your people. The girl, trembling with tears streaming down her face, glanced back at him. But to her, Keetle still looked like a demon. She screamed, running into her parents' arms. Keetle, startled, wondered, what the hell, is my face that scary? He was struck with shock, realizing painfully, I thought I looked decent in the Snowfrost Plains. He awkwardly waved. Anyway, I've returned the girl, elves. As you can see, I'm not an enemy. But the elder shouted, the hostage is freed. Everyone attack. They raised their bows, arrows aimed at Keetle. Stunned, he thought, they're not even listening to me. Keetle's face darkened as he thought to himself, these elves are more savage than I imagined. In myths, he had always pictured elves as a peaceful, righteous race that cherished nature and yearned for harmony. But in reality, they were ferocious and wary, ready to attack without hesitation. Well, elves live in nature, he reasoned, and nature is a place where the strong survive. It's not exactly peaceful. Their brutality, from that perspective, made sense. Keatle stood still as arrows rained down like a storm, his voice calm. So this is reality. Not a scratch marred his body, leaving the elves gasping in shock. What kind of artifact is he wielding? He must have a limit. Keep attacking, one shouted, his voice tinged with panic. Keatle stepped forward, casually swatting away the barrage of arrows as if they were mere leaves. His expression grew serious as he summoned a dark, swirling power, like a black storm. The energy erupted, unleashing a deafening explosion that shook the forest. The elves panicked. One youth was dazed by the force, unable to open his eyes. Form a defense, they cried, but Keatle's overwhelming power shattered their resistance. Rocks and earth flew everywhere, and the elves were swept away, tumbling in the vortex of energy. The power coalesced into a massive circle, as if poised to unleash its full might. The elder, gripping his staff with trembling hands, staggered back, his voice filled with horror. What is this? This power, it's impossible. Keatle stood in the crater formed by the blast, his voice clear. I am not your enemy. He sighed, weary, thinking, damn, did I underestimate my own strength? He called out softly, elves, but before he could finish, a fiery arrow shot from nowhere, striking him square in the head. A tremendous explosion rocked the forest. Thick smoke and dust enveloped the area, leaving the elder and the others stunned. From above, a figure emerged, her braided hair swaying, her slender legs landing gracefully on a rock. It was Marsyria Hashian Karusha, the queen of the Leaf tribe. The elves cried out in unison, Your Majesty, Queen Marsyria Hashian Karusha. She stood tall, her voice steady. What has happened here? The elder hurriedly reported. A human attacked. Marsyria's face darkened, her eyes cold. So the time has come. She addressed the crowd, her tone grave. Even this place is no longer safe. From the dust, Keatle emerged, casually scratching his head. Hold on. I just want you to listen to me. Marsyria froze, unable to believe her eyes. The elder gasped. Impossible. He took a direct hit from Her Majesty and still stands. Marsyria, from her elevated position, called out, Are you a formidable foe come to harm us? Her eyes narrowed with contempt. Humans are indeed a despicable race. Marsyria raised her bow, proclaiming solemnly, I am the queen of the Leaf tribe, where the leaves change with the seasons. She glared at Keatle, her voice icy. Human, you will pay dearly for daring to invade us. Keatle, bewildered, thought, Can't I even talk? We speak the same language, so is she deliberately ignoring me? Or is the relationship between humans and elves that bad? After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. Fine, no other choice. He muttered to himself, One thing I learned in the Snowfrost Plains, if they won't listen, beat them until they do. Marsyria drew her bow, her arrow glowing like a ferocious beast, hurtling toward Keatle. She focused, her sharp eyes tracking its path. Fearless, Keatle clenched his fist and charged forward. He threw a punch, meeting the arrow head-on. The clash of their powers created a destructive vortex, dissipating Marsyria's energy. She stood stunned, speechless with shock. Keatle paused, thinking, maybe I should hold back a bit. Marsyria's power erupted, ravaging everything around her. But she, at the pinnacle of her strength, suddenly collapsed in pain. Keatle looked at her, reflecting, I really went overboard. Marsyria, her face pale from the shock, thought, in just a fleeting exchange, I realized, this opponent is strong, at least transcendent level. Why is someone like this here? She spoke faintly, her voice trembling. Everyone, leave this place now. The elves gasped, Your Majesty. But Marsyria shouted, Go, all of you run. They fled without hesitation. Marsyria glared at Keatle, sneering. Human, I acknowledge your strength, but you'll never achieve your goal. Unfazed, Keatle replied, No, I just want to talk. Why did this turn into such a mess? Marsyria closed her eyes, focusing her summons. She murmured, Burner of the deepest darkness, come forth. Horned spirit, bearer of the purest flame. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, thrusting her hand skyward. A magnificent creature appeared, Blaze, radiating intense power, its horns burning like hellfire. Keatle, gazing at Blaze, couldn't hide his amazement. Damn, a summon. The creatures in the snow-frost plains were all terrifying and grotesque, but this, he observed, thinking, some looked like mythological beings, but far uglier. Staring at Blaze, he marveled, a bull with fiery horns. Truly a classic fantasy spirit. Marsyria commanded, her voice cold. Blaze, destroy the enemy before you. Blaze looked at Keetle, muttering, summon contracts are always a hassle, nothing but trouble. Marsyria, furious, snapped, silence. She gazed at Blaze with pride. Bearer of fire in its horns, the stronger the spirit, the prouder it is. She thought, normally, I couldn't summon a being of this caliber. It was only with another tribe's help that I barely forged this contract. I never expected to summon it like this. She declared firmly, fulfill the contract. Blaze stepped forward, its icy gaze fixed on Keetle. The contract is to kill the human before me? It studied him, murmuring, is this really a human? A majestic divine bull, its entire body engulfed in brilliant orange flames, blazed like an erupting sun. The fire not only cloaked its robust form, but also radiated brilliantly around it, creating a scene both mystical and terrifying. Not far away, a young man stared at the spectacle before him, his hands clasped together, eyes wide, and mouth slightly agape in utter astonishment. He didn't dare blink, as if fearing the scene would vanish in an instant. Incredible, a true summoned spirit beast. This is the fantastical world I've dreamed of. Before he could fully process his awe, a deep, cold voice echoed from afar. A human has trespassed into our domain. His body stiffened, hands still clasped. Amid his confusion, the spirit beast's eyes glowed with molten gold. Mystical patterns flared to life, and tiny sparks began to hover around its body. It lowered its head, its voice resonant with authority and disdain. A lowly human dares to covet the race of nature? I've decided. I will incinerate you until not even ashes remain. The young man stood frozen, his eyes wide, his expression a mix of bewilderment and unintentional humor, as if thrown into a play without reading the script. The spirit beast's eyes blazed red like embers coming alive in a firestorm, flames surging fiercely around its body, cascading from its horns, across its back, and down its four legs like molten lava. Its massive form lifted off the ground, leaving scorched, cracked trails where its hooves had been. From above, it spun amidst fire and thunder, conjuring a raging vortex of flames. The intricate patterns on its golden body glowed like ancient seals activating destructive power. It roared, thrusting its massive horns toward the target ahead. Fire erupted with each step, its gaze no longer just a look, but a blade ready to tear apart any creature daring to defile its territory. Amid the radiant light, the young man stood dazed, slightly stunned by the events unfolding before him. The impact shook the entire region, fire and stone scattering in all directions, smoke rising high. The explosion threatening to erase all traces, reducing everything to ash. The ferocious force seemed poised to tear Marsyria apart. Instinctively, she raised her arm to shield her face, her hair whipping wildly, her clothes fluttering, her skin taut under the pressure. Her breathing steadied after the shockwave, her hand slowly lowering as she raised her head, her eyes piercing through the lingering dust, locking onto the epicenter of the blast. Through the haze, the silhouettes of the two combatants gradually emerged. The young man stood unscathed, not thrown back or injured, holding one of the spirit beast's fiery horns with a single hand. The beast's body was completely halted, its horn gripped tightly, as if staked to the ground, unable to advance or retreat. Its golden eyes widened in shock. He tilted his head, a slight smile forming. A beast, huh? That's actually better. As his words ended, his gaze shifted, the air around him trembling faintly. His other hand clenched, muscles rippling beneath his clothing, veins bulging in a fleeting moment. Then, he swung his fist toward the beast. I don't mind crushing it with my bare hands, do I? Marsyria's eyes widened, her gaze shaken in that brief moment. Unable to speak, her face etched with astonishment. Witnessing his decisive, unexpected, and powerful counterattack, his fist struck the beast's head, the force radiating in a shockwave, tearing through the air and scattering debris around them. A pillar of fire erupted like a volcano, a blazing red streak consuming everything. From the point of impact, the force surged outward, roaring like a firestorm between heaven and earth, the punch's power extending for miles. The forest behind was torn apart, a colossal beam of light piercing the sky, exploding at the heart of the earth as if a deity had unleashed its wrath. The shockwave spread in a mushroom cloud, engulfing the ocean and atmosphere. A thunderous boom echoed, accompanied by a sea of flames as if the sun had crashed to earth. Trees and rocks were blasted apart, everything around reduced to a chaotic, burning mess. Marceria, in a panic, shielded her face, her eyes filled with terror as if the world had collapsed before her. Her scream rang out like a soundtrack to the catastrophe, Ketel's violet eyes blazing in the darkness, piercing the enemy's soul. His cloak billowed, his killing intent rising fiercely. She collapsed to the ground, her back hunched, covered in dust and ash, her shoulders trembling, hands braced against the still quaking earth. What? Before her lay a scene of utter devastation. The ground cracked, the spirit beast vanished without a trace, leaving only swirling smoke as if life had never existed. Amid the chaos, he stood tall. She gasped, impossible. He began to approach, each heavy but steady step resounding in the ruined landscape. She remained seated on the ground, her gaze dazed, piercing through the dust, unable to distinguish reality from dream. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, her voice hoarse with exhaustion but sincere. Please, she bowed deeply, her hair falling to obscure her dust-streaked face, her voice quivering. Spare my tribe. He stopped before her, his gaze casting a shadow as oppressive as the night. A moment of silence passed, then his voice rang out, low and clear. I am not your enemy. In that instant, her body froze, her shoulders trembling slightly, then her eyes widened in disbelief. She slowly raised her head, as if unable to trust what she'd heard. What? After a lengthy debate, she finally accepted the truth, stunned and self-reproaching that he truly wasn't an enemy. Marceria looked down, her eyes heavy with guilt. I'm sorry, human. We were too quick to judge. She hugged herself, her hands clenching as if suppressing a surge of remorse, her face lowered, unable to meet his gaze. With just a glance, we mistook the one who saved our child for a kidnapper. That was utterly disrespectful. He stood with his arms crossed, a wry smile on his lips. It's fine, I understand. You said you're being hunted by humans, right? Still, it's a bit disappointing that you didn't even try to hear me out. She looked up slightly, her eyes still wary but tinged with curiosity and unease. Her voice was soft but clear. You're really not one of those hunting us. He met her gaze, his eyes not cold but genuinely curious. A gentle breeze stirred his cloak, and he replied evenly, calmly. This is my first time meeting elves. There are no elves in the Snowfrost Plains. She blinked, hesitantly repeating, her voice still cautious. The Snowfrost Plains? Then, as if recalling something, she continued, the gray-ash barbarian of the snow. He paused briefly at her words, then replied casually, that's what the outsiders call me. She straightened, her hands clenching, her face betraying disbelief. Impossible. We thought no human could survive that place. She lowered her head, her voice anxious. If you could leave the Snowfrost Plains, doesn't that mean other things could escape too? He stood still for a moment, his feet firm on the cracked ground, unmoved. A soft sigh blended with the wind, and his voice rang out, low and steady. Who knows, but I don't think so. Not everyone can leave like that. Ketel sank into thought. The Snowfrost Plains have their own rules. Even creatures as strong as that serpent couldn't break them. For some reason, I was granted an exit through what they call tasks. He stood silently, his gaze pensive, looking through the dust and memories. I'm sure I'm an extremely rare exception. She exhaled softly, her tense shoulders relaxing. Amid the ruins and lingering dust, her voice was light as a breeze. That's a relief, then. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked, by the way, is your spirit beast okay? His expression was slightly embarrassed, one hand scratching his cheek, a sheepish smile acknowledging he'd gone overboard. That fireball, I split it in two. She braced herself, her movements slow, dust falling as she rose. Don't worry. Spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, They simply returned to the spirit realm. He murmured, as if to himself, "Spirit beasts, huh?" She stood tall, her posture regal like a warrior reclaiming her dignity, her deep eyes meeting his without hesitation, her words carrying unmistakable sincerity. "I'm sorry for the trouble we caused. If there's anything you want within my power, I'll grant it." He seemed only half-focused, as if chasing a private thought. "Spirit beasts, huh?" he said, one hand on his chin, his gaze half-focused, half-distant, his head tilted as if weighing something. "So, can a non-elf form a contract with a spirit beast?" She paused, her eyes wavering before quickly looking away. Though her voice remained calm, it held a trace of something hard to articulate. "It's almost impossible, I think." She raised a hand to her chin, her eyes narrowing as if reconsidering her own denial. A brief silence passed, then her voice rang out. "Of course, if a human is deeply connected to nature, they might form a contract with a spirit beast." He calmly concluded, "So, the chances are still very low." She fell silent, her lips pursing, her expression darkening. She glanced at him, her eyes no longer evasive but quietly meeting his, her voice low, tinged with careful hope. "If you truly want to contract a spirit beast, try visiting Elfo Sagrado." He immediately asked, "Where's Elfo Sagrado?" She lowered her eyes, her voice slow and reverent. "It's where the elven gods reside, the holiest sanctuary of our kind, the sacred land of the elves." She paused, then continued, "There, you might have a chance." His face lit up like a child hearing of an adventure, his eyes gleaming, a thrilled smile spreading as he pointed to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Someone like me, a human, can enter?" She extended her hand toward him, her movements deliberate, as if each gesture carried the weight of a major decision. Her voice lowered, resonating softly amid the lingering dust. "Normally, no, but with my introduction, you can. I'll give you a map. Keep it to yourself." She raised her hand, her palm turning outward. Gentle streams of energy glowed, shimmering like moonlight, coalescing into a small band of light. She sank into thought. Elfo Sagrado, the sacred land every elven scholar dreams of. She hesitated briefly. "But for your kind, approaching it is incredibly dangerous. To protect a place more precious than life itself, elves have never revealed its location to outsiders." A crystal slowly formed in her palm, radiating a radiant yet soft light, as if holding fire within. The crystal's surface was smooth, with faint orange-red swirls dancing inside like living flames. She thought silently, "Still, I want to trust you." Marsyria quietly extended her hand, her palm open toward him. "Take this." He gently reached out, his fingers brushing her palm where the glowing crystal rested. He accepted, saying, "Thank you." Her voice grew solemn, carrying both formality and warning. "Of course, even if you reach it, our gods will surely test you." In her mind, a faint image of the supreme deity appeared, a majestic figure cloaked in the light of the deep forest, eyes piercing through souls. She gave a faint smile, her expression softening, and said sincerely, "But with you, I don't think that'll be a problem. I wish you luck." He replied simply, "Thanks." At that moment, a breeze swept through, rustling the fallen trees in her hair, her long tresses flowing like a silent ribbon amid the ruins. She introduced herself formally. "I am the queen of the leaf tribe, whose leaves turn brown in autumn, Marsyria. And your name?" He gave a slight smile, not arrogant, but straightforward and unpretentious. "I'm Keetle the Barbarian of the Snowfrost Plains." After a brief parting, the air fell silent, as if swallowing unspoken words. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as his foot slammed into the ground, his body crouching slightly before surging forward, poised like an arrow drawn on a bowstring. In an instant, he launched himself, his figure slicing through the air, eyes cold and sharp. Before him lay a dense, shadowy forest, its canopy so thick it nearly devoured the light, the interwoven branches forming a massive dome. He leaped off the ground, his body cutting through the foliage like an arrow, leaving only fleeting shadows flickering between sunlight and leaves. Light as a breeze, yet resolute and powerful. At the border of the Barkhan region, in the kingdom of Jinhan, gasps of shock pierced the tranquil morning. "What is that? What's happening?" A guard clutched his weapon tightly, his eyes fixed on the violently swaying forest. He shouted, voice trembling, "I don't know. Something's coming." The captain of the Barkhan guard stepped forward, his voice commanding, "Sound the bell. Assemble all the guards immediately." From the forest, clouds of dust billowed like crashing waves. Something was charging toward them at terrifying speed. No one could make out its form. Only the gusts tearing through the air, the dust swirling, and the thunderous sound of footsteps pounding the earth, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. From the thick haze, a figure emerged, walking slowly but deliberately, each step reverberating with a heavy thud that echoed in the tense air. As the dust parted, a familiar silhouette appeared, a man with disheveled silver hair, his piercing eyes glinting through the haze like a blade. The guards froze in unison. Their hands, gripping weapons tightly, began to tremble, cold sweat trickling down their backs, their gazes locked on the approaching figure in heavy silence. None dared to move or issue a command. One guard's throat tightened, managing only a hoarse whisper. "You." Keatle greeted the guards cheerfully. "You're the guards, right? A pleasure to meet you." The guards remained in their defensive stances, unchanged since his arrival. They stared at Keatle, whispering among themselves, voices shaking. "That commotion just now, was it him?" One guard muttered, eyeing him, silver gray hair, a scar across his chest. "No way." Realizing who stood before them, a guard blurted out, "The Silver Barbarian." As he spoke, Keatle stepped slowly toward them. The guard shouted, "Stop right there. One more step, and we'll attack." Keatle calmly responded, his tone serious. "I'd appreciate it if you'd calm down. I'm not your enemy." The lead guard, still pointing his spear at Keatle, hesitated before asking, "What do you want from us?" Keatle raised his right hand and pointed toward the lead city ahead. The guards, surprised, glanced at the city behind them and said skeptically, "Lead city?" Keatle declared firmly, "I want to enter your territory." The guards were taken aback by the stranger's words. Keatle rubbed his chin and added, "Just passing through, maybe? If possible, I'd like to stay for a while. Not sure how long." The lead guard pressed, "So, you plan to stay for a time. What's your name?" "I'm Keatle," he answered simply. The guard asked suspiciously, "Do you have a guarantor or any identification?" Keatle shook his head. "Nothing like that." Then he recalled Mylina's words from before. "Thank you, Keatle. If you ever leave, take this token if you wish to seek out House Akasha." Keatle pulled the token from his bag and placed it on the table. Would this work as proof? The guard eyed the unfamiliar object. "What's that?" Keatle replied, "The crest of House Akasha. I received it from someone of their bloodline." The guard hesitated, then asked, "The merchant family from the kingdom of Denian, right?" Examining the crest, he continued, "They visited the snowy plains a few years ago. You know them? Their family's been rising fast since the new head took over." Keatle asked, "So, can this serve as identification?" The guard lowered his voice. "It doesn't look fake, but it's hard to verify. You're not from this kingdom. This is Jinhan." He placed the crest back on the table and continued, "Even if we can't confirm it, it's still useful. Fine, you can enter, but with conditions." Keatle echoed, "Conditions?" The guard leaned on the table, his tone firm. "We need to verify you're not a threat. Right now, 3 others are also requesting entry. The condition is that you join them to clear a dungeon near the territory." Keatle nodded thoughtfully. "Form a party? Easier than I expected." He cheerfully accepted. "All right, I'm in." The guard added, "One more thing. After clearing the dungeon, report everything that happens inside in detail." Keatle grinned, seeing through the plan. "I get it. You don't know their identities either, so you're having us watch each other to weed out anyone suspicious. Clever plan." The guard raised an eyebrow. "That's not all. Are you really a barbarian?" Keatle answered confidently, "Yes, I'm a barbarian." The guard mused. "I always thought barbarians were dim-witted. You're the first to make me reconsider." He waved a hand. "Enough talk. Let's go." The paladin, Alexander Taranu, sighed heavily and grumbled. "The law forces me to enter a dungeon with petty thieves like sewer rats. What a hassle." Kazan Hark, the thief, snapped back. "What's your problem, old man? Mad because a thief cleaned out your pockets?" The paladin roared. "You dare insult a paladin, you brat?" Kazan mocked. "Paladin, my ass. Paladins wear armor like that these days. If you were a real paladin, you wouldn't be here. You're just a wandering, self-proclaimed paladin, aren't you?" He sneered. Where'd you dig up that ridiculous name? The paladin, unable to hold back, drew his sword, threatening. You little. Kazan laughed, taunting. Wanna try me? Think that tattered armor can stop my blade? The two lunged into an endless clash. After a while, the paladin's sword hand trembled, unable to keep up with Kazan's youthful vigor. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. I'd really like you two to stop. Both froze, turning to the newcomer. Before them stood Hayes, bowing her head, avoiding eye contact. Do I really have to clear a dungeon with these people? Is this safe? Hayes of Kolosha glanced around, thinking, this dungeon requires at least 4 people. There's one more to come. She stared nervously at the floor, awaiting the final member. A sudden noise snapped her out of her unease. The guard announced loudly, the last member is here. Kazan laughed. I hope this one's actually normal. See for yourself. As he spoke, Keatle stepped into the waiting room. Everyone gaped at his massive frame. Keatle scanned the room and boomed cheerfully. So, you're my teammates? The old paladin muttered, he's huge. Hayes gasped, is that really a human? Kazan grimaced. What's with this pressure? Keatle greeted them warmly. Nice to meet you all. The guard continued. All right, introduce yourselves. I'll be back. Keatle called out enthusiastically. Let's start. I'm Keatle. Turning to the young thief nearby, he asked, you? Caught off guard, Kazan stammered. Kazan Hark. I'm a thief. Thief, huh? The paladin spoke sternly. I'm Alexander Tyrannus, a paladin. Keatle raised an eyebrow. Can you use holy power? The old man hesitated, flustered. Normally, yes, but I'm a special case. I can't use it. Keatle nodded. I see. Hayes introduced herself timidly. I serve the god of deceit and illusion. I'm Hayes, priestess of Kolosha. Keatle smiled warmly. A priestess. Nice to meet you. He asked, even as a priestess, your identity's unclear? Hayes explained softly. My god, Kolosha, is the god of trickery and illusions. He doesn't have the best reputation. Keatle nodded gently. Got it. As he spoke, the guard returned unexpectedly, surprising everyone. He shouted, if you're ready, let's move. Keatle and the paladin grew pensive about what lay ahead, while Hayes and Kazan looked visibly worried. After some travel, the guard signaled the group. We're here. Keatle's eyes widened at the sight. Another guard announced, this is the dungeon entrance. It's a 3-level dungeon. You'll face undead monsters. Hearing the task, Keatle's face radiated confidence. Clear the dungeon and bring back the badge. Keatle said to Kazan, let's start discussing strategy. Can you explain it? Caught off guard by the sudden mention, Kazan hesitated. Sir Keatle. Keatle cut him off. Drop the formalities. Aren't we comrades here? Kazan rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and continued. He proposed a plan to the group. Keatle and the knight will take the front line. I'll scout for traps. The priestess will stay in the rear, using divine power to support the fight. How's that? Keatle immediately responded, got it. With a loud, clear voice, he declared, let's move out. The 4 ventured deeper into the dungeon, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The oppressive darkness unnerved Hayes, who whispered, it's too dark. I can't see anything. Kazan, meanwhile, pondered silently. No traps or mechanisms. It's too normal, almost like. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He called out to Keatle, hold up, there's a monster. Keatle replied, I don't see anything. Kazan pointed to the ground. See those scattered bones? Those are bone soldiers. One more step, and they'll rise and attack. Silently, he cursed the guard captain. That bastard knew everything. This dungeon isn't a test of sincerity. It's a tool to eliminate troublesome outsiders from the start. Keatle, deep in thought, murmured, bone soldiers. Kazan analyzed further. They're not weak. Even if their bodies are damaged or limbs severed, they keep moving. He added, their bones make them tough to break through. This dungeon's difficulty is higher than I expected. Turning to Hayes, he said, Priestess, ready your divine power. Then to the others, Old man, prepare your shield. Keatle, get ready too. I'll target their weak points during the fight. Kazan continued, even if their bodies are destroyed, they keep moving. Aim for their weak spot, the neck. They're so sturdy, it takes multiple hits to bring them down. Keatle praised him. You're a good leader. Understood. As Keatle stepped forward, the bones at his feet stirred. His face showed a flicker of surprise. The bone soldier rose, sword in hand. its hollow eyes fixed on the group. Except for Keatle, the others braced for combat. But just as they prepared to charge, Keatle signaled them to hold their positions. The bone soldier lunged, its rickety frame barely holding together. Without a word, Keatle threw a powerful punch straight at its skull. After striking with his bare hand, he held his stance, looking surprised. The bone soldier crumbled into dust at his feet. The others stared, visibly shocked. Keatle grinned at Kazan. "You were right. Smash the head." And they stopped moving. Kazan thought, "That's not what I meant." Bone soldiers are made of unnaturally tough bones, reinforced by dungeon magic. Even a skilled swordsman can't cleave through them in one strike without precision. The only way is to hammer the neck repeatedly, like felling a tree, not obliterating the head into dust like that. Witnessing Keatle's strength, Kazan marveled silently. "I knew he was strong from the moment we met, but not like this." He questioned himself, is he really human? Keatle, excited, said, "Let's keep going." The others responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Keatle chuckled, "No need to rush." Kazan quickly replied, "Yes." Hayes and the paladins silently lamented, "I don't want to die here." Deeper in the dungeon, Keatle encountered more bone soldiers, their bones lying still on the cold floor. A voice called, "Keatle." The bones began to stir. Hayes shouted, "Bone soldiers. They're coming." Keatle whispered to the group, "Can I ask you all for something?" They replied together, "Yes." Keatle said firmly, "Let me handle these skeletons alone. There's something I want to test." Kazan agreed instantly, "Do as you wish." Hayes nodded, "I agree too." Keatle replied, "Thanks." He stepped toward a bone soldier as it raised its sword. The others watched tensely. "What's he doing?" Keatle studied the creature, exclaiming, "Fascinating. What's this structure?" As the bone soldier swung its sword at him, Keatle calmly caught the blade between two fingers, effortless. Snapping the sword, he taunted, "What now?" The bone soldier retreated, leaping onto a nearby rock to take a defensive stance. It then charged, aiming for Keatle's head. Despite its effort, Keatle dodged with ease and grabbed its arm. His face lit up with glee. He challenged the creature, "How'll you handle this?" The bone soldier's arm bone fell to the ground. Surprised, Keatle glanced at his hand. The creature stared at its missing arm, then at Keatle, before grabbing its sword with its remaining hand. Keatle laughed. "You can switch hands too?" As the bone soldier attacked again, Keatle seized its other arm and yanked it off. The creature staggered back, then recklessly charged. Unfazed, Keatle grabbed its arm again, smirking, "You can shift positions too? Your intelligence isn't low, huh?" Hayes watched in speechless terror. The others trembled. Keatle's overwhelming combat prowess left them in awe. Truly a barbarian. Keatle's eyes gleamed, his mouth curling into a terrifying smile. Kazan, witnessing this, went pale with fear. The skull-shaped wine cup was tossed to the ground, faint glimmers of light still swirling around it. Keatle's eyes widened, glowing like a beast's as he intently tracked his prey's every move. It didn't take long before he raised a foot, saying, "Clearly, the target is the skull. So, you can still move with just a head, huh?" The air fell silent, broken only by Keatle's drawn-out voice. "How interesting." After finishing the matter, Keatle turned to the group with a cheerful grin. "Did I keep you waiting long? Sorry about that." Kazan flinched, immediately responding nervously, "You can do whatever you want, sir." Though Keatle didn't quite understand, he hesitated before saying, "Thanks." He quickly turned and strode forward. Leading the way with enthusiasm, Keatle said, "Let's keep going then." The three others didn't dare utter a word, hurriedly replying, "Yes." After walking for an unknown amount of time, Keatle's steps suddenly halted, and all four stopped in their tracks. Kazan opened his mouth. "This is..." Keatle glanced down at the staircase descending to the lower level, finishing his sentence, "The second floor." After a long stretch of silence, the group followed closely, their footsteps in sync. Suddenly, Kazan removed the cloth covering half his face, letting out a breath. Hesitantly, he turned to Keatle and said, "Maybe we should take a break?" Keatle rubbed his chin, considering, "You're right, a short rest sounds good." Kazan, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed his head, "Thank you." Later, Keatle sat cross-armed, eyes closed, resting quietly. Kazan, Hayes, and Paladin Alexander Jotanu sat across from him, all uneasy and silent. Suddenly, Keatle broke the stillness. I have some questions about this dungeon. Hayes blinked, startled, and replied, What? Keatle smiled warmly, turning to her. I'm embarrassed to admit, but I don't know much. Hayes, flustered, stammered. Wanting to learn is admirable. I don't know much either, but Keatle politely responded, Thank you. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she looked at him. What are you wondering about? Keatle stroked his chin, recalling the nearby villagers, and asked, This dungeon is close to the territory. Doesn't that cause issues with the dungeon and its monsters? Hayes explained, Basically, dungeon monsters don't spill out into the open. There are exceptions, of course, but those are controlled and dealt with in advance. Kazan coughed lightly, adding, Dungeons are natural phenomena, sometimes caves, sometimes towers. They usually appear near populated areas. From their explanations, Keatle nodded. So that's why this dungeon is here. Hayes continued, When a dungeon appears, the territory assesses its danger level. Then, outsiders like us, mercenaries or guards, handle it. Keatle's face lit up with a sudden smile as he let out an "oh." He pressed further. So, there aren't dungeons within the territory itself. Hayes answered promptly. Dungeons only appear at a certain distance, away from populated areas. Keatle nodded. I see. His expression grew excited. If it's a dungeon, there must be rewards for conquering it, right? Hayes propped her chin, thinking of skeletons and treasures. Yeah, exactly. Usually, there's a boss at the final level. Defeat it, and you get all sorts of rewards. For a dungeon like this, the rewards shouldn't be bad. The darkness hid half of Keatle's face, leaving only his smile visible. Like a game. Hayes looked at him curiously. A game? Realizing his slip, Keatle brushed it off. Just talking to myself. He quickly changed the subject. One more question. Hayes hesitated. Sure, go ahead. Keatle asked abruptly. Who created this dungeon? Hayes's mind filled with question marks, her face blank. What? She stared at him, confused by the question. Dungeons just appear naturally. No one creates them. Keatle felt something off, as if an unseen hand were pulling strings behind the scenes. There's too much that doesn't add up. First, they always appear near populated areas, as if someone deliberately placed them for us to deal with. The image of a serpent coiling around a red apple flashed in his mind as he added silently. They appear near crowds and lure people with grand rewards. Keatle looked at the group seriously. To me, that feels more artificial than natural. Hayes jolted, startled. That does make sense. She rubbed her chin, murmuring, I never thought about it because I took it for granted. Even Kazan fell silent, questioning himself. I've never doubted it. It's always been an absolute truth. Could this barbarian really be questioning such a fundamental truth? Kazan glanced down, thinking, barbarians have always been ignorant and brutal, like beasts eyeing prey with one cold, merciless eye. That image has never changed. Just Keatle's fearsome appearance alone piled doubts in Kazan's heart. If what I know is true, is this barbarian really just an ordinary one? As his thoughts spiraled, Keatle's voice cut through. This is fascinating. He nodded, smiling at everyone. Have you all rested enough? The three jumped to their feet. Yes. Keatle cheerfully led the way, waving for them to follow. Let's keep going then. Kazan quickly responded. Yes. They continued forward, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Keatle led calmly, with Kazan and Alexander Jatanu guarding the flanks, and Hayes trailing closely behind. Suddenly, Keatle paused, his eyes narrowing as he spotted something. What's that? Kazan immediately explained. It's a treasure chest, one of the dungeon's rewards. If you can open it, the treasure's yours. In his mind, he added, easier said than done. Opening a high-level chest like that requires an expert thief with mastered lockpicking skills. Someone that skilled wouldn't be risking their life in a dungeon like this. Guess we'll have to pass it up. But Keatle's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kazan, open it. Kazan's face froze, disbelief flooding him. What the hell? He stared at the locked chest. It's a treasure chest, right? You're a thief, aren't you? Kazan paled, forcing a weak smile. Yeah. But Keatle, oblivious to his hesitation, looked thrilled. Treasure chests are a thief's job, right? That's why I'm asking you to do it. I'll get to see a thief's skills up close. Kazan closed his eyes, thinking, he's not wrong, but there's a problem. He stood rigid. If I could do that, why would I be here? His mouth opened, but no words came out. A lowly thief, unrecognized by any guild. Where would I get lockpicking skills? I can't admit that. Keedle's eager, expectant expression made it harder to speak. If I confess, that excitement will turn to disappointment. He pictured Keedle's face flipping 180 degrees, glaring coldly. You call yourself a thief and can't even do that? Pathetic. The memory of Keedle's foot crushing the skull flashed in Kaizen's mind, and he froze, screaming internally. He forced a laugh, scratching his head. I'll give it a try. Moments later, Keedle stood behind Kaizen, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You pick locks with those tools? That's so cool. Kaizen, grimly contemplating his fate, thought, he's staring at me. If I fail, I'm dead. His face darkened. He tried to recall distant memories. Think. Remember the skills I saw when I was a porter. Keedle, like a monstrous figure radiating dark purple power, watched Kaizen's every move. Kaizen, drenched in sweat as if sitting on a fire, bet his life on his thief skills. Taking a deep breath, his trembling hand touched the lock. Keedle's gaze burned into his back like fire, but a scream of his soul echoed within him. Keedle's eyes gleamed, his mouth curling into a terrifying smile. Kaizen, witnessing this, went pale with fear. The skull-shaped wine cup was tossed to the ground, faint glimmers of light still swirling around it. Keedle's eyes widened, glowing like a beast's as he intently tracked his prey's every move. It didn't take long before he raised a foot, saying, clearly, the target is the skull. So, you can still move with just a head, huh? The air fell silent, broken only by Keedle's drawn-out voice. How interesting. After finishing the matter, Keedle turned to the group with a cheerful grin. Did I keep you waiting long? Sorry about that. Kaizen flinched, immediately responding nervously. You can do whatever you want, sir. Though Keedle didn't quite understand, he hesitated before saying, thanks. He quickly turned and strode forward. Leading the way with enthusiasm, Keedle said, let's keep going then. The three others didn't dare utter a word, hurriedly replying, yes. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Keedle's steps suddenly halted, and all four stopped in their tracks. Kaizen opened his mouth. Keedle glanced down at the staircase descending to the lower level, finishing his sentence, the second floor. After a long stretch of silence, the group followed closely, their footsteps in sync. Suddenly, Kaizen removed the cloth covering half his face, letting out a breath. Hesitantly, he turned to Keedle and said, maybe we should take a break? Keedle rubbed his chin, considering, you're right, a short rest sounds good. Kaizen, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed his head, thank you. Later, Keedle sat cross-armed, eyes closed, resting quietly. Kaizen, Hayes, and Paladin Alexander Jotanu sat across from him, all uneasy and silent. Suddenly, Keedle broke the stillness. I have some questions about this dungeon. Hayes blinked, startled, and replied, what? Keedle smiled warmly, turning to her. I'm embarrassed to admit, but I don't know much. Hayes, flustered, stammered. Wanting to learn is admirable. I don't know much either, but Keedle politely responded, thank you. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she looked at him. What are you wondering about? Keedle stroked his chin, recalling the nearby villagers, and asked, this dungeon is close to the territory. Doesn't that cause issues with the dungeon and its monsters? Hayes explained, basically, dungeon monsters don't spill out into the open. There are exceptions, of course, but those are controlled and dealt with in advance. Kaizen coughed lightly, adding, dungeons are natural phenomena, sometimes caves, sometimes towers. They usually appear near populated areas. From their explanations, Keedle nodded. So that's why this dungeon is here. Hayes continued, when a dungeon appears, the territory assesses its danger level. Then, outsiders like us, mercenaries or guards, handle it. Keedle's face lit up with a sudden smile as he let out an oh. He pressed further. So, there aren't dungeons within the territory itself. Hayes answered promptly. Dungeons only appear at a certain distance, away from populated areas. Keedle nodded. I see. His expression grew excited. If it's a dungeon, there must be rewards for conquering it, right? Hayes propped her chin, thinking of skeletons and treasures. Yeah, exactly. Usually, There's a boss at the final level. Defeat it, and you get all sorts of rewards. For a dungeon like this, the rewards shouldn't be bad. The darkness hid half of Keatl's face, leaving only his smile visible. Like a game. Hayes looked at him curiously. A game? Realizing his slip, Keatl brushed it off. Just talking to myself. He quickly changed the subject. One more question. Hayes hesitated. Sure, go ahead. Keatl asked abruptly. Who created this dungeon? Hayes's mind filled with question marks, her face blank. What? She stared at him, confused by the question. Dungeons just appear naturally. No one creates them. Keatl felt something off, as if an unseen hand were pulling strings behind the scenes. There's too much that doesn't add up. First, they always appear near populated areas, as if someone deliberately placed them for us to deal with. The image of a serpent coiling around a red apple flashed in his mind as he added silently. They appear near crowds and lure people with grand rewards. Keatl looked at the group seriously. To me, that feels more artificial than natural. Hayes jolted, startled. That does make sense. She rubbed her chin, murmuring, I never thought about it because I took it for granted. Even Kazan fell silent, questioning himself. I've never doubted it. It's always been an absolute truth. Could this barbarian really be questioning such a fundamental truth? Kazan glanced down, thinking, barbarians have always been ignorant and brutal, like beasts eyeing prey with one cold, merciless eye. That image has never changed. Just Keatl's fearsome appearance alone piled doubts in Kazan's heart. If what I know is true, is this barbarian really just an ordinary one? As his thoughts spiraled, Keatl's voice cut through. This is fascinating. He nodded, smiling at everyone. Have you all rested enough? The three jumped to their feet. Yes. Keatl cheerfully led the way, waving for them to follow. Let's keep going then. Kazan quickly responded. Yes. They continued forward, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Keatl led calmly, with Kazan and Alexander Jatanu guarding the flanks, and Hayes trailing closely behind. Suddenly, Keatl paused, his eyes narrowing as he spotted something. What's that? Kazan immediately explained. It's a treasure chest, one of the dungeon's rewards. If you can open it, the treasure's yours. In his mind, he added, easier said than done. Opening a high-level chest like that requires an expert thief with mastered lockpicking skills. Someone that skilled wouldn't be risking their life in a dungeon like this. Guess we'll have to pass it up. But Keatl's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kazan, open it. Kazan's face froze, disbelief flooding him. What the hell? He stared at the locked chest. It's a treasure chest, right? You're a thief, aren't you? Kazan paled, forcing a weak smile. Yeah. But Keatl, oblivious to his hesitation, looked thrilled. Treasure chests are a thief's job, right? That's why I'm asking you to do it. I'll get to see a thief's skills up close. Kazan closed his eyes, thinking, he's not wrong, but there's a problem. He stood rigid. If I could do that, why would I be here? His mouth opened, but no words came out. A lowly thief, unrecognized by any guild. Where would I get lockpicking skills? I can't admit that. Keatl's eager, expectant expression made it harder to speak. If I confess, that excitement will turn to disappointment. He pictured Keatl's face flipping 180 degrees, glaring coldly. You call yourself a thief and can't even do that? Pathetic. The memory of Keatl's foot crushing the skull flashed in Kazan's mind, and he froze, screaming internally. He forced a laugh, scratching his head. I'll give it a try. Moments later, Keatl stood behind Kazan, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You pick locks with those tools? That's so cool. Kazan, grimly contemplating his fate, thought, he's staring at me. If I fail, I'm dead. His face darkened. He tried to recall distant memories. Think. Remember the skills I saw when I was a porter. Keatl, like a monstrous figure radiating dark purple power, watched Kazan's every move. Kazan, drenched in sweat as if sitting on a fire, bet his life on his thief skills. Taking a deep breath, his trembling hand touched the lock. Keatl's gaze burned into his back like fire, but a scream of his soul echoed within him. A flash of purple light from behind caused Keatl's expression to falter briefly. His eyes widened, his gaze frozen for a moment. Stunned, Keatl's shoulders trembled slightly beneath his thick fur cloak, his heartbeat echoing loudly in his chest as he faced the unexpected sight before him. Kazan's eyes were half closed, His cheeks flushed, and glistening tears welled in the corners of his eyes. A bittersweet smile curved his lips. He exclaimed, "Hey, I opened it." Haze's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead, shouting in excitement. "Wow, really? I heard only the most skilled rogues can unlock the sun treasure, and you did it so directly. That's amazing." Keetl's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, his fist clenched and raised high, channeling the overwhelming joy surging within him. "Is that so? Well done." Kazan hesitated, responding, yeah. His gaze shifted slightly, his expression growing somber. Kazan gave a faint smile, as if trying to mask his inner turmoil. His eyes betrayed a flicker of self-doubt. He wondered, can I really not step up? What's going on? Just a glance and I pulled it off so effortlessly? He looked away, lost in quiet contemplation. Kazan had always prided himself on his survival skills, but for the first time, he questioned his very existence. Have I really been giving it my all? Standing at the ship's bow, Keetle crossed his arms, looking down and asking, "How much is this place worth?" Hayes followed his gaze and replied, "Well, with this haul, an average family could live luxuriously for a month." Kazan remained seated in a corner, his face still clouded with unease. Keetle flashed a confident smile, nodding knowingly. "Got it." His call snapped Kazan out of his thoughts. "Kazan, handle the distribution of the rewards." Kazan replied, "Yes, sir." A hand holding a silver goblet reached down toward the pile of gold, as if to scoop some up. Kazan paused, holding the goblet up to inspect it, his face etched with shock and worry. Someone called out, "Kazan." His eyes widened in panic, cold sweat beading on his pale face, his hair fluttering. Keetle asked softly, "Need any help?" Kazan didn't respond, instead letting out a relieved breath. Sensing something off, Keetle pressed, "Are you hurt?" Kazan shouted, "Sir, I didn't do anything." The outburst left all three puzzled. With steady steps, they moved forward, their faces cold and expressionless. No one spoke, their eyes fixed ahead until someone broke the silence. "Wait, it's skeleton soldiers." The group stopped before a pile of dry bones scattered on the stone floor. Keetle counted the skulls and murmured, "For heads, so 4 of them." He continued, "I'll handle 3. The others trembled with fear, but maintained their stoic expressions. Keetle's eyes gleamed with a menacing purple light, a wicked smile spreading across his face, his gaze sharp enough to pierce his foes. "The last one's for you all." Kazan paused to think, "This is real combat now," then quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Paladin Alexander Jotenu and Hayes responded in unison, "Understood." Keetle's feet edged closer to the bones. Suddenly, a skull on the ground rattled, its jaw moving, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Kazan, tense, muttered, "No matter how many times I see it, watching those bones reassemble is still creepy." The 4 skeletons pieced themselves together, moving like living beings. They rose, faint green glimmers surrounding them, leaving the group in awe. The skeletons lunged as if to attack, roaring and baring their teeth menacingly. Keetle immediately commanded, "All of you." Paladin Alexander Jotenu began casting a spell. Hayes muttered incantations, and Kazan prepared to strike with focus. Keetle shouted as the 4 skeletons charged. Kazan positioned himself in front, faint gray smoke swirling around him. He swung his arm in a circle, creating a golden sword-like streak that grazed the skeleton's face. 2 skeletons behind it exchanged confused glances, while another, struck hard by something, looked panicked. Keetle grabbed 3 skeletons tightly, whispering, Now, this is a rare sight. Don't ruin it." He leaned down to the skeletons, murmuring, "I'll take care of you." A gaunt skeleton raised its sword high, swinging to unleash a white flash toward Paladin Alexander Jotenu. But he swiftly raised his shield. The sword pressed heavily against it, making it hard for him to hold. His face hardened, his eyes sharp as bullets. Something shot up from the ground with tremendous force. Kazan leaped powerfully, attacking from behind with a sharp dagger. The loud noise alerted the skeleton, but Kazan's wild gestures sent it flying upward, sprawled on its back. Hayes' gaze locked onto a point. She raised her hand, enveloped in red gold light, and shouted, "Shadow illusion." Paladin Alexander Jotenu staggered, nearly falling face first. He dropped to one knee, gripping his glowing white sword tightly. The skeleton collapsed alongside him. Smoke rose from the skeleton's body, cracks spreading across it. It struggled, enveloped in green mist. Keto laughed triumphantly. Haha. He stood midair, feet on two skulls, hands gripping two others with smug satisfaction. Didn't expect to see such a textbook formation in action. He added, truly rare. His fists smashed through the air, catching fragments as he smiled. Now that the nuisance is gone, let's enjoy. A golden light flashed, his sword slicing through the air with a sharp arc, striking the skeleton with a deafening clang in the eerie space. Kazan thought, no doubt about it. This barbarian. Hayes and Alexander Jatenu's expressions grew complex, sweat beading on their cheeks. He's testing us. The skeleton's face turned comical, its eyes and mouth wide, kneeling and clutching one leg's knee in confusion. Everyone's eyes blazed red. Some muttered spells. Others swung daggers or swords at the skeleton, fearing that showing weakness would mean death. Light streaks slashed through the dark night. A skull lay still on the stone, faint blue-white glimmers lingering. Keto crouched, landing with a heavy thud. The others sat in silence, the air growing heavy. Keto reflected quietly, no doubt about it. The people of the snowfield plains are pretty capable. 3 more skeletons appeared, grinning with eerie, terrifying teeth. The third floor's monsters are also skeleton soldiers, and their numbers are increasing, but with Keto leading, we've passed without trouble. Finally, Keto charged like lightning, striking them hard. Hayes watched silently, her eyes filled with admiration, hands clasped as if resolving to do something. Kazan faced Keto, his gaze cold and stern. A knight in dark armor sat motionless amid cold bones, gripping his sword's hilt, as if guarding a buried secret in the dark dungeon. In the deepest chamber, on cold steps, the black-armored knight sat still on his throne, faint torchlight reflecting off his scratched armor. The intruders stood silently at the step's base, barely daring to breathe. Skeleton Knight. Hayes trembled, panicking. No way. Why is something like that here? Keto asked. Different from the others? She stressed. Yes, it's strong. Very, very strong. Red eyes glowed in empty sockets. The skeleton knight standing amid swirling purple demonic aura, its cold sword pressed to its chest. Hayes's eyes widened in terror, her breath catching. A skeleton knight wields a long sword effortlessly. Without knight-level skill, there's no chance against it. This isn't a monster we can handle. She added, if we can't defeat it and return, there'll be an investigation. If they find a valid reason, we'll be fine. A faint smile of excitement crossed Ketel's lips. Hayes called out worriedly, Ketel. He replied, fair point. The skeleton knight slowly rose. Its blazing red eyes gleamed, a sinister grin fixed on them. Ketel stood firm, his eyes flashing purple, ready to face the dungeon's final challenge. Parallel to the knight, Ketel murmured softly, a skeleton that can maintain its form. Interesting. The skeleton knight raised its sword high, lunging forward. Hayes froze for a moment, her face a mix of confusion and worry, as if sensing something amiss. Her eyes flashed with danger as she shouted, casting a spell to form a shield to block the skeleton knight's attack. Danger! Cracks spread across her golden shield, and the knight's mana began to wane. Hayes's face contorted in pain, her breathing ragged, her golden eyes gleaming with resilience amidst the dust and the crushing pressure on her body. The shield shattered into fragments. The skeleton knight's magic surged powerfully. Fortunately, Paladin Alexander Jatenu raised his shield in time to parry the sword. Purple smoke curled from the shield into the air, the figure instinctively retreating, breathing heavily, eyes tense as they witnessed the force that swept the battlefield. Ketel glanced back, exclaiming, oh. Alexander Jotanu, sweating profusely, was visibly strained. He wondered, a single blow with that kind of power? The skeleton knight's massive frame made its attacks devastating. Alexander Jotanu, fearful, muttered, too strong. The knight's eyes turned mysterious, almost indescribable. It stood on the ground, grinning wickedly. Its cloak billowed in the wind, surrounded by a terrifying purple haze. Ketel, silent, one eye closed, the other fixed on the knight, his gaze growing more dangerous. The skeleton knight charged at Ketel, who delivered a powerful punch to its body. The knight staggered sideways, its expression comically dumbfounded. The other 3 watched in astonishment, eyes wide, mouths agape, speechless. Ketel clapped his hands, brushing off the dust. He smirked and asked softly, that's it? Standing in the cold void, His eyes narrowed, muscles tensed with vigilance as he faced the overwhelming presence before him. His eyes widened briefly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as if he'd seen something unexpected. Keto called out, "Kazan." Hearing his name, Kazan glanced over, responding, "Yes, yes." A gleaming sun treasure sat neatly on a stone ledge, secured by a golden lock. Keto asked quietly, "Can you open it?" Kazan shouted frantically, "Sir, I can't. It's protected by a high-grade lock. My skills aren't enough." Keto, slightly disappointed, replied, "Is that so? What a shame." Kazan said glumly, "It's a pity, but we'll have to give up." Before he could finish, Keto smashed the chest with his raw strength. Kazan's eyes bulged, his mouth hanging open absurdly. The wooden chest shattered, dust billowing from within. Everyone stared silently at the contents. Two of them stood frozen, eyes wide, mouths agape, shocked by something beyond imagination. Keto grinned confidently, clenching his fist, exhilarated by the power he'd unleashed. The chest was filled with silver coins. As expected, but the reward could be substantial. He added, "Kazan, clean it up." Kazan replied, "Yes." He approached the chest slowly, thinking, opening a chest with brute force? First time I've seen that. His face was bewildered, chin in hand. He wondered if he could just smash it. Why bother asking me to pick the lock? Before the three stood a massive door, radiant light spilling from within. A few stone fragments fell from the arched ceiling. Keto turned to the right, muttering, "HM?" The stones behind them shifted, the ground trembling like an earthquake. Kazan glanced over, his expression calm but eyes alert, exhaling as if confirming something. Once a dungeon is cleared, it vanishes, so there's probably no secret room this time. Keto asked, "Secret rooms have things like that?" Kazan replied, "They're rare, but they exist." Keto grinned, saying, "Sounds fun." Kazan looked confused, not understanding what he meant. The guard captain leaned on a table, one hand relaxed, his face showing surprise. He asked quietly, "What? It's done?" Sunlight streamed onto the silent city wall, a soft cough breaking the quiet of the sultry summer afternoon. Ahem. He hesitated, then asked, "So, how was the dungeon?" Keto gave a thumbs up, enthusiastically replying, "Really fun." The captain seemed deflated, stammering, "I see." He gestured and instructed, "Let's proceed with the entry procedures. Follow me one by one." Hayes froze momentarily, her face showing a mix of confusion and worry. "No major issues, sir." The captain pressed, "Do you think that Barbarian can stay in the territory?" She rubbed her chin, pondering, then hesitantly replied, "I think it'll be fine." The captain mused, "She's being vague about that Barbarian." He frowned, thinking, clearing a dungeon isn't the issue. It's the process, the real goal being to weed out dangerous individuals. Kazan said confidently, "He's not the type to cause trouble." The captain met privately with Paladin Alexander Jotenu to question him. Crossing his arms, he reflected, "He's strong as a beast, but won't harm anyone. He's different from typical barbarians." Keto praised, "Kazan did well. As a rogue, he disarmed traps and tried unlocking the chest. Alexander was a strong frontline fighter. Hayes' prayers helped us a lot." Kazan replied, "I see." Alexander Jotenu rambled on, but the captain's expression grew complex. He wondered, strange. Usually, when strangers force their way into a dungeon team, they don't praise others so generously. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he continued, "Good. You're permitted to enter." He added a warning, "You're allowed in, but cause trouble, and you're out. Be careful." Keto replied, "Yes, sir." Someone handed over a cloth sack. "This is the conquest reward." The group divided it among themselves. Keto mused, "Sometimes guards take the rewards." Holding the sack, he said, "Thanks a lot. Looks like they didn't touch it this time." Turning to the group, Keto suggested, "Let's split it evenly." Kazan blinked, "Huh?" All three declined the reward. "No, no need." "Same here." Keto insisted, "We worked as a team, we share the reward." No refusals. Kazan scratched his head, agreeing, "All right." Keto pressed on, "Let's celebrate with drinks." "Any taverns nearby?" The three exclaimed, "Huh? What?" They burst into laughter, the atmosphere lightening after the friendly banter. "Celebrate." "Oh, sure." Tears welled in their eyes, emotions overwhelming them. "Gods, I want to go home." Keto strode joyfully toward the open gate, leaving behind the somber shadows drowning in despair. The captain watched their backs, thinking, a barbarian who killed a skeleton knight with one punch, strong as a beast. Before him stood a tall man wielding a sword, facing the back of a robust youth, at least as strong as a knight. Certainly no ordinary barbarian, a legendary anomaly. His steps halted, irritation flashing as he ordered, his eyes blazing with resentment. "I'll report to the Lord. You guard the gate." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." A grand, opulent castle displayed luxurious items. The captain stood at the door, hand on chest, respectfully saying, "Son Treo." Lord Luke Barkon responded, "Enter." The captain stood at the door, hand on chest, repeating, "Son Treo." "I'm here to report, my lord." Luke Barkon, expression unchanged, asked, "What is it?" "Lord of the Barkon region, Gihen Kingdom, Luke Barkon." The captain's eyes were sharp, his voice steady but tinged with high alertness. The head of the first security team reported, "A barbarian has entered the territory." He paused, his eyes glinting, as if weighing something carefully. The opulent palace exterior gleamed even more under the moonlight, but the lavish interior decor truly left people in awe. Luke Barkon suddenly spoke. "You've granted him permission?" The guard captain confirmed, "Yes, sir." "It's not a major issue." Luke was puzzled by the captain's meaning. "Then what's the problem?" The captain voiced his concern. "He's too strong enough to be a problem." Luke Barkon, never one to trust easily, pressed, "How strong?" He grew restless as the captain recounted. "They say he defeated a skeleton knight with a single punch." Luke's eyebrows nearly shot up in tension. A skeleton knight? He pictured the creature, the kind of monster only a knight-level fighter can handle, and he took it down in one blow? In Luke's mind, barbarians were simple-minded, uneducated brutes who relied on raw strength. He broke into a cold sweat. "So he's first tier?" The captain hesitated to confirm. "Possibly, sir." Luke Barkon remained cautious. "He could be even stronger." The captain, at a loss, admitted, "I can't say for certain." He was unsure how to handle the situation. A warrior of that caliber, and a barbarian no less. A race that believed strength was truth. This was a headache. Luke Barkon had a different approach. "For now, summon him." The captain, alarmed by the order, asked, "Will you be all right, sir?" Luke had his own calculations. Letting someone that powerful roam freely in the territory is already reckless. Meeting him directly will put me at ease. The captain remained uneasy. "It could be dangerous, sir." Luke, confident in his robust defenses, replied, "I have my own knights." The captain flinched at the lord's statement and turned to the knight for his opinion. The knight judged intuitively. He's strong, but just a barbarian. A muscle-bound oaf with no intellect. The lord's knight was supremely confident in his skills. "Against my swordsmanship, trained directly by the sword saint, he's no match." Luke nodded slightly, agreeing with the knight's assurance. He ordered the captain, "Call the barbarian here. I'll speak with him directly." At the dining table, laden with delicious dishes, Keatle devoured a chicken drumstick, leaving only a few sauce stains on his lips. The others were stunned by his voracious appetite. The atmosphere grew quiet as Alexander, Kazan, and Hayes were left speechless. Keatle slammed his mug on the table. "We'll praise the meal after we're done. This is delicious. Great place. I like the calm vibe too. I'm covering the bill today, so eat freely." Hayes let out a laugh to ease the tension. Keatle turned to Alexander, asking, "You're a holy knight, right?" Alexander replied calmly, "Yes." Keatle was curious about his power. "What's that holy power you use?" "I didn't see it during the dungeon raid." Alexander awkwardly explained, "I'm still training, so my holy power hasn't awakened yet." Keatle looked surprised. "Oh, that's unlucky." Alexander, embarrassed, didn't elaborate. Yeah." Keatle swiftly changed the topic. "You said you serve a god named Kalosha, right? Any temples nearby?" Hayes made up an excuse. Sir, I don't think so. She's not a widely welcomed deity." She knew the truth and held back. Kalosha, the god of deceit and chaos, was shunned and reviled. Hayes hesitated, unsure whether to ask, Sir Keatle." Keatle, engrossed in his food, responded, "HM? What?" Her question startled Alexander and Kazan. "How strong are you, really?" Keatle, lost in his meal, couldn't define his own abilities. "I'm not sure about rankings. I haven't been out of the snowfield plains long, so I'm curious myself. How strong is a skeleton knight?" Hayes's estimate was fairly accurate, at least second tier to handle one. First tier could take it down like you did. Keatle, modest, said, then maybe second tier. The tavern owner's voice trembled. Pardon, but we're preparing to close. Keatle urged everyone to leave. My fault. Let's go. He asked about their plans. Got any upcoming schedules? Hayes and Alexander shouted, yes. We're booked. Kazan boldly added, super busy. Keatle's eyes sparkled, I see. Shame. Guess we part ways here. See you all someday. But all three thought, no need to meet again. Goodbye. Keatle's feet rested on a soft bed. He smiled happily. This is great. Is this the first time I've slept in a bed since coming to this world? He shocked the innkeeper. I'm glad the dungeon reward let me stay here without much hassle. He felt more alive than ever. Compared to the snowfield plains, this place is paradise. Keatle was lost in thought. It's been a while since I woke up in the snowfield plains and found civilization. Now what? I want to experience more, feel more. He expressed his longing. I want an adventure to the holy land of Elfo Sagrado. His unfulfilled goals included the magic tower and the capital. He closed his eyes to rest his mind. Sunlight streamed through the window. Keatle woke, still groggy, wiping drool from his mouth. Early in the morning, the guard captain came to him. Did I wake you? Sorry. Keatle wanted to know why. Captain of the guard, what's up? Clearing his throat, the captain announced, Lord Luke Barkon wishes to meet you in person. Keatle stood, his eyes glinting with determination. Keatle could hardly believe his ears. Whoa, the Lord? The Lord who rules this land. The master of this entire territory? A figure of such importance wanted to meet him? Without hesitation, he agreed. Got it. Keatle prepared to leave. Should I go now? Let me get dressed, and I'll head out. The guard captain was skeptical. That easy? Sunlight poured into every corner of the bustling streets. Only now did Keatle feel the lively atmosphere of the market. When I first entered this territory, it was already dark, so I only caught a glimpse. Keatle observed his surroundings, but seeing it in daylight, it's truly impressive. He found the life here peaceful. Keatle flashed the captain a smile. If this is what lucky fantasy is like, I'm all for it. The captain thought, what's wrong with this guy? He suppressed his irritation for the sake of his duty. We don't have much time. We need to get back quickly. In a blink, they arrived at the palace. I've brought the Barbarian, my lord, the captain announced. Luke Barkon instructed the guards at the door, let him in. Keatle stepped into the grand hall. Luke Barkon extended a hand. A pleasure to meet you, Barbarian. He introduced himself briefly. I am Luke Barkon, lord of this land, the Barkon territory of the Gihin kingdom. Keatle responded politely. A pleasure to meet you, the rightful lord of the Barkon territory. He bowed slightly to show respect. Luke Barkon's eyes nearly popped out at the gesture. Speechless with shock, he thought, a barbarian shaking hands? He tried to stay composed. Barbarians don't shake hands. For them, strength is everything, no exceptions. I must have lived long enough to see something like this. Luke quickly shifted his demeanor. It seems you've learned some basic etiquette. Have a seat. Keatle sat across from him in the opulent room. The palace's decor was strikingly different from the outside, everything gleaming with metallic splendor. Keatle, surprised, remarked, so this is what a lord's castle looks like. He noticed something else. Even in a fantasy world, the castle feels straight out of the medieval era. Huh. His gaze shifted forward. Is that a knight guarding the lord? His childhood dream was coming true. As a kid, I loved playing knight-themed RPGs. I never thought I'd see a real knight in person. Amazing, just like I imagined. He sensed someone watching him. The lord's knight overanalyzed. Murderous intent. He always viewed others with suspicion. That's definitely murderous intent. How dare he exude such a presence in front of the lord? Without fully understanding, the knight reached for his sword. Fool, you won't leave here alive. Keatle listened as Luke Barkon spoke. The reason I summoned you is simple, he said, harboring no ill intent. I just want to confirm a few things about you. Keatle crossed his arms. Go ahead. What do you want to confirm? Luke didn't believe Keatle was a barbarian. Where are you from? Keatle's answer was long-winded but vague. Is that what matters to you? I come from the coldest place in this world, covered in white snow. Luke guessed, the snowfield plains. Always cautious, he thought. He's truly a legendary barbarian warrior, standing right before me. He still had doubts. Hard to believe. Tell me more. Keatle replied, it's a harsh place. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Luke pressed for more. Then let me ask something else. He was more tense than Keatle. How strong are you? Luke needed an answer to prepare countermeasures. What matters is how dangerous his strength is, right? Keatle spoke truthfully. You're asking the wrong question. I don't know the strength standards out here. Luke was at a loss, I see. He glanced at his knight, who understood without needing clarification. Luke chose another way to test Keatle's strength. Then, would you like to spar with one of my knights? If you agree, I'll ensure you're well rewarded. Keatle was confused. A spar? Luke anticipated his performance. It won't be a fight to the death, of course. I trust you'll keep it within bounds. Keatle grinned broadly. I'm in. His calm enthusiasm startled Luke. A duel with a knight was something Keatle had dreamed of, and now it was happening. Not just any knight. A fantasy world knight with magic and armor. A chance to witness real combat skills. I'm so excited for this. Luke gripped his chair, still prejudiced against Keatle. As expected, a barbarian is a barbarian. No matter how polite, his savage love for battle and thrill remains. Both Luke and his knight mistook Keatle's excitement for murderous intent. The scene shifted to the arena. Luke waited to see who would emerge victorious. The Lord's Knight and Keatle stood in the arena. The knight took the duel seriously, while Keatle radiated energy. Luke couldn't wait another second. Let's begin. I hope no blood is shed. A servant rang the bell. The knight sneered condescendingly. Consider it an honor to witness my swordsmanship, lowly barbarian. Keatle brushed off the insult. I'm looking forward to it. The knight couldn't fathom his relaxed demeanor. How dare he be so calm? He was ready. I'll show you. The knight charged forward. The gap in skill was overwhelming. The knight wanted to test Keatle's reaction. Let's see what you've got, barbarian. 3 blades appeared in an instant. His sword had 3 edges fused together. Keatle, startled, exclaimed, a sword that splits into 3? Keatle's 3 green-tinted sword blades thrust toward him simultaneously, sparking doubt in his mind. An illusion? His face froze momentarily, but his body instinctively dodged with lightning speed. No, this isn't an illusion. The knight's relentless attacks missed every time, and a realization flashed through Keatle's mind. All 3 swords were real. Is this swordsmanship? The knight, watching Keatle's stunned yet evasive movements, smirked triumphantly. You're struggling just to dodge my blades. He taunted, impressive enough for you. Confident of victory, he aimed to end the fight quickly, but there was no need to continue. Suddenly, Keatle's loosely clenched fist extended forward. His expression remained impassive, and with a casual flick of his fingers, the knight's sword shattered into pieces. The unexpected turn left the knight incredulous. What? How? Keatle gave him no time to recover, appearing before him in an instant, his hand reaching for the knight's chest. Keatle's grip tightened on the knight's breastplate, veins bulging as the sturdy armor warped. With a powerful toss, the chest plate shattered into fragments. The knight's body flew backward, mouth agape, seemingly unconscious. Luke Barkin's eyes and mouth widened in shock as he shouted, "What?" His gauntlet hand dropped limply. The knight, flung far, slumped against the wall, leaving a deep crater in the ground and a dent in the wall. Seeing his knight defeated in a single blow, Luke couldn't believe his eyes. His mind reeled. One strike took down a first-tier knight. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Keatle turned, smiling at him. That's it, right? Luke, speechless for a moment, stared in stunned silence before slowly responding, yes. The terrifying moment of Keatle's power haunted Luke's thoughts. A barbarian who can defeat a first-tier knight in one blow. This is monstrous strength, at least transcendent tier, but that's the bare minimum. Its depth is immeasurable. His expression grew grave. A barbarian with such power could shift the world's balance. The image of a heroic man with a sword and a dragon surfaced in his mind. If so, I should inform him, one of the few in this vast world titled Sword Saint. Luke lowered his head, muttering, it's about time he showed up. I wonder if he'll be interested. As he spoke, a voice interrupted, are you talking about me? Luke flinched, his gaze snapping toward the voice. The window was open, sunlight and breeze pouring in, the thin curtains fluttering. Standing there was an old man in a green cloak, arms crossed, calmly watching. Luke sighed, glancing at the sudden visitor. Your taste for theatrics is as bizarre as ever. The old man chuckled. Everyone needs a bit of entertainment. He was none other than Sword Saint Cain. He spoke, arms still crossed. So, why not tell me about this interesting matter? Luke leaned on the table, standing with a slight bow to the Sword Saint. It's an honor you came despite my abrupt summons. I present myself to the great Sword Saint, Sir Kane. Kane didn't respond, only staring. Luke maintained his posture. The scene shifts to later, where the knight defeated by Keatle stood. The wooden door swung open. Luke Barkon was already in the room, startling the knight with his sudden question, "How's your condition?" The knight, clutching his wound, struggled to rise. "I'll be fine in a few days. My deepest apologies, my lord." Before Luke could respond, someone behind him cut in. "You should apologize to me." Sword Saint Kane, hands clasped behind his back, looked at him. "My foolish disciple, defeated by an unknown barbarian." The knight panicked at his master's presence. "Master." Luke glanced down. The knight's clothes were torn at the chest, but his body was unscathed. Kane calmly stated, "Not a single wound." He reflected on the barbarian, musing, "Before coming here, I saw the boy's armor completely destroyed. Given its state, it wouldn't be surprising if he were dead, yet his clothes are only slightly torn, his body unmarked. Did the barbarian hold back?" Kane stroked his chin, eyeing his disciple. "He's not an ordinary foolish barbarian. He can control his strength with precision." The knight hesitated. "I understand." Kane assessed calmly, "And his skill far surpasses a knight's, with room to spare." His final verdict stunned both Luke and the knight, their eyes widening. "At least transcendent tier." Luke stammered, He turned to Kane. "Pardon my rudeness, but how does he compare to you, Sir Kane?" Kane paused briefly before answering. "He's quite strong, but I'm the Sword Saint. Even with transcendent tier strength, he can't touch me." Luke relaxed. "I see." Kane rubbed his chin, "But I didn't see him use aura, yet his strength reached that level." His words shocked Luke. "That's impossible by normal means. Is this the power of a barbarian from the snowfield plains?" Keatle's image surfaced in Luke's mind. He mused, "At first, I didn't believe it, but it seems he truly is from the snowfield plains." Kane snorted, lost in thought. A barbarian from the snowfield plains. In his mind, Keatle's terrifying gaze loomed, along with the legends of a human surviving the snowfield plains. Is he human, or? Kane stroked his beard, suddenly muttering, "He's an anomaly." Monstrous images flooded his mind, reptilian creatures, giant bears. But he quickly shook off the terrifying guesses. "No way." Luke, confused, asked what? Kane's thoughts of anomalies lingered. He explained, "If he were truly an anomaly, he wouldn't have spared humans. I was mistaken." Yet something still troubled him. "But it's the snowfield plains." Kane felt puzzled. Why there, and why now? Seeing his distress, Luke asked, "Is something wrong?" Kane dismissed his doubts. "Nothing. We'll deal with it later." The Emperor, too. Thinking of armored soldiers before snowy mountains, Kane felt a headache. Always demanding the strangest things. He turned sharply to Luke. "No need to worry about that now." Luke, slightly confused, replied, "Understood." Kane kept his gaze on him. "Is that barbarian still in the territory?" Luke, puzzled but honest, answered, "Yes, he said he'd stay, so I assume so." Kane's steps shifted, his face stern as he turned to leave. "I need to confirm it myself." Outside the Grand Castle, a voice echoed, "What's your next move?" The guard captain of Barkon, drenched in sweat, remained silent. Keatle, standing across from him, spoke slowly. "Well." He recalled the previous day when Lord Luke Barkon handed him a small pouch, saying, "This is your reward for the duel." Luke had calmly decided, "From now on, I won't interfere with your actions in the territory." Back in the present, Keatle rubbed his chin and continued, "I don't have any specific plans, but it'd be better to have my identity verified. Having to clear dungeons every time I enter a new territory is too much hassle." The captain offered a suggestion. "If that's your concern, there's a way. Find a high-ranking figure to act as your guarantor and vouch for your identity." Keatle was eager for another option. The captain quickly provided one, or you could become a mercenary. He elaborated on the benefits. If you build a reputation and gain the guild's recognition, your identity will be validated. He thought to himself, mercenaries are just errand runners, though. Unless you reach a certain rank, with this barbarian strength, finding a guarantor would be easier. Keatle's eyes lit up. "A mercenary?" He asked excitedly, "That's an option?" The image of a mercenary battling monsters in a perilous forest flashed in his mind, a romantic embodiment of this fantastical world. Intrigued, he asked, "Where do I go to become a mercenary?" The captain hesitated. Well, there's a guild. Ketel's face glowed like the sun as he declared, "Take me there." The captain froze, eyes wide, stammering, "All right." Images of adventurers on their journeys surfaced, mercenaries, wanderers tackling commissions. Some saw them as symbols of romantic freedom, but in reality, mercenaries were society's lowest rung, reserved for those without recognized status. A mercenary might flee in panic from a fearsome monster. Even skilled ones often perished in uncharted dungeons or served as sacrificial pawns for dirty work. Thus, low-tier mercenaries were often crude, filthy, and rowdy. In the mercenary guild, a man in green swung a furious punch, shouting, "You bastard, you dare touch me?" The struck man, unable to block, fell hard. He quickly regained his composure, jumping up and yelling, "You want to fight?" The man in green, enraged, taunted, "Bring it on." Two guild members watched, chuckling and betting. "Yo, I'm betting on the guy on the right. I've got the left." They clashed fiercely, neither yielding, fueled by unbridled determination. The guild receptionist asked, "Rosa, how's this batch of new recruits?" Rosa, the guild's receptionist, sighed wearily, hopeless. "Just a bunch of weirdos." She recalled Alexander Jotinu. One lunatic claims to be a holy knight. Then Kazan, another's a thief. Finally, Hayes, the priestess of Colossia, seems decent, but her god is completely untrustworthy. Rosa sighed again, and the pink-haired receptionist beside her echoed, "Really? What a shame." She thought dejectedly, no decent people ever show up, just illiterate mercenaries fighting all day. Then, dreamily, if only a Prince Charming would appear to save me from this receptionist job. A figure slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Lost in her thoughts and melancholy, Rosa jolted, looking up to see an unfamiliar guest. Ketel entered the guild, scanning the room with excited eyes, exclaiming, "So this is the guild." The two brawling mercenaries paused, staring at the newcomer. "No way, a barbarian?" Others in the guild froze, gaping at Ketel, but he stood unfazed, brimming with enthusiasm. Sitting at the desk, he crossed his arms and declared, "I'm here to become a mercenary." Rosa, stunned, trembled slightly, her face pale as she stammered, You want to be a mercenary? May I ask your purpose?" Ketel replied slowly, "Lots of reasons, but I heard being a mercenary can get my identity recognized." Rosa explained carefully, "That's true. However, to gain recognition through mercenary work, you'll need significant achievements." "Is that all right?" Ketel was resolute. "No problem." Rosa asked for his details. "Then I'll register you as a mercenary for a fee of 5 silver coins. Can you provide your name and age?" Ketel placed 5 silver coins on the desk, saying, "I'm Ketel, and I don't know my age." She typed swiftly, responding gently, "Then I'll use an approximate figure." Soon after, Rosa handed him a badge, announcing, "It's done. Your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge." She cautioned, "It's a symbol of your status. Don't lose it." Ketel stared at the badge in silence, then held it up, gazing with satisfaction. "I'm in." He asked Rosa, "Any missions available now?" "I want to start right away." Surprised, she hesitated. "Missions, right." She handed him a mission board. "These are the tasks you can take." Ketel examined it, surprised. "Wait, that's it?" The board listed low-tier tasks: gathering herbs, cleaning basements, clearing sewers, sweeping streets, night patrols. Rosa gave an awkward smile. "As a low-rank mercenary, these are the tasks available to you." Internally, she worried. Barbarians are proud. What if he gets angry? Should I call someone? She pressed on. "If you complete these simple tasks and build achievements, you can take on harder ones." Ketel pointed, "I'll take this one." Rosa's eyes widened at the board. He'd chosen the first task, gathering herbs. She asked hesitantly, "Are you sure?" Ketel replied calmly, "It's work that needs doing, right?" "No issue." Rosa stammered, "Understood." Excited, Ketel asked, "Where are the herbs?" Rosa showed him an image. "You'll find them outside the village. They look like this." Ketel grabbed it, saying eagerly, "Got it. I'll be back soon." She mumbled, "Okay." Watching Ketel leave with the herb image, brimming with enthusiasm, Rosa froze, thinking, "What?" He looked so relaxed. He exited the guild to start his herb-gathering mission. Even the pink-haired receptionist's teasing couldn't snap Rosa out of her daze. Ketel reached the forest, spotting an herb and comparing it to the image. He mused, "Herbs that heal wounds? They look odd." He shed his fur coat, tossing it onto the lush grass, resembling a farmer gathering herbs. Excited for this mission. I've got UV protective gear ready. He thought, first mercenary mission, let's go. UV rays are harmful even in another world. Ketel's peculiar knowledge shone through. An hour later, at the guild, Rosa was stunned by the massive sack of herbs before her. Ketel casually asked, "Is this enough?" Rosa stammered, "Too much." She thought, is he some maniac trying to ruin the herb fields? Her eyes suddenly sparkled. Examining the herbs, she exclaimed, "They're in excellent condition. Most mercenaries just yank them carelessly, reducing their value." Ketel beamed proudly. "I may not look it, but I'm quite meticulous." Rosa agreed, "Indeed." She handed him a silver coin. "Thank you for your hard work. Here's your reward, 1 silver coin." Ketel pictured buying fragrant bread with his earnings, a modest sum for the cheapest meal. Still, this is the first money I've earned legitimately. Overjoyed, he said, "So thrilling." Holding the coin, he urged, "I'm satisfied. Can you assign me the next mission?" Rosa blinked. "Huh?" She stared, baffled, thinking, what? How can anyone be satisfied with that reward? This barbarian? Ketel, gleeful as a child with a gift, said, "It's still daylight, so I want to do as much as possible." Rosa wondered, why is he so happy? Inwardly, she cried, "Gods, this new mercenary is just as weird as the rest." Among the low-tier task list, Ketel had swiftly completed herb gathering, basement cleaning, and sewer maintenance. The remaining tasks included street sweeping, night patrols, and warehouse cleanup. Ketel pointed to the last task, warehouse cleanup, and declared, "I'll take this one next." Rosa, hearing this, thought to herself, after herb gathering, this is his third cleaning task. She looked at Ketel, his eyes gleaming like sunlight. Does this barbarian actually enjoy cleaning? At a loss for words, she stammered. Well, please accept this task." Moments later, Ketel opened the door to the warehouse for his mission. A girl in a white hat turned to see who entered. Ketel, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, "I'm here to clean the warehouse." The red-haired girl, startled, clutched her broom tightly, eyeing him warily. Ketel calmly asked, "Are you the warehouse owner?" She replied hesitantly, Yes." But inwardly, she was shocked. A barbarian began working, effortlessly lifting stacks of crates with both hands. Cleaning the warehouse was simple, with no issues moving items around. Then, Ketel grabbed a broom and swept, stirring up dust that made a nearby youth cough violently. His next task was street sweeping. Ketel picked up a broom and started. Controlling his strength was initially tricky, but he managed without major issues. While sweeping, an old man observed him through a spyglass, muttering, "What the hell is he doing?" He thought, he's at least transcendent tier, strong enough to level a kingdom with his fists. The old man, puzzled by Ketel's gentle demeanor, grew even more confused. In other words, if he unleashed his power, he'd be revered anywhere. Yet here he is, doing mundane street sweeping. Seeing Ketel diligently sweep dirt into a dustpan, not slacking, the old man exclaimed, "He's actually serious about it." Lowering the spyglass, he stared at Ketel from afar, wondering, why? Ketel finished cleaning, showing no fatigue, merely wiping a few beads of sweat from his brow, exclaiming cheerfully, "So refreshing." The old man, seeing his enjoyment, was baffled. Why does he look like he's having fun? The next morning, under blazing sunlight, Ketel woke, yawning heartily and stretching to shake off sleep. Stepping onto the floor, he noticed a sizable bag on the table. It was heavy, its contents unknown. Opening it, he found a pile of silver coins. A female voice spoke, "Your first day as a mercenary went well. Sir Ketel, this is your reward for 15 tasks." Ketel's eyes widened, staring at the bag. He lifted it, and Rosa, seated across, smiled. "That's 15 silver coins." His joy was unmistakable, delight radiating from his face. Ketel grinned, "Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow." Smiling contentedly, he began his second day in town. Just then, a little girl sobbed, clinging to her mother. Nearby townsfolk froze, staring at Ketel, drawn by his commanding presence. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, exclaiming, "That's..." In the distance stood an ornate, meticulously designed old building, a library. Ketel knocked and entered. The librarian glanced at the guest, greeting him. Ketel's intimidating aura made her grip her hands tightly, speechless. He spoke in a low voice. "Can I read some books?" Ketel browsed the shelves, picked a few volumes, and sat to read, his face alight with interest. The librarian, watching him read intently, found it odd. The old man continued observing Ketel's every move. Seeing him engrossed in books, he was astonished, thinking, "A barbarian reading? I can't believe it. But is this a unique custom of Snowfield Plains barbarians?" Ketel sat, absorbed in his reading with a faint smile. Or is this barbarian just uniquely strange? Moments later, Ketel closed a history book, murmuring, "So the Empire ultimately won." He pieced together events. Years ago, Mylina visited the Snowfield Plains, offering to sell weapons to Barkon for their war against the Empire. Yet the Empire prevailed, their flags raised in victory. Now, the Empire was mighty, with Barkon nearly a vassal state. The Empire's knights were ever ready for fierce battles, having conquered half the human world and still expanding. Fearless, they struck without hesitation, as if to devour the entire world. Ketel rubbed his chin, marveling. World conquest. His eyes sparkled with curiosity about history. All right, enough about humans. Let's find something more interesting. He picked up a book on non-human races, exploring their descriptions. A compendium of non-human creatures, he mused. The book detailed fantastical places. A dazzling cave filled with glistening crystals, the grandest in the world, brimming with rare gems. Mantiana's dwarven mines. The verdant, breathtaking Apia elf village, lush with greenery. The majestic cloud city of the angelic lair, as splendid as it was grand. And the untouchable holy land, Elfo Sagrado, shrouded in mystery for years. Its location unknown despite powerful rulers' efforts to find it. Ketel, thrilled, said, "So many have tried to reach Elfo Sagrado." His eyes widened, spotting something intriguing. Bringing the book closer, he read carefully. Wait, there are other places like the Snowfield Plains? Terrifying realms, demon lands rejecting human presence, filled with anomalies. Many such domains existed, but 5 were vast. The silent forest, where all was still. The abyss, spreading evil. The deep sea, where primates breathed and thrived. The infinite black hole, where nothing existed. And the Snowfield Plains, perpetually snowbound. The inhabitants of these lands were steeped in indescribable mystery. These demon lands housed horrific monsters, avatars of destruction. Yet, they couldn't invade human territories. Ketel exclaimed, "How vast is this world?" Rubbing his chin, he wondered, are there really other places like the Snowfield Plains? Soon after, Ketel stood, saying, "That's probably all the info here." To the librarian, he said gently, "This was really helpful. Thank you." She jumped, nearly scared out of her wits, stammering, Of course." Ketel returned to the mercenary guild, greeting Rosa. "What tasks are available today?" Surprised, she said, "Sir Ketel, you're here?" His eyes gleamed, and Rosa smiled. "Here's today's task list." The old man, Cain, continued watching Ketel, thinking he's truly odd. Turning to leave, he muttered, "I need to meet him myself." It was Sword Saint Cain, observing Ketel's second day. On a quiet evening under a gentle moonlit breeze, the sound of Ketel's footsteps echoed through the streets. He grinned, brimming with excitement, thinking, "Today, I cleared another dozen tasks." Patting the small pouch of coins at his side, he felt a surge of joy. Even small earnings add up to quite a bit. The streets were deserted, with only Ketel walking alone. The day I'm officially recognized as a mercenary isn't far off. Humming cheerfully, he whistled loudly along the way. In a nearby alley, a man lurked, watching him. The figure suddenly stepped out, startling Ketel. Cain's face was stern, his gaze menacing, cloaked in a long robe with a large hood. The two faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ketel bluntly demanded, "You've been tailing me all day." Cain flinched, confused. "What?" Ketel crossed his arms, pressing, "What do you want?" Faced with rapid-fire questions, Cain thought. Panicked, he noticed me? His face paled, mouth agape in disbelief. I completely hid my presence. No matter how sharp one's senses, detecting him should have been impossible. Seeing Cain's silence, Ketel grew wary, clutching his coin pouch. "Are you a robber?" He crouched, ready to grapple at any moment. Kane froze, dumbfounded. After a long pause with no response, Keatle frowned, growling, not answering? Then I must be right. Even with decent security here, there are still thieves around. Sweat beaded on Kane's face as he stammered, unable to speak. He thought, would he believe me if I said I'm the Sword Saint? Seeing Keatle's rigid stance, Kane panicked, as if struck by lightning. Robbing at your age? The economy must be worse than I thought. Suddenly, Keatle rubbed his chin, an idea sparking. His eyes gleamed. Taking you down and turning you in would be a great achievement. Kane jolted, stunned. What? Seeing Keatle's sly smile, Kane was speechless, weighing his options. He thinks I'm a thief. Kane clenched his fist, raising it. This could be a chance to test his strength and identity directly. Suddenly, Keatle stepped back. Kane looked up, but before he could act, Keatle moved first. His body swayed as if weightless, then vanished with a gust of wind. Kane, startled, thought in fear he's gone. Abruptly, Keatle reappeared right before him, his expression fierce, eyes glowing, his massive frame looming 2 or 3 times larger. What's this? Keatle reached out as if to grab him. Kane stomped the ground, a green aura enveloping him. If I hesitate, he'll have me by the throat. He swung aside to dodge. Seeing Kane's reaction, Keatle laughed heartily. Grinning, he stared at Kane. Not bad. Kane, bewildered, eyes wide, couldn't believe it. He almost caught me. Collapsing to the ground, he trembled. If my reflexes were a fraction slower, I'd have been grabbed. Even more astonishing, he thought, I couldn't sense any aura from him. Keatle stood, arms crossed, laughing, interesting. Kane locked eyes with him, reeling in shock. He moved that fast with just a human body? Kane bit his lip, swallowing hard. The probing's over. Now it's for real. Kane sprang up, teeth gritted, as if transforming into someone else. I'll go all out. Keatle's face darkened, standing still. Suddenly, he vanished again, leaving only a gust of wind. In a flash, he circled behind, grabbing Kane's arm. Kane clenched his teeth, glancing back in disbelief. I lost before it even started. Keatle twisted his arm behind his back, like restraining a criminal. Kane, utterly panicked, thought, this isn't just being caught. It's like my arms trapped in solid rock, dragging my whole body. Closing his eyes, he shouted in pain. What kind of monstrous strength is this? His jaw clenched, enduring. This isn't even a contest of strength. Struggling, Kane's aura surged stronger. If that's the case, I'll unleash everything. Seeing Kane's effort, Keatle's eyes widened, startled. His grip on Kane's wrist loosened, unable to hold. A blinding light erupted. Kane broke free, sliding back a distance. Keatle, puzzled, examined his hand, where traces of Kane's green aura lingered. Kane, panting and wary, kept his eyes on Keatle. Keatle grinned. Robbers these days sure have all sorts of tricks, huh? Kane, speechless, thought, why does he keep calling me a robber? His eyes lit up, considering Keatle's terrifying power. That was mana at a level only elites reach. He enveloped his body in it. Kane wondered, why would someone like him resort to robbery? Seeing Keatle's admiring look, he realized he genuinely believes I'm a thief. Kane lowered his head, sighing in exasperation. Feeling the abundant energy in his body, he thought, I instinctively unleashed mana that could tear through solid steel. He reflected, a human body should have been crushed by a mere touch. Yet he's unscathed. What kind of body withstands mana barehanded? Seeing Kane standing aside, Keatle spoke up, I don't know what tricks you're pulling. He stepped closer, voice low, but I think it's time to end this. Sensing trouble, Kane reached for the sword at his hip, ready to counter. His eyes widened, unsure of Keatle's next move. Keatle leaned in, smiling warmly, and with one finger, pushed the sword back into its sheath. Kane looked up, trembling. That simple act sent him into a panic, his eyes bulging like a frog's, mouth agape, shouting. He gritted his teeth, trying to draw his sword, but couldn't. Keatle's single index finger overpowered him. Suddenly, Keatle's hand reached out as if to grab him. Tears welled in Kane's eyes, old and crying like a baby. It's over? Keatle's arm extended closer, his smile fading, voice stern. Kane fainted on the spot. Keatle hoisted him over his shoulder effortlessly, thinking, so this is what robbery looks like in this fantasy world. The guard captain of Barkon froze, mouth agape, utterly bewildered. Barbarian, what's going on? Keatle extended a hand. Kane, still unconscious, dangled limply, while Keatl's expression remained earnest and devoid of emotion. He handed Kane over to the captain. Recognizing Kane, the captain's mind reeled. What's happening? Why is Sword Saint Kane here? Don't tell me this barbarian attacked him. What do I do now? Seeing the captain's hesitation, Keatl spoke firmly. I caught a thief. The captain, as if struck by lightning, gasped, a thief? Keatl's face lit up, eager to claim some mercenary credit. If I turn him over to the guards, it'll count toward my achievements, right? The captain, lost, sank into despair. I'm too stunned to process this. He scanned Kane from head to toe, analyzing. A supreme-tier figure, Sword Saint Kane, was now helplessly in Keatl's grasp, in a humiliating position. The captain opened his mouth, slowly explaining, he's not a thief. Keatl flinched, accusingly. You know him? So you're accomplices? The captain stood tall, bowing respectfully. The sole sword saint of the Gihen kingdom. I pay my respects to Sir Kane. He didn't seem to be lying. Keatl glanced at the old man in his hands, confused. Huh? Kane's face was dark, drenched in sweat, silent. Keatl, skeptical, shook him, questioning, Sword Saint? That prestigious title, and he's called a thief? His sharp gaze fixed on the captain, demanding, no way, this old man's a thief. He attacked me to steal my coins. The captain wearily explained, he's truly the Sword Saint. I couldn't mistake that face. If he were a mage using illusions, with that power, he'd be revered as a Sword Saint already. Keatl didn't relent. Maybe Sword Saint is just a fancy name for thieves? The captain frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Keatl pressed. So he's really a Sword Saint? The captain nodded. Yes. Keatl froze, guilt washing over his face, his mind spinning, unsure how to handle this. I'll report this to the Lord. In a room, a loud bang echoed as Luke Barkon slammed the table. Furious, what? Sir Kane is missing? Keatl bowed, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, I should have let him explain. Kane, standing nearby, interjected. No, I'm at fault for not saying anything. The two sat across from each other, the atmosphere heavy, tense, and awkward, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. Luke Barkon, frantic, burst in. What the hell is going on? Seeing Kane sitting silently, he panted, thinking, I guess Kane would challenge the barbarian to a duel, but I never imagined he'd lose. Kane was defeated by this barbarian. I don't know the details, but it's true. Looking at Keatl, he realized, this barbarian is stronger than a Sword Saint. The Lord stood outside, thoughts chaotic. Of course, there are varying levels among transcendent tier beings. Kane only recently became a Sword Saint, so he's likely at a lower tier. Keatl's ferocious, terrifying image flashed in his mind. But a Sword Saint holds a prestigious title, and this barbarian defeated one. That makes him utterly uncontrollable. He pursed his lips, sighing, my head hurts. Luke stepped forward, speaking gently. There seems to be a misunderstanding, so I'll take my leave. You two should talk it out clearly. He paused, leaving the sentence hanging. The awkward silence was deafening. Keatl stared at Kane, making him uneasy, too nervous to move. Kane held a teacup, trembling, unable to swallow. This is humiliating. Still, I can't deny it. It was a complete defeat. My pride isn't just bruised, it's shredded like torn cloth. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Kane slammed the cup down. Let me introduce myself properly. He placed a hand on his chest. I am Sword Saint Kane. Keatl, arms crossed, interrupted. Is Sword Saint your surname? Kane replied. Once you reach the Sword Saint realm, human surnames become meaningless. Keatl nodded, as if enlightened. I see. Was that move you used earlier a Sword Saint technique? Kane's eyes widened, speechless, as he extended his hand, summoning a green aura. You mean this? Keatl leapt up, mouth agape, marveling at the phenomenon. Recalling it, he said, at first, I thought it was just a thief's trick, so I didn't care. But knowing it's a Sword Saint's skill, I'm interested now. Kane clenched his fist, retracting the power. This is the manifestation of aura. Keatl gasped, aura. That's aura. His eyes gleamed with hope. How can I learn it? Kane didn't hide anything. Basically, you manifest it by controlling aura. Keatl stared at the energy in Kane's hand, awestruck and envious. Is aura like mana? Kane explained. Aura refers to mystic power itself. When you use it as aura, you're a swordsman. As mana, you're a mage. Keatl laughed, nodding. So swordsmen and mages use the same power called aura? He asked. Would you teach me that skill? Cain froze, eyes and mouth wide. What? Keatle stood tall, sincere, embarrassingly. I'm still learning and lack knowledge. His eager face felt like a threat to Cain. Please, teach me. Cain, terrified, quickly agreed. Fine, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? Keatle sat, arms crossed, candidly admitting, I know nothing about aura or swordsmanship. Honestly, I just swing wildly. Cain, stunned, asked, really? Closing his eyes, he thought carefully, true, I'm a sword saint. Though I lost, I didn't even draw my sword. Fine, I'll teach this barbarian some swordsmanship, show him its greatness. He envisioned a glorious scene, brandishing his sword, earning Keatle's awe, reclaiming his pride. Cain, serious, said, all right. I'm a sword saint who wields a sword. Without it, I'm only half a man. Keatle, tense, blurted, I thought so. No wonder you were so weak without a sword. Cain froze, emotionally wounded. Keatle stammered, I mean, being called a sword saint at that level seemed off. Cain wanted to curse silently, but Keatle continued. If you'd used a sword, you might have won. Cain sweated. Could I have won with just a sword? Keatle, excited, said, I'm really looking forward to it. But this sparked uneasy days for Cain. He thought, my pride, I'll reclaim it, right? Or will I be crushed even worse? Keatle quietly recalled his past life, thinking, before my regression, I studied swordsmanship, but this is true mystical swordsmanship, a strange art that manipulates the mysterious aura. He murmured, this is real fantasy swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Cain stood opposite him, sword in hand, asking seriously, the core of my swordsmanship is blending illusion and reality. When you fought my disciple, what did you see? Keatle, prompted, recalled, that knight was your disciple? His sword strikes split into 3, and all 3 were real attacks. Surprised, he added, oh, so that's what you meant by blending. Keatle offered, it's a skill relying more on technique than raw power. Cain nodded slightly, exactly. He explained, swordsmanship is the art of merging the sword and aura to wield mystic power. Those who reach its pinnacle become sword saints. Cain infused his sword with aura, demonstrating for Keatle. Excited, Keatle exclaimed, oh, that's aura. Cain nodded yes. Internally, he thought, I still can't believe this is happening. Cain continued, I suppose blending illusion and reality sounds abstract. He thought, I'm really teaching swordsmanship to a barbarian. Adopting a sword stance, he said, so, I'll let you see it firsthand. Cain's eyes sharpened as he slashed forward. His single strike split into 5 paths. Keatle, astonished, said, his sword strike split into 5? Seconds later, Cain's attack left a massive dent in the wall. Sheathing his sword, Cain said, many techniques create illusions with aura, but only my swordsmanship makes those illusions tangible. Keatle murmured, that move you just used? Cain, proud, replied, yes, it's a true mystic technique. What do you think? Keatle casually said, I think I could do it too. Cain flinched, scolding lightly, what nonsense are you spouting? He thought, I dedicated my life to this swordsmanship, combining talent and grueling training to achieve it. No one could mimic it after one glance. Seeing Cain's doubt, Keatle said, it's faster if I show you. Cain, shocked, noticed Keatle's weapon, an axe? Keatle assumed a stance, hefting the axe over his shoulder, channeling strength, and swinging swiftly. Cain was stunned. That sword technique. He thought, he's just using brute force to move fast. Keatle unleashed 5 strikes, each with immense power, hitting the wall and causing a massive explosion. Cain's jaw dropped. Keatle lowered his axe, grinning. There, what do you think? Cain, dazed, muttered, it looks like blending illusion and reality, but it's just overwhelming strength and speed. Almost fooled me. He said quietly, you just swung wildly, no technique at all. Keatle countered, but the result's the same, isn't it? Swordsmanship is for combat. As long as the outcome matches, it's fine. Cain was speechless. Internally, he wept. He's not wrong, but it wounds my pride. Moments later, he rallied, gripping his sword. Fine. How about this? Cain struck again, creating afterimages around himself. Keatle, shocked, said his body split. The sword's aura spread, cracking the ground. As the dust settled, a large hole gaped beneath them. Cain, panting, said, this is the clone technique, achieved through the ultimate mastery of aura. Wiping sweat, he turned to Keatle. Can you mimic that? Keatle stepped aside, swung his axe fiercely in all directions, nearly creating illusions. A gust swirled around him, forming a whirlwind. Keatle smiled. What do you think? Kane collapsed, crying out, my life's work. My swordsmanship. Muttering, impossible, he covered his face, devastated. Keatle, arms crossed, sighed, your mentality's weaker than I thought. Approaching to comfort him, he said, your swordsmanship is exceptional. I just swung my axe fast. That's not real swordsmanship. He added, your move wasn't just after images. It's true swordsmanship. I can't reach that mystic realm. Kane thought, right, my swordsmanship has value, blending illusion and reality into something tangible. Only I can do that. Regaining resolve, he thought, my technique is flawless. Grimacing at Keatle, he mused, this barbarian's just a lunatic. What kind of madman moves so fast they blur without aura? That's not humanly possible. Keatle asked, can you teach me the true essence of technique? Kane paused, replying calmly, sorry, I let my emotions get the better of me. Keatle nodded, I understand. Kane cleared his throat. To use true technique, you must first learn to control aura, but to master aura, you need to comprehend mystic power. He added, whether mage, swordsman, or sorcerer, you can't reach higher realms without awakening mystic power. Only those who believe in gods are exceptions. Keatle asked, so divine power is separate? Kane replied, their miracles come directly from the gods they worship, unrelated to personal ability. Keatle marveled, oh. Kane continued, mystic power is the enigmatic force within everyone. How it's wielded determines everything. Keatle thought, so to use aura, absorb mana, or control spirits, the foundation of all mystical power starts with comprehending mystic power. Kane explained, mystic power has 5 stages. The most basic is sensing it, the realm of perception, awakening, and feeling mystic power. Keatle wondered, doesn't everyone sense mystic power? Kane answered, without talent, you can't. Those who sense it are called third tier. He elaborated, the ability to wield mystic power is divided into 5 tiers. Third tier is the first. My line as words echoed in Keatle's memory. We typically divide it into third tier, second tier, first tier, transcendent, and hero. Kane interjected, those are the 5 main classifications. Keatle realized, I see. Kane continued, in truth, it's just a convenient categorization. Even within the same tier, there are vast differences and boundaries aren't clear. Just know the concept exists. Keatle nodded, got it. Kane gestured, let's begin. Solemnly, he said, the first step of mystic power, sensing it. Kane spoke softly, feel everything around you. He explained, comprehending mystic power means awakening something you've never known before. Extend your senses to their limits. He continued, sense the breeze passing by, the warmth from the earth, and notice every movement in the wind as it stirs. He instructed, and within that, find a distinct presence. Keatle sat attentively, trying to sense as Kane directed. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes wide, murmuring, I don't feel anything. Kane, stunned, stammered, really? With your strength, I thought you'd sense it immediately. He thought to himself, it's not a strict rule, but the strong, even without mana, usually grasp mystic power more easily. Maybe he's an exception. Kane stroked his beard, asking skeptically, or is it the anomaly of the snowfield plains? Keatle propped his chin, pondering, I'm not sure. No one around me has ever sensed this so-called mystic power. Kane nodded, that's typical for those from the wastelands. In fact, even for most people, grasping mystic power isn't easy. Let me try channeling energy directly into you to open the path to mystic power. Keatle beamed, you're going to transmit aura? Kane nodded, something like that. Keatle, excited, said, all right, I'm ready. Kane replied, good. He stood, approaching Keatle from behind, advising, now, relax your entire body, focus inward, and gather all your senses within yourself. Kane gently placed his hand on Keatle's back. Now, feel the mana I'm channeling into you. Suddenly, his face paled. Thinking this body? He wondered, is he really human? How dense are these muscles? Kane's jaw dropped. It's like a sculpted boulder. Noticing Kane's stillness, Keatle turned, puzzled. Kane flinched. Oh, my apologies, my mind wandered. Regaining composure, he said, let's begin. Cain thought, I'll initiate the flow of aura. The key is to awaken the path to mystic power within him. He reassured himself, finding it shouldn't be too hard. But he froze, Confused, he muttered, what's this? Cain was briefly shocked. I can't find the path to mystic power in his body. More precisely, I can't even reach it. Cain, pale, looked at Keatle. No matter how far I extend my aura, it touches nothing, sees nothing. He thought, it's like swimming in an abyss. No, like being crushed by the pressure of the deep sea. Sweating, Cain muttered, this isn't good. Clearing his throat, he caught Keatle's alarmed glance. HM? Keatle's face darkened. What do you mean, not good? Are you saying I have no talent? Cain hesitated. No, that's not it. Just channeling aura into you isn't enough. He continued, to find mystic power, you must discover the inner path yourself, awakening the dormant strength. Keatle nodded hesitantly. I get it. But Cain interrupted. I couldn't find the path to your mystic power. Keatle's eyes widened. You're saying I can't comprehend mystic power? Cain said softly, not exactly. I can't even confirm if it exists in you. Keatle, skeptical, asked, what does that mean? Cain explained, your body is abnormal. To find mystic power, aura must reach deep within, but your body is so dense, my aura can't penetrate far enough. Cain worried, I've never seen this before. Could pure physicality block aura? Keatle, dejected, said, even a sword saint is stumped? He pouted, so I'll never grasp mystic power? Cain replied, it's hard to say. I can't confirm anything definitively. I don't even know if that path exists in you. Cain gently advised, you should seek a sword saint more versed in aura or a high-level mage. Bowing his head, he said, I'm sorry. Keatle responded softly, it's fine. Propping his chin, he added, there's still hope, and that's enough for today. Keatle stood, cheerfully thanking, thanks to you, I've learned a lot. I'm grateful. Cain remained silent, lost in thought. The barbarians I've met were wild, uncontrollable, plundering, drinking, living for violence, shunned by society. Pondering, he asked, but you're different. Have you ever considered joining this kingdom? Keatle tilted his head. What do you mean? Cain clarified. I mean swearing allegiance to the kingdom and earning a rank. With your strength, you'd rise high. I'd vouch for you. Keatle smiled. That's an interesting offer. But he bowed. I'll decline. I don't want to be bound. Cain thought, if we had him, we might break free from the Empire's control. He pressed. Even so, doesn't a rank tempt you? Or the treasury? Keatle's face darkened. Then he grinned. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. Cain, surprised, stammered. Is that so? Understood. Keatle raised a hand. Cheerfully. Anyway, thank you. I won't forget this kindness. Cain, pensive, stayed silent. Minutes later, he left the room, wandering the halls, berating himself. I was foolish. Dazed, he thought. I thought I could control him, even briefly, but that's impossible. He mused. This barbarian acts solely on his own will. He might cooperate, but that's it. Only his own thoughts reside within. Cain speculated, I don't know what he's thinking. He might be more unpredictable than other barbarians. Exhausted, he said, a being from a demon land, a barbarian of the snowfield plains. Sighing, he muttered, Conquering a demon land. What's the Emperor planning? In Luke Barkin's study, he asked sternly, so the Emperor really intends to conquer the demon lands? Cain replied, even if he's dying in the name of reconnaissance. Luke, skeptical, asked, are you serious? Cain sighed, absolutely. Maybe he thinks he's the incarnation of an ancient emperor. Cain added, anyway, that's a future concern. We haven't even unified all human territories. Luke paled, weary, it's only a matter of time. Cain reminded, right, this land is still under the Empire. We could be summoned anytime, so prepare. Luke nodded, thank you. Cain sighed, leaning back. The world's already chaotic, and now the Emperor's half mad. It's a headache. Luke snapped to attention, voice low, the rumors are true? Cain confirmed, yes, the demons are mobilizing. Luke, shocked, paled. Cain continued, the dungeon outbreaks are abnormal too. Nothing's certain, but some say the demon land's taint is leaking. Cain thought, something's happening, and whatever it is, it's a calamity for humanity. He suddenly recalled, come to think of it, the strangest thing might already be among us. Luke nodded, indeed. Cain asked softly, what do you think? Luke hesitated, I don't know. Tense, he said, at least he's not an enemy. Beyond that, I can't say. Keatle briskly left Luke Barkin's manor, striding joyfully through the streets. Suddenly, he paused, glancing around. Townsfolk and children trembled, shrinking away at the sight of him. As Keatle looked ahead, passers-by hurriedly hid behind walls, terrified. He mused, propping his chin. He thought, are they scared of me? My clothes? Muttering, maybe because I'm not dressed in what they call proper attire? A fur vest is decent enough. He reflected, but it probably doesn't look civilized. They must think I'm crazy and want nothing to do with me. Keatle completely misunderstood. His eyes suddenly lit up with determination. All right. Clenching his fist cheerfully, he decided, I'll buy some civilized clothes. At a luxurious tailor shop, the door creaked open. The shopkeeper began, welcome, but froze, his face paling. Keatle strode in boldly, I want to buy clothes. The shopkeeper, terrified, thought, a barbarian? Bowing nervously, he stammered, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we don't have anything to fit your stature. Keatle huffed, what a hassle. No options? The shopkeeper, cowering, said, if you're willing to wait, we can custom make something for you. Keatle brightened, oh really? Do it. The shopkeeper, trembling, managed to look up. Yes, of course. We'll contact you when it's ready. He thought, if he doesn't like the clothes. Imagining Keatle roaring, you call this clothing? The shopkeeper inwardly wept. Will I even survive this? On his way to the guild, Keatle stopped. What's this? At his feet lay a blue gemstone. He picked it up, examining it curiously, a jewel. The gem gleamed with a stunning blue glow. Keatle frowned. Tucking it into his pouch, he said, I'll ask the guild about it. At the guild, Keatle produced the gem, asking softly, do you know what this is? He placed it in Rosa's hand. I found it on my way here. It doesn't seem ordinary. Rosa inspected it, noting it's very smooth, polished, and carved. The gem's blue sheen captivated her, no markings or names. She murmured, why does it feel valuable? Noticing her distraction, Keatle snapped his fingers loudly. Rosa snapped out of it, holding the gem, bewildered. Keatle asked, you okay? Rosa, flustered, said, huh? What do you mean? Keatle replied, you looked entranced by the gem. Rosa frowned. Me? Keatle waved it off, never mind. Rosa examined the gem again. Still, it's hard to place. I sense a strange energy from it. Want me to have it appraised? Keatle smiled. Thanks, but I'll investigate myself. That's part of the fun. He asked, anyway, any tasks today? Rosa quickly replied, oh, yes, hold on, I'll get the task list. She handed him a list, street sweeping, sewer cleaning, weeding, potato digging. Keatle scanned it cheerfully. Hours later, as dusk fell, Keatle earned another sum, placing it on the table. Sprawling on his bed, he sighed, another glorious day. Holding the gem up, he studied it seriously. What is this thing? Muttering, Rosa looked like she was losing her mind over it. Does it have some power? Keatle frowned. A sound emanated from the gem. Keatle bolted upright. Come to me? He wondered, what the hell? Is it trying to lead me somewhere? A map appeared in his mind. Keatle, exasperated, said, some kind of mystic control? The gem continued glowing blue, repeating, come to me. Keatle sighed. Glancing at the sky through the window, he said, fine, let's go. The gem persisted, come to me. Keatle snapped, I said I'm coming, shut up. He followed its guidance. Suddenly looking up, before him was a dark cave. He wondered, this is the place? Keatle smirked. Inside, a skull-like monster watched him. The gem still called, come to me. Keatle replied, I'm here. Where's the one behind this voice? Before a mystic water-like barrier, a low voice sneered, another sacrificial lamb steps in. The figure scoffed, a foolish barbarian this time? At least he's big, good enough for a sacrifice. Sitting within a magic circle, he muttered. The skull monster whispered, that's enough people. This must be a dream. Even resurrection is possible? The image of a sinister old man with a malicious smirk emerged, his gaunt hands seemingly manipulating the world, his cold, piercing eyes radiating unmasked malice. During the brutal wars that once engulfed kingdoms, countless realms fell to ashes. Behind those chaotic years loomed the shadow of a dark mage who pulled the strings of humanity's fate. With his dark magic, he manipulated the minds of numerous kings, igniting bloody conflicts to seize power. But his crimes eventually crossed the line of both gods and men. The tables turned, and he became the hunted, pursued by resolute heroes sworn to end his tyrannical reign. Yet, on the brink of death, he performed a forbidden ritual, transferring his soul into a vessel, transforming himself into a lich, a being that traps its soul in a living host, immortal until the host is destroyed. In his new form, the dark mage who once made the world tremble quietly plotted his resurrection, nurturing ambitions to reclaim the world with overwhelming power. To complete the resurrection ritual, he needed countless lives as sacrifices. He hid in the shadows, choosing a remote, tranquil land where no one suspected the presence of evil. From there, he spread deadly whispers, sowing chaos and silence. Innocent lives were offered, transformed into the soul stones needed to revive his power. His plan neared completion, but an inexplicable mystery appeared, shaking the confidence of this manipulator of darkness. Why was a barbarian here? A sacrificial lamb? This isolated land, far from prying eyes, was the perfect place to quietly amass power. But Ketel's presence, a wayward barbarian, unsettled the lich. Ketel stood there, cluelessly looking around, unwittingly falling into the lich's sights. A barbarian in such a remote place was abnormal, like a harbinger of an approaching storm. The lich closely observed Ketel's every move, his cold gaze as if piercing through his soul. Creatures from the north must have traveled far, he thought. Judging Ketel's robust physique, he saw a perfect sacrifice. The lich's hands began gathering energy, a floating blue orb emitting a bewitching glow. The enchanted gem had a special effect, luring only those who hadn't awakened mystic power, a perfect trap. Those mesmerized by the gem were easy prey, unawakened to mystic power. In that moment, Ketel suddenly flashed a radiant smile, as if seeing something intriguing. So this barbarian is just an ordinary fool, without mystic power, the lich thought, but Ketel's confidence sparked doubt. Could it be mere luck? He smirked triumphantly, unaware that his prey was about to become the hunter. Come, barbarian, become a sacrifice for my glorious resurrection. The lich roared, his voice echoing from the realm of the dead. Ketel, without hesitation, stepped through the entrance to the lich's lair. As the eerie blue light flashed from the lich's eyes, Ketel widened his eyes, awestruck by the horrific scene. A true lich, its skeletal form clutching a powerful staff, stood towering, its cold gaze fixed on him. Ketel instantly recognized the terrifying truth. A lich, a being only the most elite mages could become, a supreme villain straight out of fantasy tales. He couldn't believe he faced a real lich. But then, the lich frowned, voice dripping with doubt. What are you? Don't tell me you weren't drawn by the gem. Ketel replied instantly, eyes gleaming with confidence. So you used that trick to lure people here. His response stunned the lich, shaking his very existence. He sensed no mystic power from Ketel. In other words, he was just an ordinary barbarian. Yet how could he resist the gem's power? The lich narrowed his eyes, hypothesizing, you have some artifact protecting your mind, don't you? He thought only a high-grade artifact could counter his perception. But Ketel just shrugged. Forbidden artifact? I've got nothing. Suddenly, the lich swung his staff, tendrils of blue-white energy drawn into it, like souls from the scattered skeletons across the cave. You think you can fool me? He bellowed. If you'd accepted your fate quietly, you could have died painlessly. 2 skeletons rose, each wielding a sharp sword. Summon my minions. The lich commanded, and instantly, one skeleton charged at Ketel with terrifying speed. But Ketel only smirked, his smile brimming with defiance. A dungeon with an evil lich inside. I think I get what's going on. As the skeleton leaped, sword raised, Ketel casually swatted it away like a mosquito, reducing it to dust. The lich, horrified, eyes wide, couldn't believe what he saw. Ketel brushed off his clothes, remarking, weaker than I expected. The lich gritted his teeth, sweat pouring like a stream. He swung his staff, summoning more skeletons. Let's see how long you can stay cocky. A slashing sound rang out as a horde of skeletons rushed Ketel. But he sighed, bored, clenched his fist, and with one swing, shattered the entire group into dust. A single kick crushed one skull, and the last was dispatched in an instant. The lich's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Looking at the disintegrated bones, Ketel said slowly, Kazan wasn't wrong. Destroy their heads, and they die. Rubbing his head, eyes sparkling, he added, a real lich. Surely you can summon something stronger than these rotting bones. Ketel's words stabbed like a dagger into the Lich's heart. Just these pathetic skeletons? He pointed his staff at Ketel, the green soul stone atop it glowing brilliantly. The skeletons transformed, donning towering armor, becoming skeletal knights. Ketel recognized them instantly, eyes gleaming, skeletal knights? Interesting. The Lich spread his hands, the energy surging, roaring, kill him. The skeletal knight charged like a gust, sword slashing. Ketel, fearless, even thrilled, punched the knight, sending it flying meters away, crashing into a rock wall with a deafening explosion. Amid the dust, the knight rose, mouth agape, emitting a green aura. Ketel remarked calmly, "Oh, you're tougher than the last one." The Lich roared, eyes blazing, "Unleash all your dark power." The skeletal knight radiated terrifying energy, charging at Ketel, ready to crush everything in its path. Ketel watched the skeletal knight charge at him with frenzied speed, his eyes flickering with a mix of curiosity and excitement. "What's this now?" he wondered, his voice low and contemplative. As the knight closed within inches, Ketel's hand suddenly clenched, seizing the skeletal frame crafted by the Lich. With a lightning-fast move, he unleashed a punch straight into its skull, powerful as a thunderclap. A deafening explosion echoed, scattering rocks and dust, shrouding the area in a thick haze. Ketel stood still, his piercing gaze fixed, awaiting the outcome. On the other side, the Lich's jaw dropped, his hollow eyes wide with sheer horror. He couldn't believe a being like Ketel could so effortlessly destroy his most formidable creation. As the dust cleared, the skeletal knight's form had completely vanished. Ketel stepped forward, his foot crushing the severed skeletal arm with a gruesome crack. He looked straight at the Lich, his voice brimming with challenge. "It's a bit different, but in the end, no big deal. Is that all you've got?" In that moment, the Lich's arrogance crumbled, his mouth agape, speechless. "Who are you?" The Lich roared, his voice trembling with confusion and fear. 1,000 chaotic thoughts surged within him. He sensed no mystic power from this barbarian. If Ketel wielded an artifact, he would have detected its mana, but there was nothing, no trace at all. His eyes scanned Ketel's sturdy frame, realizing a terrifying truth. This must be his pure physical strength. He defeated a skeletal knight with sheer physical power? The Lich could scarcely believe it. "You're truly extraordinary," he blurted, voice thick with astonishment. Suddenly, Ketel's eyes gleamed as if spotting something. He stared at the Lich's staff, where dark green energy gathered, radiating a menacing aura. "Fine, I'll deal with you myself," the Lich growled, his voice dripping with pride. A torrent of dark energy surged toward Ketel, as if to engulf him. Consider it an honor. But Ketel, far from fearful, seemed oddly exhilarated. His cheeks flushed, his mouth agape like a child seeing a new toy. Soon, the darkness enveloped him. The Lich, assuming Ketel was trembling in fear, sneered, "Scared now? Good, quiver, barbarian." He rambled on, "You'll pay for daring to step into my sanctum." Ketel, with a puzzled look, spoke up. "Old man, I came because that gem was yapping nonstop." His words stunned the Lich, sweat pouring like a river. Ketel continued, "Weren't you the one who sent it?" The Lich slumped, memories of Ketel flooding his mind. Indeed, everyone who came here was lured by the gem, and this barbarian was no exception. Driven by desperation, the Lich raised his staff, shouting, "Shut up, barbarian! I am the great and mighty sorcerer who destroyed 5 kingdoms and battled heroes. Kolosha, Barkhan, Danayan, Hayes, Luke." Hearing the names, Ketel recalled, "Queen Elfo Sagrado Hashian Karusha." He thought, why do names in this world have to be longer than 2 lines? Swirling dark energy enveloped the Lich, forming the foundation for his resurrection ritual. "Lowly barbarian," he bellowed. The black aura soon formed a vortex, hurtling toward Ketel. He stood motionless, eyes intently observing the strange phenomenon. In his mind, he saw a dark vortex, a mind control spell amplifying negative emotions, trapping victims in despair, shattering their psyche. This unique spell, crafted by Cardos, was nearly invincible, requiring minimal mana. The Lich smirked inwardly. A barbarian ignorant of mystic power can't resist this advanced magic. He muttered, "What should I do next?" Ketel, head bowed, expressionless, unnerved the Lich. This barbarian's off. He carries no artifacts. Cardos snapped his fingers, commanding, capture him for later study. Drag him. A skeletal minion activated, trudging heavily toward Keetle. His body seemed to waver, but his eyes suddenly flashed with a vivid purple glow. With a lightning-fast kick, he reduced the minion to dust. The Lich, horrified, eyes wide, was stunned by this human's power. Another explosion rocked the cave, debris flying, the Lich's mouth agape, as if tearing. How? He screamed. My mind control spell worked perfectly. Keetle extended a hand, voice dripping with disdain. You just stand there staring, planning to send more skeletons like before? His face showed clear boredom. His words pierced Cardos's fragile heart like a dagger. Humans are ruled by emotions, the Lich muttered, trying to regain composure. No matter how strong, everyone harbors negative emotions, unable to resist mind control magic. But Keetle, with innocent curiosity, asked, Don't you know basic spells like fireballs or magic arrows? The Lich, head bowed, roared, How dare you compare my magic to such low-tier tricks? Suddenly, his eyes gleamed, summoning a wave of dark energy, black as ink, spreading everywhere. A formation crafted by Cardos engulfed everything, drowning minds in chaos. Keetle, seeing this, had eyes shining like headlights, clearly thrilled. The intertwined black-green and white energies surged toward him, dust exploding. Cardos roared, voice commanding. Laughing maniacally, spewing dark energy, he declared, Victory is mine, Barbarian. Cardos, drained of mana, collapsed, panting. I overdid it. All my mana's gone, just enough left to keep this body intact. But with that attack, he must finally. But a familiar voice cut through his fleeting joy. Impressive, Keetle stood tall and scathed, not a drop of sweat, casually asking, That's it? Cardos froze, unable to believe Keetle still stood. His mind reeled. I used the strongest dark magic in my arsenal. Even a great hero hit directly would have their mind shattered. What is he? Keetle looked at his hand, remarking casually, Really impressive, but I guess I didn't feel anything. In Cardos's shock, Keetle's voice boomed, If that's your whole performance. He gripped his sharp weapon tightly, his face serious, no trace of jest. Then it's my turn. Cardos lowered his voice, whispering cryptically, I see. Hearing this, Keetle flinched, his eyes betraying a mix of surprise and suspicion. Huh, Keetle exclaimed, while Cardos continued, his raspy voice echoing as if from the grave. You came here knowing who I am. Keetle responded instantly, voice brimming with confidence. Exactly, that's confirmed. But inwardly, a storm of doubt swirled. What's he blabbering about? Before he could make sense of it, Cardos burst into hearty laughter, his voice resounding through the cave. The Empire? You fear me that much? I must say, your intelligence network is impressive, finding me this quickly. He continued laughing smugly, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. But I'll return. I'll crush your swords and rule the world again. Suddenly, a powerful roundhouse kick, delivered with terrifying speed by a long-haired figure, caught Cardos off guard. He muttered, as if recalling something. I've heard of a place deep within the Empire that trains humans. The muscular man before him, surrounded by a purple-green glow as if brimming with explosive power, filled Cardos with both rage and fear. A facility producing countless anomalies, he thought. This barbarian must come from there. A sword forged solely to kill me. An assassin sent by the Empire. Cardos's cloaked skull gaped, roaring furiously. Even so, he bellowed his ambitions before Keetle. I am Cardos. I'll kill you and overthrow the Empire. Seeing his odd behavior, Keetle's face showed clear confusion. Is he nuts? He thought. Suddenly, Cardos summoned an ancient urn from thin air, its mystical glow shimmering. Witnessing the eerie spectacle, Keetle's eyes widened in awe. Cardos shouted, voice trembling with excitement. Focus, barbarian. Offer me your body. As he spoke, a sparkling stream from the urn surged into Keetle's body. Instantly, his body froze, as if bound by an invisible force. Cardos, with a sinister grin, invaded Keetle's mind, aiming to devour his soul. Once I do this, if I don't become a lich again, I'll be trapped in this body forever, he thought, his eyes blazing with absolute resolve. He laughed triumphantly. This body is mine. But within Ketel's mind, Cardos froze, stunned by the sight. What is this? This is the Barbarian's inner world? I've never seen anything like it. A creeping unease stirred within him. Ketel's inner world was like an endless abyss, throwing Cardos's mind into chaos, teetering on collapse. Something's wrong. Cardos clutched his head, voice shaking. Don't tell me the Empire. He screamed in agony. No, no, not even the Empire could create this. He wailed in terror, feeling his mind disintegrate. Cardos's final words rang out desperately. What? Before Ketel, Cardos collapsed, motionless on the ground. Witnessing this, Ketel frowned, utterly perplexed. What the hell? He did something to himself and just dropped. Muttering, he glanced at the fading black vortex. That black vortex looked cool, but that's it. He thought, a lich? Isn't that the ultimate evolution of a mage? I was so curious what kind of magic he'd use. Ketel clenched his fist, eyes glinting with disappointment. Turns out, liches in this world aren't that impressive. Anyway, I cleared the dungeon. Time for the reward. Ketel bent down, picking up the staff lying on the ground. It had glowed when Cardos cast spells, radiating mystic power. Examining it closely, he muttered, "Does this help cast magic? Could I use magic with it?" As he spoke, he accidentally dislodged the magical gem from the staff. Quickly picking it up, he tucked it into his pouch, thinking gleefully, better hide this beauty. Ketel scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the ancient urn. Since it belonged to a lich, is this a soul vessel? Picking it up, he murmured, I should have Rosa appraise it. Then, warily surveying the dungeon, he thought, I've collected enough rewards. Suddenly, Ketel's eyes fixed on a mysterious sigil floating in the air. Surprised, he said, What's this? A hidden room? He lightly touched the sigil. Instantly, black smoke billowed, and the sigil shattered into fragments. From the smoke, shadowy figures emerged, their dazed faces slowly becoming clear. They stood in a circle around Ketel, the Lich Cardos's secret ritual chamber. Ketel, astonished, exclaimed, It's real? Stepping closer, he observed the strangers. Who are these people? Waving a hand before a motionless man, he said, Hello. No response. He asked another, Anyone there? Silence. Ketel propped his chin, muttering, What now? Finally, he lowered his voice. All right, back to the territory for now. He thought, when I report this, they'll send someone to handle it. Returning to the territory, Ketel headed straight for Rosa. He appeared at the guild's reception, where Rosa was working. Seeing him, she greeted cheerfully. Oh, Sir Ketel, you're back early today. Ketel smiled, just some business to settle. Rosa, curious, asked, What kind of business? Ketel replied calmly, It's about that orb I showed you yesterday. His answer made Rosa uneasy. She replied cautiously, Oh, come on, don't joke. Ketel said firmly, I'm not joking. Rosa thought, a lich, one of only 5 in the world, appearing in a remote place like this? Ketel abruptly placed the ancient urn before Rosa, startling her. He continued, voice serious, I brought back what looks like a lich's soul vessel. Can you have it appraised? Rosa froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He's not joking? Rosa's face was etched with shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell is going on? Ketel, unfazed, spoke in a calm, warning tone. Oh, and there were some people inside too. He described the group trapped in the ancient urn, his voice steady. I thought about bringing them out, but their minds were completely gone, so I left them. Best to have the guild send someone to check. Before he could finish, Rosa interrupted, her voice trembling. Excuse me. She thought, fear creeping into her words. There have been disappearances in the territory lately, but no trace of them was found. If a lich caused this. Suddenly, Rosa shouted, voice panicked. Hold on, I'll call someone immediately. Moments later, a guard burst into the room, yelling, What's going on? A lich? What did you say? Seeing Ketel, he froze as Ketel waved cheerfully, a friendly smile on his face. Yo, what's up? Ketel calmly told the guard. It's handled, nothing to worry about. No big deal. The guard turned the question back, voice skeptical. Wait, you mean? After hearing Ketel's full account, he shouted Cardos? Ketel shrugged, nonchalant. Yeah, I think that was his name. Curious, Ketel asked, eyes gleaming, you know him? The guard replied instantly, voice brimming with agitation. Of course. Cardos, a sorcerer who shook the world over a century ago. creator of emotion-manipulating magic, sowing endless chaos. He drove kings mad, bringing 5 kingdoms to ruin. And now he's here as a lich. He looked at Keatle suspiciously. Is this for real? Keatle nodded, voice light. Yeah, but he wasn't that impressive. Just pulled some weird tricks, and then collapsed on his own. The guard, stunned, muttered, "What the hell are you talking about?" He thought, impossible. A sorcerer like Cardo's self-destructing? Then he demanded, "I want a clearer explanation." Keatle shrugged, still casual. "Even if you say that, I've got nothing more to add." The guard sighed in frustration, turning to leave. Before exiting, he instructed, "Wait here. I'm reporting to the Lord." Hearing the news, Lord Luke Barkon exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell? A lich right next to my territory?" Skeptical, he asked, "Are you sure it was a lich? Could it be another kind of monster?" The guard replied respectfully, "Based on the survivors' accounts, it seems certain, sir. We have clear evidence." After hearing the full story, Luke muttered, "You mean a soul artifact?" He mused, voice laced with worry. A lich of that caliber hiding so close, and no one knew. The Empire might send investigators any moment. He frowned, exasperated. What a hassle. Finally, he ordered, "Prepare a letter for the capital." The guard complied, "Yes, my lord." Luke continued slowly, "Still, we might be lucky." The guard nodded. "Indeed, if the barbarian hadn't found it, we might have been the first victims." Luke agreed. Cardo's was likely preparing to resurrect as a lich, so it's very possible. The guard finished. Things were far from normal. Luke nodded firmly, highly likely. He added, "But even so, this is a remarkable feat. We must reward him fittingly." Looking out the window, he whispered, "Within the territory's means." The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the manor's windows. A servant's voice echoed, "Lord, Lord." Luke Barkon leapt from bed, donning his robe, saying calmly, "I'm up, let them in." The grand door opened, and the servant hurriedly reported, "My lord, Inquisitor Aquaz of the Sun God has arrived." Luke's face showed surprise. "What?" In the waiting room, Inquisitor Aquaz gazed absently at the morning scenery outside. Seeing her, white hair, pristine attire, poised demeanor, Luke was stunned. "What's this? Why is she here?" An Inquisitor of the Sun God, the youngest ever appointed, who beheaded 7 demon-contracted mages and single-handedly disrupted a massive summoning ritual. Aquaz, the most powerful figure on the continent, respected even by the Empire. In the reception room, the two sat across from each other, silent for a long moment. Luke spoke first, respectfully, "It's an honor to meet you. I am Luke Barkon, lord of this territory. Thank you for visiting, though it's a bit sudden." Aquaz introduced herself courteously. "I am Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God, judging heretics in his name." Her authority far surpassed a mere provincial lord, making Luke inwardly anxious. Why is someone like her here? Aquaz spoke slowly. "This territory has been quite lively lately." Luke hesitated. "There was a minor dungeon issue recently, now resolved." Aquaz nodded slightly but pressed, "Before discussing divine will, I'd like to hear more about recent events here." Luke's voice faltered, avoiding her gaze. "Well." After hearing the story, Aquaz asked sharply, eyes cold, "The barbarian? You mean the one who defeated the lich?" Luke replied nervously, "Yes, and it might be Cardo's." Aquaz's face showed shock. "What? He was here?" To confirm, Luke placed the ancient urn on the tea table, saying, "Here, Cardo's soul artifact." Seeing the urn, Aquaz's expression shifted. She clutched the sun symbol necklace at her chest, hesitating. "This is..." A dark atmosphere enveloped the room. Lowering her voice, she asked cautiously, "That barbarian, is he still in the territory?" Luke Barkon answered, his face grave, "He's still in the territory." Aquaz, the dignified woman sitting across from him, probed with a sharp gaze, "This barbarian defeated Cardo's? Is that truly possible?" Luke affirmed confidently, "It's true. Even Sir Kane was defeated by him." Aquaz's face flickered with shock, as if unable to believe what she heard. Each of her responses carried a question, as if digging for more clues. A new force has emerged. "Which tribe does this barbarian belong to?" Luke replied tensely, "He says he's from the Snowfield Plains." Aquaz envisioned Keatle's robust figure, her eyes glinting with suspicion. "The Snowfield Plains? You mean a barbarian from that desolate region? How could a creature from a demon land appear out here?" She hesitated, her voice lowering. "Could it be?" Then, with doubt, she said. Perhaps he's the reason I was sent here. Luke, not fully grasping, asked what? Aquaz, eyes resolute, replied, this barbarian. Can I meet him directly? In another room, candles arranged in a circle hung from chains on the ceiling, casting a dim glow. Beneath the table sat an ancient urn and a ceramic cup. Heedle held the shimmering blue gem between 3 fingers, wondering, how do you even use this thing? Lying on the bed, he held the gem up, imagining it set in a crescent-shaped tray. Looks like some kind of magical artifact, he mused. Guess I'll ask a mage later. Suddenly, Heedle's eyes lit up, as if realizing something. Hey? He sat up, looking out the window, muttering, come to think of it, it's about time. The guard captain entered, voice stern. The Inquisitor of the Sun God has requested to meet you. The location is the temple. Please show respect when you meet her. Keetle grinned. No worries. The captain's gaze fell on the gauntlet Keetle wore on his wrist, saying softly, you're here. He hesitated, tense. Keetle donned a sheepskin coat, arms crossed, relaxed, let's go. The captain led him to the temple, where a woman with long hair stood in the shadows, clad in black, exuding mystery. She opened her hand, holding an object emitting a purple glow. In this world, gods truly exist, she murmured. They grant power directly and can even descend where their followers gather. Inside the temple, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. Keetle, bewildered, thought, what makes this world's temples different? The captain whispered, we're here. Keetle looked up, seeing the sunflower emblem on the building's facade. His eyes sparkled. Mouth agape, the temple of the sun god. The captain led him to the grand door, instructing, someone will guide you inside. Keetle replied cheerfully, much appreciated. Keetle's footsteps echoed on the stone tiles, half still on the earthen ground. He entered, exclaiming at the majestic goddess statue, behind which hung a glowing circle. Blinding sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the space. 3 hooded figures approached, bowing, welcome, Sir Keetle. A woman stepped forward, saying, Inquisitor Aquaz awaits you. Please follow me. Keetle, tense, replied, all right. Aquaz greeted calmly, a pleasure to meet you. She sat on a wooden chair carved with floral patterns, surrounded by intricate blossoms. I am Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God. Keetle sat across, arms crossed, responding, nice to meet you. I'm Keetle, the Barbarian. He thought, eyes gleaming. So this is an Inquisitor? So young. She must be powerful. Aquaz, unsettled by his smile, wondered he's smiling. What's that about? Keetle asked, so, why did you want to meet me? Aquaz replied softly, well, about that. She lowered her head, voice somber. It's about the recent dungeon incident. A man in a black cloak stood beside her, raising a hand to summon crackling green lightning, his face hidden in shadow, eyes glinting dangerously. Aquaz, in contrast, remained calm, her eyes tinged with sadness. She explained, Cardos, the one you claim to have defeated, committed heinous crimes across the world. Noon sunlight streamed through the window, stretching across the wooden floor. Keetle watched her intently, the space between them silent. Aquaz continued, he became a lich, a foe only heroes could face. Keetle's mind conjured Cardos' image, a cloaked skeleton amid a black-purple vortex, cold light glinting off a skull mask, as if laughing. Keetle replied calmly, I've heard as much, but the Cardos I saw was just a lich flailing alone before self-destructing. He leaned back, eyes narrowing, serious yet composed. You may not believe me, but I can only tell you what I saw. In the sunlit room, Aquaz leaned forward, one hand gesturing as if explaining. Then, will you allow my god to directly witness this conversation? Keetle, arms crossed, asked, witness? Aquaz tilted her head, eyes calm but stern. Yes, if you lie before him, the god will react. Keetle questioned, some kind of divine interrogation? Aquaz nodded slightly, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek, though she remained composed. He's no ordinary barbarian, but still a barbarian. No way he'd agree to this. Of course, if you're uncomfortable, you can refuse. Keetle laughed heartily, eyes brimming with excitement. Why would I refuse? This is a perfect chance to experience divine power myself. You sure? Let's start now. Aquaz, stunned by his enthusiasm, blurted, what? He's actually excited. She wondered, doesn't this make you uneasy? Keetle replied cheerfully, what do you mean? With a god watching, why would I care? I've got nothing to hide. He added defensively, I've never told a single lie. Aquaz let out a soft ah, closing her eyes and clasping her hands in prayer. Oh my God, you who watch from the highest realm. The circular emblem with 4 radiant wings glowed, orange light streaks appearing around it. Her voice echoed, you who govern the sun itself. Please, with your gaze, reveal all falsehoods in this place. 2 sharp beams of light collided, a massive radiance pouring from the sky onto the temple roof, creating a thunderous roar. Keetle felt divine power touch his mind, exclaiming, what's this? I can feel it. A golden circle spread light, an unimaginable presence. Aquaz transformed into a bronze statue, a white floral pattern behind her, majestic beyond words. Keetle stood awestruck, gazing up, emotions swirling as the light carved intricate patterns. The two sat facing each other, Aquaz praying, Keetle bowing his head to sense it. After a moment, Aquaz opened her eyes, silently thanking. Thank the heavens, no reaction. She placed a hand on her chest, saying, let's begin. Keetle's eyes grew tense, but he smiled. From now, in this pillar of light, no lies shall exist. Under the radiant gaze of the sun god, their conversation began in a solemn yet tense atmosphere. Keetle, with a calm tone, recounted his conquest of the dungeon, each detail matching his previous statements perfectly, without a hint of contradiction or deceit. His words carried an air of sincerity, as if the truth was etched into every syllable. Perhaps Cardos, once a mighty figure, had grown significantly weaker during his resurrection preparations. If Cardos had retained his peak magical prowess, even a barbarian as skilled as Keetle surely wouldn't be standing here, casually narrating his tale. Luck, or perhaps fate, had sided with him. After a moment of silence, Keetle spoke up, his voice gentle but enough to snap Aquaz out of her thoughts. Have I cleared your doubts? Aquaz, hands resting on her chest, let out a relieved sigh and nodded. Yes, thank you. Forgive my rudeness. Keetle smiled, his eyes gleaming with leniency. No worries. I found it quite exciting. Aquaz tilted her head, a spark of curiosity in her eyes, and continued. Then, may I ask you something personal? Keetle nodded, his tone cheerful. Of course, go ahead. She paused, as if weighing her words carefully. Then, with a cautious tone, she asked, Are you truly from the snowfield plains? The sudden question caught Keetle off guard, his eyes flickering briefly before returning to their usual calm. Yes, he replied, voice firm but not boastful. Aquaz's brow furrowed, her eyes tinged with doubt. A thought crossed her mind. Could he be the legendary gray barbarian of the Empire? Not letting the mood falter, Keetle spoke up, his tone playfully teasing. Now let me ask you something. Why did you come to this land? The question startled Aquaz, who stammered, I have personal matters here. Keetle crossed his arms, his sharp gaze piercing. Those personal matters. Were they to confirm if I'm some kind of abomination? His words struck like a blade, leaving Aquaz stunned. I don't know what you mean, she replied, but her voice betrayed her unease. Keetle muttered, as if to himself, the divine eye. I'm not sure, but a god personally overseeing this? That's not common unless it's to detect a lie. Aquaz's brow furrowed, her mind roiling. She wanted to deny it, to say it wasn't true, but under the divine eye's gaze, all lies would be exposed. After an internal struggle, she sighed, her voice low. You're right. Keetle smiled, a confident yet cryptic grin. So from the start, you were targeting me, weren't you? Aquaz quickly shook her head. It's not like that. Lowering her voice, she continued, there was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the one mentioned in it. But the result, you've seen it. She bowed slightly, hand on her chest, voice sincere. I'm sorry for hiding my true intentions. Keetle brushed it off, waving a hand. No big deal. I found it interesting in its own way. One more question, then. What did the prophecy say? The question made Aquaz flinch. In her mind, a voice cautioned, normally, I shouldn't reveal this to someone I don't fully trust. But her hand tightened around her necklace, voice trembling. The prophecy said. She paused, as if the words were too heavy to speak. Keetle watched her, eyes patient yet resolute, waiting. The conversation ended, and Keetle left, leaving Aquaz standing silently by the window, her gaze somber as she looked into the distance. Footsteps broke the quiet from outside. She glanced over, voice cold. Lord. Luke, the Lord, approached, observing her. You seem troubled today. Aquaz nodded, voice low, yes. I met him, but it only left me more confused. Luke frowned, curious, who is he really? Aquaz replied firmly, he's definitely a barbarian from the snowfield plains. Luke started, really? She nodded, eyes tinged with worry, yes. We have no information from the snowfield plains, but it's true, and I've confirmed it. In her heart, a faint hope that it was just a rumor crumbled. The truth weighed on her like a heavy stone. Luke's voice lowered. If this gets out, the world will be shaken. Many want to explore the snowfield plains, especially the Emperor. If he takes action himself, imagine the chaos. Aquaz reassured, voice calm but firm, no need to worry. We'll handle Cardos ourselves and keep the barbarian's existence hidden from the public. Luke sighed in relief but couldn't hide his curiosity. That's good. Are all snowfield plains barbarians like him? He dismissed his own thought. No way. If they were all like him, they'd have left the plains and conquered the world long ago. Aquaz nodded slightly, but another thought surfaced. What if those supremely powerful beings also possess intelligence? Luke, as if reading her mind, added, come to think of it, I heard this barbarian king is different. He has both strength and wisdom. Aquaz envisioned a shadowy figure, voice low, the king of all barbarians, you mean him? She sighed, eyes distant. I only met him once, but he's indeed completely different from typical barbarians. Luke bowed his head, voice somber. If those two met, it'd be fascinating. Aquaz shook her head, voice cold. I don't think so. Relations between barbarians and those who serve the gods have never been good. Their growing strength isn't something we can laugh off. Luke pressed curiously. What did the prophecies say that made you meet him? Aquaz flinched, replying, I needed to confirm some things. Luke frowned. Confirm? What does that mean? She continued, to see if he's purely human or something masquerading as one. Luke started, voice trembling, my God, what did the prophecy say? Aquaz replied, voice deep as an abyss, the prophecy said. But she stopped, eyes betraying unease. After the talk with Aquaz, Luke summoned Keetle. Before him, he spoke warmly, you doing all right? Keetle smiled, relaxed. I've been living well in the territory these days. He added, eyes gleaming, so, why'd you call me again? Luke replied formally, as Lord, I have something to discuss. Keetle cut in, tone teasing, I'm not big on formalities. Luke quickly clarified, no, I've prepared a reward for saving the territory. He tapped the chair's armrest, eyes meaningful. A servant entered, carrying a large bag and placing it before Keetle. Surprised, Keetle muttered, a leather bag? Luke smiled, voice cryptic, not just any leather bag. Check it yourself. He held the bag, his eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. Luke spoke up to explain. This is a magical storage bag. You can store as many items as you want, as long as there's space inside. The interior is about the size of a room. Seeing this, he peered inside the bag. At that moment, he saw an incredibly vast space within. He muttered to himself, a magical artifact? An object created by magic. This is the first time I've seen a real magical artifact in person. Luke continued, even if an item is larger than the bag's opening, you can still fit as much as you want inside. Hearing this, Keetle immediately pulled out a large axe, murmuring, in that case, let's test it with an item. From the outside, it looked like it wouldn't fit, but as soon as he brought the axe near the bag, it was instantly sucked inside, startling Keetle slightly. Luke went on, to retrieve something, just reach in and visualize the item you want. Keetle followed the instructions immediately. In an instant, he retrieved his axe and exclaimed, wow, that's incredible. Luke added, this is my gift to you, in return for saving the territory. I hope you like it. Keetle responded enthusiastically, like it? I absolutely love it. I'll make sure to use it to its fullest. Seeing his joyful reaction, Luke felt a quiet satisfaction and thought to himself, seeing you so happy makes me happy too. All right, I think this matter is settled. Now, all that's left is... At that moment, he spoke up and asked, the prophecy, right? After hearing the prophecy, Kane's expression grew more serious. He spoke, what exactly is happening in this distant land? Otherworldly creatures from the demon realm are flooding into the world. It seems something significant is unfolding in this world. Hearing this, Luke thought to himself, it's likely related to this prophecy. The prophecy foretold that a demon would descend, a great demon. It will arrive and spread across the world. The Varkan territory and the network of countless villages maintained periodic contact with one another. Then one day, communication with one of the villages suddenly ceased. At first, no one thought much of it. But as days passed without any news, a nearby village sent people to investigate, and they never returned. Upon hearing this, the Lord dispatched guards, but they too never came back. Only then did the Lord realize something serious was happening. Turning to Rosa, Ketel approached her and asked, "What requests do we have today?" She raised a finger and said, "There's an urgent request today." Ketel asked curiously, "What's it about?" She continued, "It's to check on a village that's lost contact. A few days ago, one of the villages stopped responding entirely. You just need to go and assess the situation. It's a simple departure mission, but the reward is quite generous." Hearing this, Ketel let out an intrigued "oh." He rubbed his chin and said, "I like jobs like that. I'll take this mission." Hearing this, Rosa let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, just as I expected. The scene shifted outside, where a few mercenaries stood in silence, as if waiting for something. In one corner, Hayes leaned against a tree, her gaze lowered as if lost in thought. Then, from a distance, footsteps approached her position, and a voice called out, "Hayes." The call startled her, and she looked toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing the person, she suddenly shouted, "Ketel." Ketel's lips curved into a smile. He appeared in a completely different look, more human-like. Seeing this, Hayes asked curiously, "Your clothes?" Ketel raised a hand, looking at his new outfit, and exclaimed, "Oh, I just had this made. The old one I was wearing was all worn out." She stepped closer, remarking, "The design looks pretty unique." Ketel replied, "I had it custom designed." Hayes responded, "That's impressive." Then she got to the point. "Oh, by the way, you're taking this mission too, right, Ketel?" He nodded and said, "Of course. I couldn't pass up an interesting mission like this." Hearing this, Hayes frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Just as I thought, he's really something else." Then she asked, "But why are you alone? Aren't your team members coming along?" At this, he remembered his two old teammates from the dungeon conquest and muttered, "Cassin and Alexandro aren't joining?" She asked, "They must have received the mission details already. Maybe they declined to participate, right?" Hearing this, Ketel understood and nodded. "I see." Then he glanced into the distance. At that moment, only 3 others were joining him on this mission. He let out a soft sigh and said, "Fewer people than I expected." He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "The mission seems simple and the reward is high. I thought more people would sign up. And yet, there aren't even 10 of us in total." Hayes interrupted him. "It's definitely a dangerous mission." He turned to her and asked, "But so what? The mission itself seems straightforward." She began to explain, "Yes, it sounds simple, but the reward is unusually high. There are rumors that the guards who went never returned. So, in the end, this isn't exactly a simple mission." Hearing this, Ketel began to think, Even so, the number of participants is too low. I thought there'd be at least 10 people." At this, Hayes leaned closer and whispered, "Actually, there's a rumor going around." Ketel asked curiously, "What rumor?" She didn't explain directly, instead giving a wry smile and gesturing forward with her hand. Ketel followed her gesture. In the direction she pointed, Aquaz, the sun god's inquisitor, approached, leaving Ketel puzzled. Not many mercenaries dared to work with a sun god inquisitor. Seeing Aquaz's serious expression, Hayes pursed her lips and said, "She's not planning to split my head in two, is she?" Ketel reassured her, "No way. She's a good person." Hayes was taken aback and interrupted, "Wait, you know Lady Aquaz?" He replied, "Of course, she's my friend." This response left Hayes utterly shocked. Her eyes widened as she muttered to herself, "An inquisitor and a barbarian friends?" Seeing Aquaz approach, Ketel stepped forward and greeted her. "Great to see you." She responded, "I don't recall us being friends." Unfazed, Ketel laughed and said, "Ha, you heard that? Well, starting now, we can be friends." Faced with his slightly naive words, Aquaz remained silent, her expression unreadable. Then she glanced at the people around them and said, "By the way, your teammate serves another god, doesn't she? I mean Lady Calrosia." Ketel cheerfully replied, "Oh, so you're like her?" Aquaz, a bit embarrassed, responded, Yes, but wait. You said she's a kind woman serving Calrosia? Ketel asked curiously. Is there a problem? She replied, No, it's just that, from what I know, followers of Lady Calrosia are in a period of seclusion. Only those of higher status can act during this time. Don't tell me. She let out a soft sigh, and Hayes quickly interjected. No, it's nothing. Aquaz continued. I can't know the details of every sect, so I might be mistaken. Then, from a distance, someone approached and called out. You're here. The voice caught Ketel's attention. It was the captain of the guards. Looking at him, Ketel greeted. We meet again. The captain responded. I welcome everyone who's accepted this request. Now that we're all here, let's set off. The group began moving. Aquaz's eyes darted around, wary of something. Ketel glanced at the team, thinking, all of us gathered like this feels like we're heading to clear a dungeon. Noticing Aquaz standing still, staring ahead, Ketel approached, asking, Does starting now mean it's time? Her question snapped her out of her thoughts. She looked at him, replying, I'm not sure. The god didn't reveal the exact timing. It could just be that we lost contact with the village. But it also means there's a chance. Recalling the prophecy, she continued, The god foretold that evil will descend, a great demon's arrival. Ketel muttered, A great demon? After traveling for a while, the captain announced, We're here. The scene before Ketel and Hay startled them. The village was desolate, devoid of people. The captain explained, This is the village entrance. Turning to Aquaz, he asked, What do you sense? She replied, No aura at all. The captain's face fell, then it might have escaped. He addressed the group. Everyone, split up and search for clues. The others responded half-heartedly, but Ketel said eagerly, Got it. This village holds about 100 people. No way they vanished without a trace. There's got to be something. The captain ordered, Start searching. Opening a room, a young blonde man found a table laden with steaming food, exclaiming, This is... He rushed out, telling the captain, There's food here. The captain said, They might have left it while fleeing. The blonde clarified, No, I mean it's freshly cooked, still warm. The captain's face stiffened. What? He inspected the steaming dishes, muttering, What's going on? We lost contact days ago. Since then, many were sent here, but none returned. Turning to the blonde, he asked, Any traces? The blonde replied, No signs they left or hid elsewhere. The captain pondered, So many signs of daily life, yet no one's here. How? He ordered, Keep searching for now. The blonde nodded, Understood. Approaching a swordsman, the captain asked, What's over there? The swordsman scratched his head, Same thing. I found hot food in the houses. People were clearly living here, but there's no one, no footprints even. The captain turned to Aquaz. Do you know anything? She bowed her head. I don't. He asked Ketel, What about you? Ketel replied, No significant clues yet. I don't sense any aura either. Frustrated, the captain groaned. This is driving me insane. Ketel suggested, Why not ask someone who might know? The captain started, What? Ketel looked into the village, saying, Can't you feel it? There's someone else here. The captain gasped. Wait, what? Someone else? In other words, no one was here when they arrived. Thinking back, who was that woman? When did she join us? A stunning blonde woman, unnoticed by the captain, had slipped into Ketel's team. She approached, rubbing her chin. Interesting. You noticed me despite my perfect disguise. Ketel stared at her. A stranger showing up suddenly? Of course we'd notice. She countered. No, most wouldn't. Even the sun god's inquisitor didn't. Turning to Aquaz, she added, You didn't sense me either. Looking back at Ketel, she smiled slyly. You haven't awakened any special ability yet. Her cryptic smile widened. Who are you? This is an unexpected harvest. The captain shouted. Everyone fall back. The team retreated, responding, Yes. He called to Aquaz, Aquaz. But she stood frozen, thinking, I sensed nothing, no aura at all. Her words shocked the captain and Hayes. Even the top inquisitor of the highest order couldn't detect her. That left two possibilities. 1, she wasn't a demon. 2, she was a demon so advanced she was undetectable. The blonde woman sighed. It's over. I wanted to observe you longer before dragging him to the abyss. Then she declared, I've decided, interesting barbarian. Her body transformed. Her face melted, claws sprouted from her hands, and twisted horns emerged on her head. In seconds, She became a true demon, proclaiming, "You'll be my slave and descend to hell with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. Immediately, a colossal magic orb appeared in her hand, emitting an immense pressure. Then she rose into the air like a deity. Below, Ketel's group looked up with utter astonishment. Seeing this, the nearby captain shouted, "Everyone run! Quickly hurry!" But no sooner had he spoken than it was already too late. They were all enclosed by the energy circle of the magic orb. They slammed against the magical barrier with all their might, screaming, "No, no! Open! Open up!" Looking down from above, she smiled triumphantly and said, "This entire village is my domain. No one can escape, for you are all my prey." Hearing this, the soldiers shouted, "A demon? Impossible! How could there be a demon here?" Hearing that, Ketel asked in confusion, "A demon?" Hayes trembled with fear and stammered, "Yes, it's a demon named." Before she could say the name, she clasped her hands together and begged, "Lady Calrosia, please save me." Startled by her fear, Ketel tightened his hands, then stepped forward and placed his hand on Hayes' head, comforting her. "Calm down. I'm here with you." He then asked, "But what does that demon's name mean?" She bowed her head slightly and began to explain, "Not everything called a demon in this world is powerful. They are called demons out of convenience. In reality, most are merely fragments of malice and magical energy. However, there are entities that are true demons. They are born from darkness, without a mother, and name themselves by their own will. They are genuine demons. Even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom." Looking at the demon before them, Ketel said, "Then that name must be one of them, right?" Hayes beside him nodded. "Yes, exactly. Judging by those horns, it's a Shishir, a demon that appeared hundreds of years ago. Why would one show up in such a remote land?" Ketel stepped forward, touched the magical wall, and asked, "So we can't break this thing?" She replied, "No, this place has become a demon's domain. Unless the demon is destroyed, there is no way to break the seal." Touching the wall in front of him made it ripple slightly, which greatly intrigued him. Then his expression suddenly fell into thought for a few seconds. After that, he began to toy with the wall like a child, thinking to himself, maybe I'll watch a bit longer, haha. At his odd behavior, a question mark appeared over Hayes' head, and she asked, "What are you doing over there?" He turned back and replied cheerfully, "Nothing at all." Hearing that, she flinched and said, "I see." Returning to Aqua's position, her lips tightened as she said angrily, "Is this the demon's idea of a joke?" Ashishir stepped forward and said, "Is it? Isn't it rather entertaining? Doesn't it make you want to investigate further?" A village vanished, yet signs suggest someone had just been here. It's just a demon's trick. Perhaps it merely treats the villagers as toys. What a sick prank. Amid this slightly dramatic exchange, Ketel somehow produced popcorn and munched away, watching the spectacle like a movie in a theater. A demon with a name? Summoning such a demon would require a massive sacrifice. The population of a single village wouldn't be enough, and to have an entire domain altered without anyone noticing should be impossible. So how did it descend into this world? At this question, Ashisha replied coldly, "Do you really think I'd tell you?" Aqua's expression turned grave, a radiant light flashing in her eyes. She clenched her fist and said, "Filth that taints this land." At the taunt, Ashisha gently brushed back her hair and laughed. "Ha ha ha, filth? Not pure am I." Then she cast a cold glance downward and spoke, "Hey, dogs of the gods, do you think your gods will save you? Listen well, cracks are gradually appearing in this world. This world no longer belongs to you alone. Long ago, gods and humans fought the infernal demons. The victory went to the gods and humanity. The demons were expelled from this world, from hell's torment. I have waited for this day for a very long time. I am Ashishir, the demon of gravity. I will cleanse the old shame and drown this world in malice." In front of her, Aqua swore, "Repulsive creature, this world belongs only to the gods and to us. So go back to where you came from, demon." She raised her hand and began to summon the god's power. Immediately, a brilliant beam of light shot down from the sky onto her, a tremendous force. Her whole body was enveloped in golden armor. In her hand, she now held a magical staff. Looking at the scene, Ketel thought to himself, "Just as I thought, the demon won't attack while she's transforming, like in those superhero shows, haha." After only a few seconds, she had fully transformed, surrounded by golden radiance. One hand held the staff, the other a shield, looking like a god of light. Seeing her new form, Ashishar laughed loudly. "Ha, amusing." She raised her hand and formed a magic orb, which then transformed into a colossal hammer. Hoisting the hammer, she looked at Aquaz with a mocking face and said, "Ha, very well. Then come here, dog of the gods." Offended by the insult, Aquaz shouted angrily, "How arrogant!" With that, she stomped the ground and lunged forward, charging straight at the demon. As the two clashed, one wielding divine power, the other demonic force, violent aftershocks were unleashed. The surrounding space shattered with a massive explosion. Hayes outside witnessed this, clutching her head and screaming. Inside, the two remained intensely focused, their gazes murderous toward each other. Ashishar casually twirled her hammer and taunted. "A battle requires solemnity. Hound of the gods, don't you know that?" At the provocation, Aquaz's eyes narrowed, veins bulging on her face. She shouted angrily, "Are you finished?" A massive golden greave slammed into the ground, producing a horrifying shock that cracked the earth apart. The woman in golden armor launched a blazing strike with lightning speed. Ashishar stood calmly opposite her, surrounded by a dense aura of dark energy. She moved so fast that she left behind faint, shadowy afterimages. Aquaz stood frozen in astonishment, her pupils flashing with disbelief. Suddenly, Ashishar appeared right behind her and teased, "So you're here." Ashishar dove down from the air, launching a powerful strike. Ashishar dove down from the air, launching a powerful strike. Aquaz raised her weapon to block and replied firmly, "Not so easy." She wore a wicked smile, sharp teeth bared. They charged at each other. The colliding energies created violent shockwaves that spread outward. The golden-armored woman's footing was gradually shoved backward, causing long cracks to tear across the ground. They held their stances, unleashing opposing powers at each other, neither yielding an inch. A purple hand suddenly appeared above Aquaz and slammed down, shattering her defenses. She began quoting scripture, chapter 2, verse 12. A pair of radiant eyes appeared in the enveloping darkness, a voice echoing, "The light of glory shall never be defiled." Light exploded from Aquaz's body, shooting skyward and blasting Ashishar away. The winged woman was thrown back, landing and bracing herself to avoid being hurled farther. She stared intently at the scene. Aquaz's whole body now radiated intense energy, a brilliant golden aura surrounding her. Ashishar rose slowly and sneered. "You can read scripture at that age?" She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said admiringly, "Impressive." The golden-armored woman murmured, Carmenin, chapter 5, verse 59. She raised her weapon. Thunder rolled across the sky. Aquaz's voice rang out through the air. Light erupted, a blazing beam cutting through the dark. The words echoed, burning all evil. As soon as the words finished, Aquaz lunged forward, raising her shield and weapon, leaving a trail of golden energy behind. Ashishar's eyes flashed red as she watched her opponent warily. Aquaz spun and swung her weapon from behind. Aquaz spun and swung her weapon from behind, her hair streaming with emotion. The swing left a long, gleaming slash that struck the dark aura surrounding Ashishar. Ashishar laughed with delight and quickly stepped back to avoid the direct hit. She immediately drew her weapon and slammed it down toward Aquaz. The strike was instantly blocked by the golden-armored woman. Aquaz redirected and shoved hard, forcing her opponent's weapon off to the side and pushing Ashishar back. Sweat drenched Aquaz's face. She clenched her teeth and stared straight at Ashishar. Ashishar grinned ecstatically, her eyes gleaming with malice. The two of them charged at each other again. The sky changed color, the air thick with dust. Their weapons collided, producing shockwaves that scattered everything and unleashed surging energies. Two extremely powerful energies crashed together, creating a horrific explosion that violently shook the space. Rocks shattered. The pressure radiated outward, destroying everything. Hazer was struck by the terrible force, squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. The nearby villagers were terrified. Some fled. Others fell pleading, "Please save me." The opposing energies continued to collide. Both fought with all their strength, their gazes fierce. Neither would yield. The battle produced small explosions. The ground crumbled, and shockwaves blew everything away around. Keatle stood proudly as a spectator, watching with a wry smile. "Impressive." Hay stepped closer to Keatle and called out loud, "Keatle, Keatle, Can't you help Aquas? He replied nonchalantly. I could. Hearing that, Hayes was slightly startled and began. And before she could finish, Keatle interrupted. But why should I help? The remark left Hayes frozen, staring at him in bewilderment. Keatle glanced toward the two fighting and repeated, Why should I interfere and spoil their battle? She hesitated. What did you say? Keatle glanced at the battle and said softly, Of course I also want to fight a demon someday, but right now I just want to watch. Hayes was stunned, her face unreadable, thinking silently that this wasn't what she had hoped for. Across from them, both sides struck at once. The colliding energies produced shockwaves that swept away all obstacles. The two forces slammed together violently, creating a powerful tremor that knocked both back. Ashisha was pushed back, bracing herself into the ground to avoid being flung away. Aquas did the same. Ashisha muttered in irritation. True hounds of the gods. Yet in terms of raw power, she still held the advantage. Before she could regain her composure, Aquas reappeared right in front of her, startling Ashisha. Ashisha, at a disadvantage, blocked the golden-armored woman's blow, thinking to herself that the mismatch between them was terrible. In this world, magical entities cannot withstand divine power. She swung her weapon, leaving a purple, razor-sharp arc, calculating inwardly that if this continued, the battle would drag on. Ashisha put on a sinister smile. Dark energy spiraled around her as she prepared to counterattack. She thought, I'll have to tip the scales. With that thought, Ashisha suddenly darted forward. The space around her began to warp. Aquas flinched, watching Ashisha's movement with knitted brows. Ashisha wore a triumphant grin and advanced without hesitation. Aquas calculated, that direction. Seeing Ashisha head toward the villagers, she panicked. Danger! A sudden explosion erupted, flashing and shattering the surrounding ground. Aquas appeared and blocked Ashisha's path. The two continued their fierce fight. The soldiers sat in terrified stupor on the ground, mouths agape as they watched. Those who hadn't evacuated were panicked, sitting frozen and screaming. Aquas kept glancing back while trying to block Ashisha's attacks. She swung her shield to the left, knocking Ashisha away. She frowned angrily and snarled, Filthy scum. Ashisha heard it, covered her mouth with her sharp hand, and burst into laughter. She swooped down and taunted. Do you really think a demon will play fair? Aquas, enraged, began reciting scripture, chapter 1, verse 1. Let the sacred golden domain be revealed. No sooner had she finished speaking than a giant golden magic circle appeared ahead. Aquas turned and shouted to everyone, Get in here quickly. Seeing this, the soldiers immediately ran into the protective circle. The blonde laughed with joy from behind. The young swordsman rushed in, exclaiming anxiously, Thank you, Lady Aquas. Opposite them, Ashisha wore a suggestive smile. Then she spoke. Are you going to waste that sacred scripture like that? At her opponent's taunts, veins stood out across Aqua's face. She shouted angrily, Shut up. As soon as the words left her mouth, she lunged at her opponent and attacked again. Across from her, Ashisha wore a confident smile. Yes, that's the reaction I wanted. Then they charged at each other like moths to a flame, hands gripping their spear shafts. Aquas swung her spear in a direct strike at Ashisha, but Ashisha easily parried the blow. Immediately after, she somersaulted through the air before Aqua's astonished eyes. Ashisha lectured, Death is still just death. No one will care about your noble sacrifice. She aimed to erode Aqua's will, but Aqua stayed composed and launched a series of counterattacks. However, none of those strikes could injure Ashisha. Ashisha continued, If this keeps up, you'll lose and bring shame upon your god's honor. But if you defeat me and return alive, both your reputation and your god's influence will rise. It's simple. Just destroy the sacred shield protecting them. How does that sound? Facing her opponent's rosy offer, Aquas remained wary and replied sarcastically, Are you trying to trick me? Seeing Aquas didn't take the bait, Ashisha covered her mouth, smiled, and added, Do you really want to die here? Aquas still gripped her weapon tightly and replied coldly, There's nothing left to hear. Across from her, Ashisha kept smiling and nodded in agreement. Fine, then die like a martyr. No sooner had she spoken than she shot up into the sky and unleashed an enormously powerful strike down on the village, shattering the ground into fragments. Inside the protective circle, Aquas had to brace herself to withstand the overwhelming force of that attack. From above, Ashisha poured even more power into the assault. Aqua's eyes suddenly widened. She sensed the danger closing in very near. No sooner had she realized it than Ashishar was already upon her with terrifying speed. This made Aquaz cry out in surprise. What? As soon as the words left her, a huge explosion erupted as the two collided. Fortunately, Aquaz quickly stepped back to avoid the direct blow. Her body skidded along the ground for a while before coming to a stop. She stared forward again with a look of astonishment. At that moment, Ashishar pressed the attack, giving her no respite. She unleashed countless jets of dark energy that charged forward, surrounding Aquaz like a dense black net. Trapped inside, Aquaz darted her eyes around in utter shock and cried out, "Holy domain of radiance, repel the darkness." Before she could finish, Ashishar struck again. In an instant, she lunged up, grabbed Aquaz by the head with one hand, and snarled, "Enough! I don't want to hear another scripture." With those words, she slammed Aquaz's body hard into the ground, making her cry out in pain. The earth beneath Aquaz's back shattered into pieces. Aquaz struggled to break free from the restraint, but it was not that easy. With her other hand, Ashishar conjured a dark spear, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. With her other hand, Ashishar conjured a dark spear, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Just as the spear lunged in, she quickly raised her arm to block the mortal strike. The impact made the surrounding space tremble violently. The air grew tenser than ever. Under Ashishar's immense power, Aquaz barely managed to withstand the blow. Cracks appeared across the shield and began to spread. Witnessing this, Ashishar broke into a mocking, excited grin. Then she poured in more force, shattering the shield in Aquaz's hand into pieces. Aquaz was hurled backward, crying out in pain. On the other side, Ashishar snapped her fingers again, shaping twisting tendrils of dark energy around her body that shot toward Aquaz and wrapped her up. As the dark power gained the upper hand, more cracks formed on the protective shield and spread further. Everyone outside stood frozen. Seconds later, the protective shield completely crumbled. Seeing this, the blonde youth stepped forward and shouted, "Impossible! At this rate, we'll all die." Ashishar smiled sardonically. "I will savor you all as a dessert. But first, I want to know what the god's hound tastes like." She stuck out her tongue and bared her sharp teeth against Aquaz's pale throat. Just as she opened her mouth to enjoy the meal, a hand grabbed her shoulder from behind and warned, "Stop." The sudden action froze Ashishar for a few seconds. The one who intervened was none other than Keatle. He continued, "That's enough." At his casual words, Aquaz's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "What?" Looking at him, she murmured inwardly, "When did he get here? Why couldn't I sense his presence?" No sooner had she realized something than Keatle had thrown Ashishar high into the air like a walking lump of earth. After reaching sufficient height, Ashishar's head pointed straight down as she plunged, shattering the ground below into fragments. Handling the matter with ease, Keatle approached Aquaz and reached out, asking, "Are you all right?" Having witnessed the scene, Aquaz was astonished, gazing at him and thinking, "Right, that's the one who defeated the Holy Sword Cain, a superhuman warrior." But suddenly, angry growls sounded from his side. It turned out Ashishar had recovered her wits after the blow. She shouted in fury, "You arrogant one! How dare you interrupt my meal?" Keatle crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "She is my friend, so I won't let her die." His words enraged Ashishar further. She gritted her teeth. "At first I intended to keep you as a toy." She was about to continue when Keatle interrupted, "But I'm not interested in being your toy." This blunt refusal only pleased Ashishar more. She said, "Oh really?" Then she reached out and summoned a sharp weapon, declaring, "Then today you must die." As the two exchanged tense words, Aquaz cried out, "Stand back." She struggled to her feet and stared straight ahead. "You can't defeat a demon." But Keatle interrupted, "You know I'm pretty strong." Aquaz shook her head, confirming, "No, this has nothing to do with strength. Only divine nature can expel demons from this world. No other force can do that. This law was established since gods and demons coexisted. Besides, this place is the demon's domain. There's no room for luck. Therefore, only a god can confront a demon." This explanation made Keatle stroke his chin, think for a few seconds, then say, "But even so." He glanced at Aquaz and remarked, "You don't look strong enough to fight." Her whole body was trembling now. Her breath came in short gasps. She replied, "I must do it. I serve the god, and I will oppose the fiend." At those resolute words, Keatle thought to himself, "Is this the will of one who serves the divine?" Then he stepped forward, patted her head, and praised, "Impressive. but this time let me handle it. With that, he strode forward under Aqua's astonished gaze. He looked at Ashisher and said, I've always wanted to fight a true demon. In response to his stubbornness, Ashisher sneered. Don't you understand? I told you, you can't beat me. Keetle smiled confidently and proposed. Want to give it a try? This sudden offer delighted Ashisher. She licked her lips. Haha, I want to see your face twist in pain. No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from her spot and burst out of the spatial circle right before Keetle, startling him. She lunged forward with a face full of confidence. Outside, Aqua's eyes widened and she cried out helplessly, No! Ashisher wore a confident smile. Keetle's hand clenched slightly. Ashisher pictured defeating him with a single blow, which thrilled her. But Keetle's punch was aimed straight at her face. A single light strike easily reduced Ashisher's skull to fragments. Outside, witnessing the scene, Aquaz went rigid as if turned to stone. She thought to herself, he smashed the fiend's head with one punch. Does he think he's One Punch Man? Attacking a demon's head with bare hands? How could that possibly happen? Even Keetle was surprised by his own strength. He looked at his small hands and murmured, Not bad at all. On the other side, Ashisher's body fell to the ground, letting out a dry cry. But immediately after, something happened that made Keetle's eyes widen in astonishment. A fierce radiance suddenly burst from that body, emitting an immensely vast source of energy. In just a few seconds, her head had been fully regenerated, as good as new. This thrilled number one, who said, Ho ho, even if shattered, you can still regenerate. She now looked at him with utter fear and cried, Who on earth are you? At that question, he stammered, Me? I'm just a common barbarian. His bewildered expression only angered Ashisher more. She gritted her teeth and snapped, Don't be ridiculous. What is this strange sensation? I can't sense any divinity at all. Not someone using aura or magic. If that's the case then, as she pondered, a deadly gleam suddenly flashed in her eyes. Then immediately a spatial circle appeared behind Keetle, drawing his attention. She kept thinking, I have no choice but to verify it myself. She rushed through the spatial circle, closed in on him, and swung her scythe hard. Die, you bastard. Although her human form was a bit unsettling, she had to make do. Faced with her assault, Keetle remained calm as if nothing was happening. As she closed in, he threw a punch that pierced her chest, making her cry out in pain. Her eyes went wide in surprise, a dazed smile on her face. Then he withdrew his hand and flung her hard, sending her smashing into a nearby house. She let out a pitiful wail and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. After that, she collapsed to her knees and fell to the ground, lost in thought. Absurd, utterly absurd. It was just a plain punch, not enhanced by aura or magic. It was merely a pure punch. He still wore an amused look and said, Regenerate instantly. Huh? Their eyes met, sparks of tension flashing between them. Then suddenly he asked in puzzlement, What is the underlying principle here? As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped hard on the ground, shattering the earth into fragments. He launched himself forward at arrow-like speed. This made Ashisher opposite him look utterly terrified. With no other option, she summoned another weapon, but before she could raise it to block, Keetle was already upon her with his fist clenched. The moment she noticed his presence, she darted her gaze to the side and immediately took a punch straight to the cheek, shattering her jaw and knocking out her teeth. The powerful downward blow slammed her head hard into the ground once more. She died yet again. But then innumerable strands of dark energy appeared, wrapping around her body, leaving Keetle watching in utter astonishment. In just a few seconds, her body was regenerated once more, which only excited Keetle further. He said, So if the head is smashed to pieces, a completely new head will appear. That's right, a demon should have that kind of resilience. So is your core weakness located on your head? After he finished, Ashisher trembled with rage at her helplessness. A murderous gleam flashed in her eyes as she thought, How laughable. You intend to use raw strength to fight? Or do you mean you don't have to use your full strength against me? After pondering, she cried out, You listen carefully? I am Ashisher, the gravity demon. Do you dare think you can keep fighting me with mere physical strength? These words were like water on a duck's back to Keetle, since he had no clue what she was talking about. But he casually replied, So, you don't seem particularly special. These words hit Ashisher like a cold splash, freezing her. She snapped angrily. What? The demon's pride was shattered into pieces. She shouted angrily, Do you want to die? No sooner had she spoken than she lunged forward to attack once more. This time she summoned a war hammer and aimed it straight at him, preparing to strike. She drew the hammer back, then swung it straight at his face. The force was so powerful that Keetl's hair streamed in the wind, but he casually reached out and easily blocked the attack. This made Ashishur's gaze go numb once again. He praised, "Not bad, you got some skill, but this won't do." The hammer trembled violently under his strength. He squeezed it casually, causing it to shatter into pieces. Then once again his loving fist flew toward her face, landing another affectionate punch on her cheek. This time, as before, her head again crumbled into fragments. She thought to herself, "This is utterly absurd." This time, the regeneration was faster than before. She seethed in anger. "I am the gravity demon. If I use my full strength, I can focus the weight of an entire wall into this hammer. And yet you not only block it with your bare hands, but also smash it to pieces?" A common barbarian, who hasn't even grasped mystical power. Her whole body trembled again with anger. That simply couldn't be. She unleashed a massive surge of power, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. She screamed, "Die, you barbarian!" Countless streams of dark ki surged toward his position. Meanwhile, he remained as calm as ever, his hands clenched. Then he threw another punch, effortlessly shattering that attack. The tremendously powerful blow continued to devastate the energy behind. After that, it surged straight toward where Ashishur stood. The violent impact produced a massive explosion, sending dust and debris flying. Far away, witnessing this brutal onslaught, Aquaz thought to herself, "What on earth am I seeing?" Ashishur, an immensely powerful demon who once single-handedly destroyed a kingdom centuries ago. Such a demon is being beaten to pieces by simple punches? This is insane. Her body was once again completely regenerated. He stepped forward and put a foot on her face, saying, "So she truly doesn't die. That means you can't kill this demon with mere physical strength alone." Despite being battered, Ashishur still wore a very complacent smile. "This is the first time I've felt such pressure. He's strong, overwhelmingly strong." She suddenly laughed loudly. "Haha, what kind of freak are you?" He replied again with the same line, "I'm just an ordinary barbarian." She snapped angrily, "Don't be ridiculous. Still, I feel a bit better now, but I want to try something." No sooner had she finished speaking than countless jets of dark energy shot up from the ground through his body, flew into the sky, and converged at a single point. Watching this, both he and Aquaz looked up in utter astonishment. The ground was riddled with cracks, rocks, and earth flying into the air under an intense pull. A massive magical sphere was now spinning in the sky. At the center of the sphere was Ashishur's body, wings spread wide, radiating immense pressure. She immediately summoned dozens of spears around her, then faced him and shouted, "You barbarian, I will unleash my full power upon you." The spears seemed to have a will of their own. They moved in set trajectories, spinning in the sky before all heading straight down toward him. To counter the attack, he pulled his axe from a pocket dimension, slung it over his shoulder, smiled, and said, "The full power of a demon, huh?" Standing outside and witnessing the fight, Aquaz broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, "Too dangerous. You can't face a demon with raw strength alone." Ashishur now wore a confident smile and proclaimed, "Holy spears, pierce and destroy." No sooner had she spoken than all the spears in the sky shot toward him at arrow-like speed. He maintained his usual calm expression, showing no reaction. But when the spears were only a few centimeters from his body, he swung his axe repeatedly, knocking them all aside. He intercepted them easily as if on a stroll, with no difficulty at all. This left Ashishur across from him gaping, exclaiming, "W, what is this? What is that?" Before she could finish, he lunged forward and closed in on her once more. She was now drenched in sweat from fear. From outside, Aquaz shouted, Carmenun, Chapter 3, line 58. "Let the light incinerate all evil." As she spoke, his black axe became enveloped in a glow, turning golden. Seeing that, he muttered, "What is this? Power of a god." From below she called out, "I've gathered enough divine power. Now strike that demon." His expression suddenly turned cold as he said, "I wanted to observe a bit more, but it seems I can't. You're amusing too, demon." With that, he swung the axe forcefully, striking straight ahead. The blow came so fast that Ashishur couldn't dodge and took it full on, eyes wide in disbelief. "What is that?" With a single swing, he easily cleaved the demon in two. She screamed in despair. Did I really lose? Then she let out a pitiful wail in helplessness. After expelling her last breath, her body gradually dissolved into the air, vanishing from this world. He approached, sat down, and offered consolation. Thanks, that was an entertaining fight. Although defeated, Ashisher still managed to smile. It's a shame to be summoned back to hell like this, but it's not entirely pointless. I've confirmed that someone like you exists on this land. Then she asked, what is your name? He answered, I am Keatle. Nearby, before anyone could stop him, he had spoken his name, causing Aquaz to cry out in alarm. Don't say it, but I've already said it. What can I do now? Realizing he'd fallen into the trap, Ashisher's smile grew even more maniacal. All denizens of hell, inscribe the name of this barbarian Keatle into your minds. Sensing the danger, Aquaz trembled violently. She could only stammer, unable to speak. At her call, countless demons received the order, wearing expressions of eager excitement. She continued, swallow my memories and feel them. The one known as Keatle, numerous demons appear before him, causing Keatle to pause in surprise for a few seconds. They surged into his body like a torrent. This only excited Ashisher more. You barbarian, you now belong to us. Countless demons had now infiltrated his body. He was transported into a mental space, faced with countless entrancing eyes staring at him. But it seemed he was immune to such enchantments. The demons could not penetrate his mind. He immediately reached out, attempting to grab them, terrifying them into wanting to flee at once. Keatle gradually came to. His eyes opened slowly. After that, nothing happened. He turned to Ashisher and asked, what the hell was that? It felt like something just pierced into my body. Those words angered Ashisher inwardly. What do you mean? The darkness must have run from him into my body. Before she could say anything, he stepped forward and stomped hard, sending her back to hell once more. This decisive and effortless action left Aquaz's mouth wide open in astonishment. Hayes also gaped, capturing the moment on camera. He raised his hand and softly hummed a few lines of song after the exhausting battle. The dark night gradually dissipated, restoring the area's clear blue sky. Sensing the fresh air return, Keatle smiled in satisfaction. Is the mission complete? Time passed like flowing water. The scene shifted to the kingdom of Gehent, specifically the Barkan territory. At that moment, news of the earlier battle with Ashisher had spread everywhere. Urgent news! Urgent news! A boy shouted as he threw the paper in all directions. People quickly crowded to get the update. Of course, as the lord of the territory, Lord Luke had received the news early. After finishing the article, he angrily slammed the table and shouted. A demon after Ashisher appeared. What on earth is happening? Why has such a catastrophe befallen this small land? After speaking, he sat down dazed, his mind in turmoil. A demon beast recorded in ancient texts. How could it appear here? Opposite him, a soldier spoke up to remind him. Rumors are spreading rapidly across the entire territory, sir. Hearing this, Lord Luke's face broke into a bead of worried sweat. He thought inwardly, the only fortunate thing in this disaster is that the sun god's heresy inspector drove it off successfully. Thinking that, he ordered in a deep voice, we must carefully consider the next steps to take. In another development, Keatle was in Aquaz's resting room. The entire territory seemed to be unstable. He said nonchalantly, Aquaz can only pity Lord Luke. It's understandable. This isn't a small matter. The Lord must be having a headache over. Having said that, she pushed herself up as if preparing to go somewhere. This made the protagonist curious. He admonished, don't tell me you're leaving right now? Why not rest a bit longer before going? In response, the white-haired woman shook her head slightly and declined. I can't. I'm not allowed to delay. I must report this to the Holy Church as soon as possible. Hearing that, the big guy didn't even bother to stop her. If that's what you want, I won't hold you back. Before leaving, Aquaz hesitated for a moment, then offered her thanks. Hey, Keatle, thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have become that demon's plaything. She spoke with a voice full of gratitude. However, the male lead didn't pay much mind. He waved his hand. No need to thank me. I only saved a friend of mine. All right, we're friends now, aren't we? He said this as he scratched his cheek and gave an awkward smile. Aquaz felt embarrassed at the idea of a barbarian and a servant of the gods becoming friends. After a few seconds of silence to collect herself, she asked, an inquisitor of the sun god. Even so, you still want to be friends with me? Keatle replied bluntly. Is there any reason I shouldn't? The unexpected answer made Aquaz's eyes light up. She blinked and responded, Before she could finish, Keatle interjected. So there's no problem with that, right? Aquaz fell silent for a moment, then offered a small smile and nodded. He was right. Putting that aside, the protagonist seemed to think of something and asked, By the way, I want to ask one more thing. Is it true that you must not let demons know your name? At the mention of this, the white-haired woman's expression grew a bit more serious. That's because the demon Mark uses a name to inscribe a dark sigil onto a person's soul, then uses that mark to summon evil spirits. Those who bear the mark emit a scent that lures wicked things. By ancient tradition, those marked must undergo a baptismal rite to be saved. Otherwise, they will be hunted down and destroyed by dark forces. Hearing this, the big guy looked blank and pointed to himself, asking, So am I marked too? Luckily, Aquaz denied it immediately. No, it's not like that. You are not marked. Keatle breathed a sigh of relief. However, she continued, Your name has likely become known to the entities of the underworld. But even so, there's no need to worry too much. Without a mark, they can't locate you. They only know the identity, not how to pinpoint your location. Unless they meet you in person, there won't be any problem. She explained gently. For Keatle, although he still feared those petty demons, he was surprised by their ability. So that's how it is? Incredible. I didn't expect to handle them with mere physical strength. To explain further, Aquaz began recounting what she knew, because that is the nature of demons. From ancient times, the supreme gods created humanity. Humans are foolish and weak, acting only on instinct. The gods do not intervene directly in the human world. Therefore, external entities have taken an interest in this world. They cross the realms and brutally slaughter humans. In the end, the gods could no longer tolerate it. They descended into the human world, sided with humanity, called those entities demons, and drove them away. From then on, humans built temples to honor the gods who saved them and continued to flourish under divine guidance. But over time, for reasons unknown, demons gradually reappeared and interfered in the human world. Therefore, the gods chose the faithful and granted them power to continue fighting the demons. Demons are beings that can only be defeated by divine power. Thinking this over, Keatle's muscular head slowly understood. So that's it? They don't belong to this world, so they can't be destroyed by ordinary means. Aquaz nodded in agreement and added, Exactly. From the beginning, they were never creatures of this world. Opposite him, Keatle frowned and remarked, I see. If those things appear regularly, that really would be a nightmare. Hearing that, the white-haired woman shook her head slightly. Not every named demon can appear easily. It seems the demon realm, which should have been sealed, is affecting this world. The cycle of dungeon births is becoming abnormal, and more dark entities are surfacing in the human world. It all started a year ago, she said in a grave tone. Even Keatle was struck as if by lightning at that news. He thought to himself, a year ago? Wasn't I on a mission in the frozen lands a year ago? Putting that aside, Aquaz wanted to wrap up the demon discussion here. That's a long story. Thank you, Keatle. I must depart now. If you ever visit us, you will be most welcome. Seeing this, Keatle didn't prolong the parting and nodded. I would like that too. A while later, the escort carriage carrying Aquaz quickly departed toward the Holy Church. However, on the carriage, worries about that named demon constantly plagued her mind. Her body wasn't fully recovered, but she couldn't delay any longer. She had to report this to the Holy Church immediately. Yet during the entire journey, she wondered, why? Why has the sun god never issued any prophecy about that barbarian? The more she thought, the darker her expression became. Cut to the Viscount. Kane was walking alone down a wide corridor. As he walked, he sighed and said, Meeting His Majesty always leaves me exhausted. While he was moving, a voice suddenly rang out. Looks like you've had a rough day, haven't you? Hearing the voice, Kane turned his head to look toward where it came from. At that moment, a very well-dressed man appeared before Kane. He paused for a few seconds and thought to himself, the Archmage of the Tower of Magic, the gathering place of all mages and illusionists in this world, the master of the mighty Tower of Magic. Looking at the man, he asked, So what brings you here? The Tower Master replied coldly, just a routine liaison. Then he asked, And what brings you here? Kane glanced away and answered, I only came to report the results of certain cases. The Tower Master asked, The Demon Realm reconnaissance cases, right? The Silent Forest, where everything is hushed. Kane nodded his head in confirmation. That's right. The Tower Master asked, "So what is it like?" "It lies beyond our understanding of time." Cain lowered his head, then stammered. "It is in every sense a truly terrible place." True to its name, the silent forest emitted not a single sound. Even the perception of illusion energy acted inconsistently. And even when I shouted, there was not a ripple. By the time we realized it, the soldiers had vanished one by one. It was an eerily silent place, extremely unpleasant. In the end, what does His Majesty want by conquering the demon realm? The Tower Master explained, "Perhaps to dominate the whole world." Who knows what mad thoughts occupy the mind of a powerful man? But I must say the demon realm is an extremely interesting place. I'm a bit intrigued myself. Contrary to his thoughts, Cain said, "As for me, I don't want any part of that place. I prefer a normal life." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tower Master snapped his fingers softly. Immediately, a magic circle appeared beneath Cain's feet, enveloping his body. In an instant, he was transported to some vast space. Without looking at him, Cain thought to himself, "Teleportation magic, huh?" He then asked in puzzlement, "What is this? Why all of a sudden?" The Tower Master smiled and explained, "No need to be so formal." He stepped forward and continued, "You met someone very special, didn't you?" Startled at being read, he blurted out, "Impossible." On the other side, the Tower Master put on a very friendly expression and smiled. Cain frowned slightly and replied, "Damn it, the watchful eye. How long has it been watching me?" The Tower Master explained, "Since our last meeting, one of the remaining pleasures of this old man." Cain swore angrily, "Go to hell, you bastard. If you've seen everything, why ask it all?" The Tower Master wondered, "But I want to hear your thoughts." "About the one I thought existed only in the greatest legends. About that barbarian from the Snow White lands." Cain answered in a stammering voice, "I'm still not sure." The Tower Master reminded him, "Think carefully. A barbarian capable of defeating the Holy Sword and sweeping away the Lich Cardos like swatting mosquitoes, appearing from some snowy region. Doesn't that sound highly suspicious?" Hearing that, Cain exclaimed, "Wait, you're saying he defeated Cardos?" This made the Tower Master very curious, and he asked again, "What? You didn't know?" "Well, it's understandable. That matter hasn't been made public yet, but rumors have already begun to spread within the Tower of Magic. Cardos, the mage who once shook the continent, it's said he tried to resurrect in the outskirts but failed. So I went there to pay my respects to him. One of the few liches who was a friend of mine has passed. I felt a bit sad, you know." At this point, the Tower Master's body partially shifted into that of a lich. "Whatever," Cain said across from him. "I didn't expect you to feel sorrow." The Tower Master replied, "Of course. Friends are indispensable for someone who's lived as long as I have. However, it seems no one found any relics in that lich's lair." This surprised Cain greatly, and he asked, "Weren't all the relics collected when Cardos died?" The Tower Master, "For the most part, yes, but the most valuable treasure was not." He stroked his chin and said confidently, "I wonder where it is now. But never mind that for now. I want to hear your opinion. Do you truly believe that Barbarian actually defeated Cardos?" He thought to himself, "If it is that Barbarian," after a few seconds of consideration, he answered, "I think it's possible." The Tower Master suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, you haven't informed the Emperor yet, have you?" These words made Cain clench his fist and reply, "Why should I do that? He's throwing valuable manpower into the demon realm like garbage. If that mad Emperor learns of a barbarian's existence, there will surely be conflict. A barbarian acting on his own will and an emperor who controls the world. If that happens, the kingdom will inevitably be dragged into this vicious cycle." Hearing this, the Tower Master was greatly amused. "Really? That sounds intriguing. Are you implying that this barbarian could single-handedly stand against the entire empire?" Cain hesitated and said, "I'm not sure, but I felt something very similar to when I first saw you." Even it made the Tower Master's eyes flash in surprise, and he asked, "Don't tell me you mean the rank of hero." Cain explained, "I'm not qualified to judge that." The Tower Master stroked his chin and thought, "But he's very valuable. Possibly even more than that." Realizing his intent, Cain's face darkened, and he said, "Don't tell me you intend to." Cut to the Barkan domain, Kingdom of Gehent. At a market, people were bustling about shop. Keto was strolling there as well. Suddenly, a girl appeared ahead, walking straight toward him with a cold, distant gaze. Then she struck a stone at her feet, causing her to lurch forward, her eyes wide with surprise. Suddenly, an arm shot out and steadied her by the waist. He smiled and said, "Oh dear, you should be more careful. Are you all right?" His exceedingly polite action made the scene feel romantic. Her eyes widened in astonishment, likely because of his slightly different appearance. He noticed this too. His eyes went pale, and he took a startled step back, thinking she'll probably run away in fear. But contrary to his expectation, she stepped back slightly, bowed her head, and said, "Thank you." Then she calmly left, showing no fear at all. This feeling made Keatle feel utterly strange. He glanced around with reddened eyes, murmuring to himself, "What is happening? What is this strange sensation?" The other people in the market were also unbothered by his appearance. This left him frozen for a few seconds, pondering something. He wondered to himself, why? Why don't people avoid me? Cut to Luke's mansion. 2 cups of tea were laid out on the table. He looked forward and asked, "Are you all right? I heard you nearly had a demon engrave a seal on you." The man opposite him folded his arms and answered, "No problem at all. In fact, I hardly know what a seal is." Hearing this, Luke's expression slightly fell. He thought to himself, "I knew you would be strong, but even so," although he thought that inwardly. Outwardly, he replied, "So it seems things around you have changed." The man continued, "You mean the people? The people in the domain." Understanding his meaning, Luke said calmly, "Probably because of the rumors." The guards and surviving mercenaries returned and spread the rumors loud. They said that after Aquaz was defeated, everyone fell, and only one person remained standing. And when he awakened, Keatle's body shone with the radiance of the divine. Witnesses believed Aquaz had bestowed divine power on him, so they began saying he had fought alongside Aquaz against the demon. From his account, he gradually understood the matter, so that's how it was. Luke bowed his head slightly and said, "Sorry about that, but when I tried to correct it, the rumor had already spread too far." He stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, then replied, "It's fine. Maybe that's why people no longer fear me." Luke continued, "Perhaps. Now they see you as the one who opposes demons." Hearing that new nickname, he pondered for a few seconds and then echoed, "The one who opposes demons? So I already have a reputation. Huh." Cut to the Mercenary Guild. Rosa smiled and said, Congratulations, Keatle. You've been promoted. You're now rank C." He didn't understand what that rank meant and asked, "Rank C? Does that mean I jumped 3 ranks at once?" She explained, "Well, you did something worthy of a promotion like that." Keatle nodded with pleasure. "Very good." Rosa continued, "Your mercenary insignia will also be reissued. Since it will be custom designed for you, it may take a little time." He said excitedly, "Wow, even the insignia will be custom made for me." Rosa nodded in confirmation. "Yes. From rank C onward, you're considered an officially recognized guild mercenary. So of course you'll receive appropriate treatment. And from rank C up, you may have access to almost all areas. You won't face obstacles when approaching most cities and temples. Except the imperial capital, of course." This was no surprise to him. He said, "The empire is truly strict." She whispered, "Indeed, only those recognized by the nobility can enter the imperial capital. In truth, no one really knows much about the imperial capital. Only unsettling rumors. Honestly, there's even less information than about the demon realm." This made Keatle very curious. To that extent, seeing he'd gone a bit too far, Rosa cleared her throat softly and immediately changed the subject. "Anyway, now that you're rank C, you can take most available quests. You can even enter A-rank dungeons if you go with a party." This delighted him, and he thought to himself, "Really? An A-rank dungeon? That means I'll have the chance to do many different kinds of quests." Cut to the tavern. After hearing his story, Alexandro was startled and spat out a mouthful of beer, saying, "No way, this actually happened?" He asked, "Is everything settled?" He replied, "The demon was destroyed and the heresy inspector said it's fine, so I think so." Hearing that, Alexandro breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then." Cassim beside him wondered, "Still, the Sun Divine Magic's heresy inspector is extraordinary. She could defeat such a demon, couldn't she?" Those words made Hayes beside him startle inward. She thought to herself, "It's not that I didn't lose consciousness that day. That's why I realized how strong he is. He completely overwhelmed a named demon. And if that's the case, Aquaz merely went in and poked at the meal that was already prepared." Cassin continued, "So, now that you're rank C, what's your next plan?" He replied calmly, "Nothing changes. I'll continue to carry out assigned tasks as a rank C mercenary." At his modest attitude, Cassin wore an admiring expression. "I see. Fought a demon and still so humble. Damn, that's genuinely cool. Meanwhile, Hayes clenched her fists, her face darkening as she screamed inwardly, "Don't be fooled. That man is not human." Then he turned to everyone and asked, "So what do you all plan to do next?" Casson replied timidly, "Ah, we're only rank F. We can't do much." He lowered his eyes slightly and said, "To be honest, I plan to barely get by and then die like a parasite. But now I want to live fully like you, Keatle." At his enthusiastic attitude, Alexandro folded his arms and sighed. "Only now you think of that? Truly a frog at the bottom of a well." The two of them exchanged fiery looks. He thought for a few seconds and then decided, "I see. So what do you all plan to do next?" Hayes cleared her throat softly and said, "As always, I simply follow the wishes of Miss Calrosia." Hearing that, he stroked his chin and said, "Speaking of which, I think I heard something from Aquaz." Hearing that, he stroked his chin and said, "Speaking of which, I think I heard something from Aquaz." At that, Hayes trembled all over with fear. She stammered, "What?" She panicked and explained, "Aquaz must be mistaken. I'm just an ordinary cleric." "Really?" Seeing her flustered, he replied, "Is that so? If you say so, then I'll believe you." His gentle words, however, made Hayes ponder inwardly. He clearly already knows, doesn't he? Could he be waiting for me to confess? Or is he just teasing me? Her eyes went pale and sweat poured down her face. This is terrifying. Not had fallen by then. At the Mercenary Guild, Rosa carefully sorted a stack of papers aside and said, "Phew, finally done for the day." Just as she prepared to stand and leave, a man entered the guild from outside the door. Seeing the newcomer, she was startled and exclaimed inwardly, "Impossible." The man wore a hooded cloak, walked in, looked at her, and said, "I have a request." Hearing this, her expression darkened, and she thought miserably, "Another overtime." She sighed and asked wearily, "All right, what kind of request is it?" Seeing her distracted gaze, the man thought to himself, "What's with her? She looks unfocused." He cleared his throat and made his request. "I need an escort, 2 people, me and a young woman." Rosa took the information and typed it in, 2 people, and the destination. The man answered, "The Kingdom of Denian, the capital." Hearing the destination, she froze for a few seconds. She thought to herself, an escort mission all the way to the Kingdom of Denian from such a remote region? Then she noticed the man's attire and judged inwardly. Wearing a cloak like that clearly conceals his identity. Polite speech with shabby clothes, very suspicious. After a few seconds of thought, she confirmed, "All right, I'll accept it for now." Then she asked, "Do you have any identification?" The man stroked his chin, cleared his throat, and said, "You need something to verify my identity?" He then produced a silver badge and said, "Use this." Looking at the badge before her, Rosa was extremely surprised. She murmured to herself, "Is this a mercenary guild badge? This isn't something easy to obtain." Indeed, this person's identity was not ordinary. After examining it, she returned the badge and replied, "Verification complete. Then I will proceed to collect the commission fee." He reached into his cloak again, took out a gold coin, held it forward, and said, "I will pay with this." Looking at the coin, she judged aloud, "This is pure gold. With this amount, we can provide 1 person." Hearing that only 1 person would be provided, the man was very puzzled. "What? Only 1 person?" She explained, "After all, it's just an escort request. You will have mercenaries accompany you for the entire journey, and the risks are high. Moreover, the Kingdom of Denian is quite far. Depending on conditions, it could take nearly a month. So naturally the fee is higher than usual." Finding her explanation reasonable, he replied, "Well, that's true, but isn't there any other way? At least 2 people are needed." She offered, "That's possible, but in that case, the mercenaries will be of a lower level. Are 2 acceptable? If you want reliable escorts, it's best to choose mercenaries of rank D or higher." He thought for a moment and decided, "Then please choose 1 person with those skills for me." She continued, "In that case, this money only covers 1 person. There's no other way." His face darkened. Even so, there's no other option? Seeing his expression, she thought to herself, "Really, why put on such a desperate face?" Then she said aloud, "Honestly, in such a remote area, finding 1 person willing to escort is already difficult. I'll do my best, but finding 2 will be very hard." He also realized the situation, sighed, and said, "I see. I understand. I'll leave it to you." After he left, she examined the gold coin in her hand, small but very pure. The surface had been heavily worn, as if to deliberately conceal its origin. She swallowed and muttered, "This will be troublesome." After leaving the guild, the man returned to a small house in town. He knocked on the door a few times. A voice inside asked, "Who is it?" The man outside answered, "A loyal subordinate of yours." At that, she came to the door and called out, "Aaron." This woman is Eileen, her background unclear. Seeing the man enter, she asked, "How did it go?" He replied, "For now they accepted the request." Hearing that, Eileen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the gods. How many people can they provide? At this, his voice faltered, only one person. Hearing that only one person would be provided, Eileen narrowed her eyes slightly. Aaron's face fell a little as he said, "Sorry, we don't have enough money." She saw their situation and said, "It's all right. You can't be blamed." He blamed himself aloud. "If I weren't so foolish as to be deceived like that," she soothed him. "It's okay. That couldn't have been avoided. Even if it were me, it probably wouldn't have been any different." After that, there was a stretch of silence. Both of them had tears welling in their eyes. Then they moved closer and embraced, bursting into sobs. Hearing their commotion, someone outside called out a reminder, "Keep it down." They tried to suppress their emotions, wiping their tears inward and regaining composure. She turned and asked, "By the way, Aaron, how long do you think it will take?" He replied, "I don't know. We're trying to find someone trustworthy, so it may take time." Her gaze softened slightly as she said, "I see. Then we only have to wait. It's late, get some rest. You've done very well." He was a little saddened but still nodded and answered, "Yes." Another day passed. Seeing him return, she asked again, "Still no luck?" His expression was extremely despondent as he said, "I am truly ashamed. It seems very difficult to find someone trustworthy." Realizing the situation, she exclaimed, "This is troublesome. Supplies are starting to run out. There's no other way. We'll have to endure hunger for a while." He then blamed himself aloud. "It's all because of my incompetence." She reassured him once more, "No, it's not your fault, Aaron." He lowered his head and said, "Even so, telling the Lord here about our situation." Before he could finish, she cut him off. "We can't do that." Her small hands clenched so tightly they trembled. She resolutely said, "We can't trust anyone. Even hiring a guard is very risky. We can't take another risk." Her eyes became utterly determined. Aaron recalled and said, "Why should we abandon the kingdom and flee? We don't even know who is friend and who is foe. Although we've been in hiding for some time, there's been no news from there. Even though both of us escaped." He continued to chide himself again. "I'm sorry, I've become too weak." She prompted, "By the way, are you sure the kingdom of Denian is truly safe?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that place will protect you. The king of Denian swore when the princess was born. They might even help us get revenge. Therefore, you must live, Eileen Mavrochi, our princess. If you die as well, our kingdom will truly be doomed." She hesitated for a few seconds and said, "But can we trust the mercenaries?" He stepped forward to reassure her. "Don't worry, we paid gold for trust. They will surely recommend someone reliable." Encouraged by his determination, she was hopeful. "I hope so," she thought to herself. "Who will escort us after all? A mercenary. I hope he's handsome and has the bearing of a knight." Scene shifts to Keatle. He was lying in bed, bored and complaining. "There's nothing to do, nothing to do." Then suddenly he remembered something. "Speaking of which, how are those idiots doing now? They're the only ones who didn't shun me. They're probably still living their usual foolish lives. Ah, right? Has the mission already ended? Since I woke up in the snowy region, that quest window has always been with me. At first I thought I was dreaming, but the bone-cutting cold and the monsters made me realize everything was real. Right? The first mission was simply to survive for a week. The next day, he went to the mercenary guild. At that time, Rosa suggested to him, reminding, "An escort request?" She put on a very cheerful expression. "Because only you can take on this job." Keatle folded his arms and waited. "What's the job description?" Rosa pushed a mission brief toward him, true to its name. "Protect the client to their destination." Keatle skimmed the few short lines. "That's it." She replied, "Yes, but it'll take at least a few days to travel. Preparations for the trip are entirely the mercenary's responsibility." He didn't refuse heavy work. "Looks like it'll require a lot of effort." Rosa regarded the pay for this as an advantage. In return, the compensation was generous. However, upon hearing that, Keatle suddenly opened his eyes. Yet, she put on a serious face. "There's a smell to this. Honestly, it's a rotten-smelling job, so you can decline." He sprang to his feet in rebuttal. You don't know anything, Rosa. Keatle smiled arrogantly. That's precisely why it's good. Rosa looked puzzled. Oh. He glanced again at the mission brief. Anyway, escort mission. 1 woman, 1 elderly person to the capital Danian, grade D. Keatle rubbed his chin, thinking for a long time. The kingdom Danian. It felt like he heard it somewhere. The image of Milena suddenly appeared in his memory. Milena of the Akasa family. Keatle clearly remembered their encounter in the white, snowy forest. The merchant family woman he met on the snow plateau. She had said she'd welcome him if he ever came by. He was particularly struck by the radiant pendant in her hand. Keatle set the mission brief back on the table. What a coincidence. I'll accept the job. At that moment, a flickering blue light displayed the familiar system board. He froze. His pupils involuntarily constricted, and a chair beneath him tipped back. Keatle stepped back half a pace from the dazzling light, and the words on the system board finally appeared. Mission number 785. Escort target and move to the Kingdom Danian. His face nearly went pale with fear. No, why is this appearing here? She saw Keatle's strange expression and called anxiously, Lord Keatle, back to Aaron's situation. The old man moved quickly like a passing wind. Eileen felt a little uneasy when she heard the frantic knock, but she decided to open the door. Aaron stood there, panting heavily. Eileen widened her eyes in surprise. Aaron, she peered around cautiously. What's the matter? Don't tell me it's the pursuers. He took a breath and announced gravely, the mission has been accepted. Eileen froze and asked again, what? Aaron suddenly felt honored. In this territory, the only C-rank mercenary has accepted our mission. She felt a torch of hope lit within her. A C-rank mercenary? Is that true? He joyfully confirmed. Yes, we've arranged to meet tomorrow. So, miss, please rest comfortably today. Eileen was extremely excited. Yes. At Keatle's place, his face was frozen as he stared at the glaring, reflective blue system board displaying a few words. Mission number 785. Escort the target and move to the Kingdom Danian. Keatle still had the nagging question of why it was appearing now. After remaining silent for a long while, he bowed his head and pondered for a moment. Keatle suddenly realized something and posed a big question to himself. Could it be that it's not something only meant for the white snowy plateau? Keatle's eyes briefly hardened. Or is there something else going on? At the guild, thunder rolled across the sky as Rosa stacked the thick sheaf of papers. Eileen suddenly felt a flicker of tension. She and Aaron sat opposite Rosa. The atmosphere was completely silent. Eileen was lost in thought. What kind of person would it be? She was so curious that she began to imagine a prototype. Since he's a mercenary, he might have a sharp edge to him or be covered in scars. Somehow he seemed like he'd be really cool. Keatle's powerful footsteps splashed through a puddle of rain. He pushed the guild door open with a creak. Though familiar with his face, Rosa still greeted him politely. You're here. Keatle's head was taller than the door. Eileen spun to look, eager to satisfy her curiosity. Finally, he strode in with a towering, hulking frame. His intimidating appearance froze her in place the instant they met. Both master and retainer were utterly stunned as they looked at Keatle. He took heavy steps toward them. Eileen's eyes went wide in terror. Could it be? Keatle exhaled as if smoke came out. Pleased to meet you. Her terrified tears welled up. Lord Mercenary. Eileen finally let her hands drop and fainted. Aaron hurriedly caught her. He loudly demanded of the man, You're not Lady Eileen. Who on earth are you? Keatle's dull, gray pupils flashed with a streak of ominous aura. It's been a long time since anyone was wary of me like that. In this territory, after defeating the demon, the locals no longer avoided me. He paid them no mind and turned to Rosa. Rosa, are these people my employers? She replied curtly, Yes. Rosa kept the stack of papers neatly clamped in both hands. Let me introduce. She calmly announced that this person would be the one responsible for escorting them. Lord Keatle, a barbarian. Hearing the last 3 words, Aaron could hardly accept it. What? He burst into furious objection. What kind of nonsense is a barbarian? Immediately, I demand a different mercenary. Rosa replied calmly. So you mean to say that now you? Her face suddenly darkened. Are you questioning the guild's decision? Aaron immediately denied it. No, that's not what I meant, Rosa said sternly. If you doubt the mercenary guild's judgment, she brusquely wiped dust from her hands. Then consider this deal as never having happened. We will return the deposit. He stammered, speechless. That's not what I meant. Keatle, uninvolved, also broke into a sweat, feeling as if he had just turned into a bomb. Eileen, having just regained consciousness, immediately agreed to the arrangement. I will accept. She propped herself up with her hands. Aaron tried to dissuade Lady Eileen, but he was truly surprised by this outcome. Eileen reached out her hand toward Keatle. Please help us. She seemed to have overcome her earlier fear. My name is Eileen. Light footsteps moved forward. Following behind were Aaron and Eileen. Keatle seemed to realize something and froze. He turned back and asked them suspiciously, Aren't you too far back? Keatle looked at the two who were trailing far behind and spoke. I think we should come a bit closer. Aaron and Eileen awkwardly declined. No, we're fine. They assumed there were no signs of anyone nearby for the moment. He went along. Why? I don't quite understand, but if you're comfortable with it, that's fine. Then Keatle continued walking. Watching his back as he walked ahead, Aaron and Eileen could only follow in silence. They remained on guard around him. Eileen felt awkward and thought to herself, how did it end up like this? Last night, at the mercenary inn, Keatle cheerfully shook her hand and introduced himself. I look forward to working with you. I am Kitad. Eileen pressed her lips together as she looked at the massive hand before her. Is this really okay? Keatle gazed at her eagerly. Just trust and entrust it to me. As long as I'm escorting you, I guarantee you're safe. Eileen forced a smile and replied, Yes. In her heart, she quietly cried. Is this really the best choice? Keatle's voice suddenly brought Eileen back to reality. First, we'll spend the night here today. He looked at her in alarm and asked, Are you all right? Startled, Eileen asked Keatle back. Yes? He had to explain again. As you can see, it's dark so the road is hard to see. That's because we set off at night at your request. Hearing that, she agreed. Yes, let's do that. Looking at Eileen's expression, Keatle thought, It seems she fears barbarians more than I thought. This trip will likely be a long one. After a moment's thought, he grabbed the small pouch at his hip. For now, I'll prepare a place to sleep. A huge item was pulled from that tiny pouch and formed into a tent. Aaron exclaimed in amazement. A treasure. Eileen was also overwhelmed, thinking, Such a high-level treasure. How could a barbarian have it? Keatle calmly looked at the two. You mean this? I earned it by diligently completing missions. Hearing this, both Aaron and Eileen were horrified. He continued, But there's only one tent, so the two of you will have to share. What do you think? Eileen suddenly whispered to Aaron. Keatle immediately reassured them. I don't mind. I'm used to sleeping outdoors anyway. He thought to himself, Compared to digging into the glacier to sleep on the snow plateau, this is paradise. I'll handle the watch duty myself. On the snow plateau, once I had to stay awake for a whole month because monsters were hunting me. Keatle was very pleased, thinking, Anyway, this is far too easy. He reassured them. You two can sleep peacefully. The rest is my responsibility. Eileen spoke with some worry. It's all right. You don't have to bear so much alone. We'll take turns keeping watch. Keatle didn't refuse. I'm fine either way. The two of them replied in unison. We're fine too. Seeing their determination, he relented. If that's the case, so be it. Keatle inwardly regretted. I had planned to use this chance to earn her trust. What a pity. Aaron and Eileen, however, remained highly vigilant. Who knows what he might do while we're asleep? Dawn broke, greeting a new day. Inside Keatle's tent, a scene of suppressed anguish played out. Eileen's eyes were rimmed with red. She couldn't close them for a moment. I'm going to die. She glanced toward the corner, and so did old Aaron. When Eileen lifted the flap and looked outside, her stomach growled loudly. She was starving. A gentle voice asked, Are you hungry? No wonder. You haven't had a proper meal. Wait a moment. Eileen startled and looked over. Yes. Keatle looked at her. I'll cook for you. The sizzle sounded irresistibly appetizing. Keatle chopped the seasonings and happily began to cook. The sight made Eileen widen her eyes in surprise. She watched him cook with practiced skill and thought, a barbarian who can cook. Aaron and Eileen were both starving and salivating. He asked hungrily, Have you ever learned to cook? Keatle glanced over and replied calmly, It's just a hobby. He recalled when he first crossed over. The people on the snow plateau didn't cook. They only filled their bellies with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunt. As for me, I cooked with the leftovers of those monsters. The ingredients on the snow plateau are very toxic and dangerous, so I nearly died once. But after countless trials and errors, I was able to cook perfect dishes. I studied cooking in a place where even making a fire was difficult, like the snow plateau. There's nowhere I can't cook. Keatle thought proudly. Indeed, this is too easy. After a while, he brought out a plate of noodles. Here, it's ready. Seeing the steaming, fragrant plate of noodles before them, The two seemed mesmerized. Eileen suddenly snapped out of it. She slumped her head in dismay. No, it's fine. I'm okay. I don't really like greasy food. Eileen took a piece of dried meat from her bag. I have this. Aaron cleared his throat and said, Me too. Keatle rolled his eyes at them. Really? You prefer dried meat? He leaned over, took a bite of the noodles, and said, What a pity, then I'll have to eat it alone. Watching Keatle eat heartily, Eileen clutched the dried meat, craving it. I want to eat that so badly. But the food made by a barbarian can't be trusted. How could I eat it? On the third night of the journey, Eileen curled up from the cold. She shivered and trembled in discomfort. Aaron looked at her worsening condition with concern. Your Highness, are you all right? Aaron worried. 3 days have passed. We've been walking this arduous journey without proper meals. He bowed his head, aching inside. For someone raised with love and indulgence like her, enduring this was probably impossible. I should have paid more attention. Eileen turned to him gently, consoling. Aaron, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Aaron replied softly. It's all right. She smiled and asked, And you, Aaron? Are you okay? You kept watch for me too. You must be tired. Aaron patted her hand and said, I'm fine. He gave a reassuring smile. Old people don't sleep much anyway. Eileen nodded sincerely. Thank you. A while after Eileen fell asleep, Aaron thought briefly. She is truly pitiable. He sat solemnly, keeping watch over her. Aaron resolved inwardly. I must protect her, even if it costs my life. A few hours later, outside the tent, beside the fire where several fragrant dishes were grilling, Keatle stood by the fire, gently flipping a slice of beef on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Eileen sat nibbling on their hard rations, drooling. They both stared intently at his grilling. After a moment, Eileen's stomach growl snapped Aaron back to attention. She stood up quickly, embarrassed. Eileen bowed her head and hesitated. I'll step away for a moment. Keatle turned curiously and asked her, Going to the privy? Eileen snapped sharply. How rude. He suddenly realized and answered, Sorry about that. Eileen, still a little afraid, turned away. It's fine. She thought to herself in confusion. What is this? A barbarian apologized to me? Then Eileen spoke softly and hurried into the forest behind them. Aaron watched her go, a little worried. Your Highness, Keatle beside him suddenly said, I know you don't trust me. He continued, but I am your protector. Keatle, flipping the meat, added, I hope you'll trust me a little. I'm human too, and I can be hurt. Hearing that, Aaron was slightly taken aback, then muttered sheepishly, Is that so? Keatle turned to Aaron and offered the plate of freshly grilled meat. He said, Take it. It's venison. Do you want some? Aaron looked at the plate, hesitated for a moment, then his eyes lit up in surprise. As for Eileen, she was quietly crying by a stream. The clear water sparkled under the sun. Eileen gazed at the beautiful scene while nibbling her hardtack and sobbing. She murmured, So hungry. My feet hurt so much. She hurriedly wiped her tears, telling herself, No, I must endure. Aaron must have it harder than I do. A while after Eileen returned, she suddenly froze in alarm. Nearby, Aaron and Keatle were leisurely enjoying their meal. The atmosphere between the two seemed quite cordial. Just as Aaron was eating, he suddenly stopped. Eileen called softly, Aaron. Hearing that, Aaron looked up in panic and quickly dropped the piece of meat he was holding and leaped up. Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding. Keatle was a little surprised by his demeanor. Then he sneaked a glance up at Eileen before him, thinking, The princess. Eileen clenched her fist, furious. What on earth is not true? She remembered what Aaron had said. Be careful with the barbarian and watch each other's backs. We promised that. Aaron stammered, tried to explain. It's not like that. Then he murmured, Actually, he seems not to be dangerous enough to warrant that level of caution. Eileen asked in astonishment. You're saying that now? Keatle hurriedly cut in. I ask you both to stay calm. Only then did Eileen startle and look back at him, alarmed. Keatle questioned briefly. You refused to eat what I cooked for that reason? And deliberately took turns keeping watch because you don't trust me? Hearing that, both of them went pale. A mistake. Eileen replied awkwardly. It's not like that. Seeing their frightened expressions, Keatle pondered silently. How should I resolve this? This world carries heavy prejudice against barbarians. Of course, I'm a barbarian from the Snow Plateau, so I don't know all the details. Maybe barbarians outside the plateau have done many hateful things. If I now say I'm not a barbarian, probably no one would believe me. Then Keatle came up with an idea and smiled slightly. He quickly spoke up. You two have a misunderstanding. Eileen and Aaron looked at Keatle, a little puzzled. He smiled faintly and said seriously, I'm not a barbarian. Keatle explained softly, more precisely, I was born a barbarian. He continued, but I wasn't raised like a barbarian. Eileen and Aaron froze upon hearing that. Both of them looked puzzled, staring at him in bewilderment. Keatle quickly fabricated a story. Just 1 week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. After that, an adventurer found me, and I grew up under his care. He felt a twinge of guilt thinking, of course I just made that up, but it's fine. Sometimes a lie, depending on the circumstances, can be an effective remedy. Keatle said softly, so although I'm a barbarian by birth, I was raised civilized. He continued, I know this is hard to believe, but Keatle sincerely asks, I hope you understand that I'm just like the two of you, nothing different. He thought inwardly, it's all a lie. Keatle looked at the two's embarrassed faces and thought, but look, isn't that look of pity directed at me already obvious? Eileen, slightly embarrassed, said, oh, so that's what happened. She regretted, remembering how she had refused his goodwill and food out of fear of the label barbarian. Even so, Eileen felt guilty for a moment, thinking, this person still cares for and respects us. Perhaps his whole life, he has had to endure countless prejudices and discrimination just for being a barbarian. Then she bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, Keatle. To be honest, until just now I couldn't trust you. Keatle quickly replied, it's all right, I completely understand. He smiled inwardly, thinking with delight, success. Eileen, on the other hand, felt remorseful. I didn't expect to mistrust someone like this. I truly feel ashamed. Keatle held out his hand slightly and said amicably, then from now on, I look forward to your cooperation. Eileen was a little surprised. Yes? Keatle kept smiling at her. Eileen looked back, a bit dazed, then smiled and replied, yes. Nearby, someone was observing Keatle and the others through a magical screen. What? That one is the master of the magic tower, disguised Lich. He was slightly curious and muttered, they suddenly seem unusually close. The Lich murmured, I'm watching with the eye of scrutiny, but unfortunately, I can't hear their voices. He propped his chin and said aloud, but that fellow really is strange, just as Cain said. The Lich pondered, what on earth is in that snowy plateau that a barbarian like him could exist there? He wondered in disbelief. Strange, how does he seem more civilized than the barbarians outside the snowy plateau? The Lich continued to watch Keatle's group, thinking, wait a little long. He stepped quietly toward them, intending to get a closer look. At the same time, Keatle suddenly snapped his attention toward where the Lich stood. Seeing this, the Lich flinched in alarm. Already spotted me? Eileen, noticing Keatle's alertness, asked, Sir Keatle, is something wrong? Keatle replied softly, someone is here. Eileen jumped, frightened. Yes. Keatle murmured to her, wait here a moment. I'll quickly go toward the forest ahead. I'll be back immediately. Keatle pushed off lightly, gathering force behind him. In the blink of an eye, he dashed into the forest. In the woods, the wind hissed as something raced past. Keatle hurried to where the Lich stood. The Lich's eyes widened in horror. What? No. The Lich hastily attempted to use magic to stop Keatle. In that instant, a huge explosion occurred where the two were standing. After the blast subsided, the Lich looked at the scene fearfully, unable to believe it. He thought in panic, but I had already erected a barrier at that moment. The Lich incredulously thought, a barrier that could withstand even divine crossbow fire is useless? At the same time, Keatle had already seized the Lich. He warned sternly, you better not do anything foolish. Keatle glared down at the Lich and said quietly, if there's the slightest sign of trouble, I'll snap your neck immediately. The Lich flustered and quickly said, I admire you greatly. Keatle looked at the person on the ground in puzzlement and asked, you admire me? The Lich answered, yes. A few minutes later, Keatle grabbed the Lich by the collar and asked, what's your name? He hastily made one up, Patrick. Eileen and Aaron watched Keatle swinging the Lich before them, somewhat at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the Lich was silently ashamed and thought, Cain, is he in this state too? After a moment, Eileen anxiously asked, Sir Keatle, this person is... Keatle quietly replied, he was tailing us, but suddenly claimed to admire me. Eileen, a little incredulous, asked again, pardon? What does that mean? Suddenly the Lich piped up, literally that. He adopted a serious expression and said, All my life, I've wanted to become a powerful adventurer. The Lich both admired and praised. To me, Sir Keatle, who aided the heresy inspector in defeating the demon, is my goal and idol. The Lich thought fearfully. For now, just make something up. After all, the initial purpose was to get close to him. So consider it half a success. Keatle asked abruptly. So that's why you were following me? The Lich scratched his head and replied sheepishly. Yes, I unconsciously did it because I admire you so much, Sir Keatle. Keatle fell silent for a moment, then said, Even so, I can't let you go. He thought carefully. There still isn't conclusive evidence that this one is harmless. Then Keatle suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, Do it like this. The Lich turned pale with fear, wondering, Do what? One of the world's most talented mages, the head of the Magic Tower, was inhabiting the body of a demon-possessed being disguised as a commoner to approach and observe Keatle. He had prepared a false identity named Patrick. The Lich went pale, staring at the length of rope in front of him in panic. Keatle grabbed the end of the rope and pulled it tight. He smiled brightly at him. All right, this will do. Aaron and Eileen looked on helplessly. Then it was time to depart. At this moment, the Lich was still in shock, speechless. Thus, Keatle pulled him along and set off. Eileen glanced at the Lich with a slightly wary look. He sighed thoughtfully. This is the first time I've been in such a situation. But the Lich quickly looked up at Keatle with calculation. In any case, I'm right here to observe him. Now I understand what that cane said. A speed far beyond perceptual limits and raw power that can shatter magic. He is both fast and strong. From here, even in the body of a homunculus, I can easily handle a superhuman. If so then, he looked up, his eyes full of murderous intent. Watching Keatle's back, the Lich made a conjecture. Could he truly be at the hero tier? Suddenly, a voice spoke beside him. Sir Keatle, I have something to say. Eileen was the one to speak. She looked at him cautiously. Keatle turned his head and, a little surprised, said, You finally decided to speak? Eileen was taken aback by his question. Yes. Could it be that you already know something? Keatle replied that he had intentionally set out at night to avoid attention, taking a roundabout route and avoiding main roads. He crossed his arms and feigned nonchalance as he looked at her. It's too easy to tell when you people are hiding something. Eileen froze, only able to stammer. Is that so? Finally, Keatle reassured her. All right, I understand. It must be hard to trust someone you just met like me. Eileen lowered her head and spoke with difficulty. While she had kept silent until now, she clutched at her hem. I truly apologize. If you don't mind, I'll tell you the whole story right now. Eileen didn't dare look up and said tensely, If after hearing the story you feel you cannot continue this mission, please say so. Keatle suddenly interrupted her. Wait. He glanced to the side, frowning. We have an uninvited guest. Eileen exclaimed in surprise. Yes? She followed Keatle's gaze. Eileen on guard guessed. Could it be? A pair of armored boots stepped out from the forest, followed by soldiers in iron masks approaching. Keatle turned to Aaron and Eileen and said, It seems they came looking for you. She went pale at the words and cried in fear. Impossible. Eileen uttered the name in astonishment. Rukinto. All the soldiers bowed politely. The leader spoke cautiously. Captain of the Green Six Knights, Rukinto Edenheimer, I respectfully greet the princess of the kingdom of Ludian, Eileen Mavrosai Ludian. Hearing that, Patrick, the Lich, thought to himself, the kingdom of Ludian. Rukinto stepped closer to them. He spoke and proposed. Princess, not knowing where you were, we searched everywhere for a long time. Now please come with me. His Majesty has been very worried about you. At these words, Eileen widened her eyes in fear. Rukinto turned to Keatle and said, You look like a mercenary. The person you're escorting is the princess of our kingdom of Ludian. He folded his arms and, eyes wide, asked him, Then why is the princess here? Rukinto explained. The princess ran away from home not long ago. He turned to Aaron. She even brought along a loyal attendant. In any case, mercenary, this matter is ours from now on. Eileen suddenly cut in. No. Rukinto asked her skeptically. The princess. Eileen's face darkened. Who are you? He frowned, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Eileen clenched her fist and said coldly. You. She stared straight at Rukinto and asked in an icy voice. Who exactly are you? He stammered in reply. I am Rukinto of the Green Six Knights of the Kingdom. Before he finished, Eileen angrily shouted, Don't be ridiculous. I don't know you. I know Rukinto Yen H, but you are not Rikinto. You broke into the palace unnoticed and are impersonating my friends and family. She recalled their strange behavior, though their appearances were identical. Eileen, filled with resentment, yelled, "Where are you people? Exactly. Where are my parents and everyone else?" The Lich, hearing this, became somewhat interested. He secretly used magic to probe. A stream of red mana passed through Rikinto and returned. After checking, the Lich suddenly thought, "He's human." Eileen still kept her head bowed. "You people," she bit her lip and voiced her suspicion. "Surely you intend to devour me and seize our entire kingdom, right?" Eileen looked up, eyes blazing, and shouted, "But I will never let you succeed. Just wait." Aaron looked at her with sorrow and continued, "I will avenge all those who have disappeared." Rikinto fell silent for a moment after hearing that. He suddenly sighed, full of resignation. Rikinto did not respond to her, but turned to Keetle and said, "You heard that, right? The princess is delusional." Eileen retorted, "What? I am delusional. Don't talk nonsense." He calmly explained to her, "Please think logically. To claim that everyone except the princess has become strange. Do you really think that's possible?" Eileen hesitated in reply. That he didn't let her finish. "The princess needs treatment as soon as possible." Rikinto reached out to her and said, "Come on." He did not stop his steps. "Princess, please stop and come with us." Eileen watched Rikinto approaching in fear. She squeezed her eyes shut and silently prayed. "No, this can't end here. Please, someone help." Keetle calmly asked, "What do you think you're doing?" He suddenly stepped in front of Eileen. Rikinto glared and ordered Keetle, "Move aside." He smirked at him. "I won't." Eileen stared in astonishment at the back, blocking her. He bowed his head slightly and said uncompromisingly, "If you don't move aside, I'll be forced to use force." He bowed his head slightly and said uncompromisingly, "If you don't move aside, I'll be forced to use force." Having said that, Rikinto lunged at him immediately. As the distance closed, Keetle snatched his head with one hand, and with a single motion hurled Rikinto to the ground. The knights in the squad stared in shock and shouted, "Captain!" They yelled at him, "What do you think you're doing?" Keetle immediately claimed that they attacked first and that his duty was to deal with any enemies who approached his employer. Rikinto struggled to stand. "The princess is ill. Do you believe all of the princess's delusions are true?" Contrary to his hopes, Keetle replied coolly, "You're saying strange things. Isn't it natural for a mercenary to trust his employer's words?" Eileen widened her eyes in astonishment, not expecting Keetle to trust her. Rikinto scowled and angrily said, "You're all insane." Keetle faintly curled a lip. "That remains to be seen." Having said that, he called back. Eileen, she, still confused, responded hesitantly, "Yes." Keetle glanced at her and said, "They appeared without any warning." She asked in panic, "What do you mean?" He did not hesitate to call out Rikinto. Put simply, these people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hearing this, Eileen went pale. Shocked, she thought, what? Given the current situation, the Lich also grew suspicious. Indeed, Keetle continued voicing his doubt. "How did you suddenly appear here?" Rikinto's men fell silent, not uttering a word. He raised his head and asked firmly, "Does that matter? We came to find the princess. Yet you keep nitpicking about strange matters." Seeing Rikinto's stubbornness, Keetle said, "It seems you have no intention of answering. If that's the case, I'll escort her to the kingdom of Dania." Seeing Keetle take her side, Eileen pressed her lips together and thought. No one. She recalled everyone's reactions. No one had ever believed her, and realized the situation looked bleak. Rikinto grabbed the sword at his hip and signaled quietly to the other soldiers. "There's no point in saying more." Keetle stepped forward, reminding them, "Everyone, take a step back." Eileen whispered to him, "Sir Keetle, please be careful. They're the strongest knight order in our kingdom." Rikinto's entire force did not hesitate and coldly ordered their swords drawn. Keetle curled a lip in amusement. "Interesting." The Lich assessed them with his red eyes, second rank. "They can all manipulate arcane energy." He then looked at Rikinto, and that one is first rank. He now gave an order. "Deal with that savage. Kill him." Instantly, the soldiers moved in unison. They focused on a single target, Keetle. When all five closed in, Keetle remained calmly still. Then, with a single punch, the man on the right was sent reeling in pain. The man on the left met a similar fate from Keetle's physical strike. He raised his fist, readying himself to strike. Keetle unleashed a flurry of blows that knocked 3 soldiers to the ground. In the end, Keetle effortlessly wiped out the entire ring of attackers. He looked up, slightly annoyed. Being attacked by a group is really troublesome, after all. Rikinto, seeing this, did not relent. He ordered again, "Don't stop. Attack together." The soldiers answered in obedience. Yes. Another wave of encirclement closed in on Keetle. He grabbed the heads of 2 men at once and hurled them away. Not only that, Keetle used those thrown men to knock back the remaining attackers. Thus another assault ended with an overwhelming victory. Unable to stand it any longer, Rikinto finally charged at this monster. He shouted in fury, "Die!" Seeing the blade close in on Keetle, Eileen cried out in alarm, "Danger!" But the sight before her stopped her in her tracks. Keetle used his sturdy jaw to block Rikinto's sword. He stared in astonishment as he watched the sword snapped in two by Keetle's bite. Being knocked back, he thought, blocked by teeth. Keetle clenched his hand. Want to continue? Before him, all the soldiers lay strewn across the ground. Rikinto struggled to stand and said with difficulty, "Everyone retreat." At this command, those who had been on the ground vanished, as if bewitched. A voice called out to Keetle, "Sir Keetle." Eileen stepped closer and asked him quietly, "Are you all right?" Keetle replied, "I'm not injured. No need to worry." He turned to Eileen. "I will fulfill the request as promised. However, I want to hear the whole story in detail." She clenched her hands, nodded at Keetle, and said, "Of course. I will tell you everything that happened. Aura is the essence of the arcane. It can easily tear steel apart and even sever magic. In other words, there is no way to break an aura with mundane matter. Yet, even after biting into the aura with his teeth, there wasn't a single scratch." The Lich watched Keetle intently with a judgmental gaze. A body that can withstand the arcane. Could his very body itself be a mystery? After everything was done, the group sat around a fire. He spoke up and asked, "So how did all this happen?" The two of them were silent for a while. Then Aaron began to tell the story. "Our kingdom was replaced by something else. By the time the princess and I realized the truth, the kingdom had already fallen." He continued, "So that's why you two fled?" He answered, "If we had stayed, the princess and I would have been replaced. This corruption began about a year ago." Hearing that, Keetle was somewhat startled, thinking, "What? A year ago? Is it a coincidence?" Now that I think about it, Aquaz said the same thing. He recalled what she had said. It seems the demonic realm, which should be sealed, has been affecting this world. Dungeon appearance cycles have become irregular, and countless malignant entities have been emerging into the realm since a year ago. He kept thinking. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, but it was also a year ago. By the way, that one had said some strange things too. The odd name I met on the last mission. I thought it was the thrashing of someone about to disappear, but could it be that it wasn't? Aaron cut through his thoughts. I don't know where it all began. When the princess and I sensed something amiss and asked mages and arcane scholars to investigate, none of them could find the cause. On the contrary, they themselves had been replaced. He thought for a few seconds, then asked, "How did you two realize it?" He explained, "It's hard to put exactly into words, but the atmosphere where they gathered felt very different. For example, even though they spoke and acted normally, I felt an unbearable sense of alienation." He pressed, "Was it just a feeling?" He replied, "At first, when the princess told me, I didn't believe it either. But then strange things began to happen. I was in charge of managing and supervising the servants in the royal city. Among them was a shy, easily frightened child named Kathy. If the servants told ghost stories at night, she would be so scared she couldn't sleep and would yawn constantly while working. She was that kind of child. I found that reaction amusing, so I would tease her with ghost stories from time to time. But at some point, Kathy stopped reacting at all to ghost stories. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she had grown up and no longer feared ghost tales. But the real problem happened after that. Kathy was responsible for managing the statues in the royal city. Because the statues were often large and heavy, Kathy was always worried she might accidentally be crushed to death. Then one day an accident actually happened. A statue toppled toward Kathy. Fortunately, Kathy was not seriously hurt. But it was the kind of mishap where a small slip could have been fatal. But Kathy felt no fear or horror about nearly dying. She only worried about being punished. In that moment, I realized the Kathy standing before me was not the Kathy I knew. A timid, fearful child had somehow stopped fearing death. Her behavior hadn't changed. She still smiled and spoke as usual. But I could no longer consider that child to be Kathy. After that, I probed others in the royal city a few times, but most of them had transformed like Kathy. He interrupted him. "So that's why you fled?" He replied, "Because I feared I would become like them." He continued, "Then why did you come to the Danian kingdom? If you needed protection, other places could have provided." Eileen, clenching her hands, answered, "Because only the Danyan kingdom can perform the Declaration of Humanity." He asked in surprise, "The Declaration of Humanity? What is that?" She explained, "Long ago, it is said humans lived alongside other races, but one man wanted to create a purely human kingdom. That man sought out an unnamed god and expressed his wish. The god granted him a power, the ability to distinguish who is human and who is not. Afterward, that man founded a kingdom," he added, "and that kingdom is the present-day Danyan kingdom." She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right. Those of Danyan blood can perform the Declaration of Humanity." This made him very curious. There's such a thing, he thought to himself. Truly a world that never gets boring. Then he exclaimed, "So you two plan to use that power to find evidence?" "That's a good idea." The girl asked anxiously, "Sir Keatle, are you all right?" He smiled and replied, "Nothing has changed. I will continue escorting as I promised." This moved her deeply. Stammering, she said, "Thank you so much. If this ends well, I will grant you anything you wish." "Anything," he responded warmly. "All right, I'll look forward to it." Her words startled Aaron a bit. He thought inwardly, Princess. After that there was a quiet pause as the fire crackled. Then suddenly a voice rang out. "Sir Keatle, do you believe her?" The voice drew his attention. He glanced at Patrick beside him, fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "I'm not certain. However, it's possible." Patrick voiced his thought. "The Emerald Knight Order are human. You, who clashed with them, surely understand better than anyone." Seeing he recognized this too, Keatle replied, "I think so as well." Patrick hesitated a moment, then warned, "Sir Keatle, you are opposing an entire nation." Those words made him reflect on what he had done. Patrick continued, "Even if her claim is true, it's a problem, because they will seek to kill anyone who knows this truth. Are you really taking on this mission merely to fulfill a contract?" He continued his thoughts, then after a few seconds turned and replied, "There's some of that." Then he stood up and explained, "But above all, a story this interesting. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it?" Saying that, his eyes widened and he stared straight at Patrick, causing him some fear, thinking to himself, "What are you saying, you savage? Is this whole situation just a game?" His voice took on a touch of madness. "What more could we need?" he asked suspiciously. "Did you really only accept the task to carry out the pact?" He pondered for a few seconds, then replied, "You could say that." Then he stood up, but more importantly, wouldn't it be a shame to miss out on such an interesting story? His cryptic words made Patrick uneasy inside. What the hell is he talking about, that savage? Was this whole situation just entertainment for him? He asked again, "So what else do you need?" He answered, "An alternative existence that no one knows about. Truly special. It will be fascinating." He analyzed these things. That way of thinking, was it characteristic of the savages from the Snowy Highlands? I really want to study that body. I want bit by bit the existence of that Keatle to understand its principles. The next day, the group continued their journey. He walked behind. He kept thinking. An existence with 3 facets only following its own whims? There are a dozen things I want to investigate, but I have to be patient for now. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person admiring Keatle. Then suddenly, from somewhere, an arrow shot straight toward them. He remained calm, not startled at all by the situation. Then a loud cry rang out in the air. Immediately, he caught the first one with extreme ease. This surprised Eileen and Aaron greatly. He smiled. "Is this guerrilla tactics? Not a bad strategy." At once, numerous soldiers from the forest edge rushed out and attacked him from behind. He turned his head, his voice cold. But that's not a perfect solution either. Without hesitation, he flicked his hand, and 3 soldiers were instantly thrown backward. Countless cracks appeared on their pieces of armor. The force of the attack was so strong one man couldn't withstand it and spat blood. Then the 3 fell like ripe fruit to the ground. They then turned to flee. Cough, cough, retreat for now. That monster. He looked toward them and sighed in boredom. Eileen stepped forward to praise. "Amazing. They're not weak at all." The compliment piqued his interest slightly. "Oh, really?" She stared at him now, wondering. "But why did you spare them? If you did it out of concern for us then." He cut her off. "Not exactly for you." This decisive answer made her a bit embarrassed. "I see." Then he glanced at the swords they left behind at the scene. "I just need to confirm something." A moment later, 3 more soldiers rushed out. One of them shouted, "Hand over the princess, you savage." They kept appearing non-stop, which annoyed him. "They just keep coming without tiring." The soldier shouted, "You filthy savage, release the princess now." He didn't answer them, but immediately lunged forward, grabbed the soldier by the throat. making him tremble all over. In just a few seconds, he easily eliminated all 3 soldiers. This armor is what I smashed a few hours ago. His assertion made Eileen a bit curious. What? He explained. I still remember the scratches on that armor. They're identical down to every detail. It's really fascinating. Then he tossed the soldier to the ground. The 3 of them fell back and turned to move deeper into the forest. The repeated actions made Eileen worried. Wait, what does this mean? He replied. It's not simply that they're being resupplied, but that the armor and swords that were smashed have been fully restored. He asked, can magic do that? Aaron answered, it can, but it would require a lot of equipment and take at least a day. He began to reanalyze the recent events. The armor I broke 5 hours ago, so it probably wasn't done that way. He thought to himself, by now I've vaguely guessed. After being driven back a certain distance by me, their presence completely disappears, and then they reappear, as if they're being reset. Now only the final confirmation step remains. Sure enough, they returned once more. Hand over the princess, you savage. He watched them for a moment, then turned and called Ellie. She understood what he meant and gave a slight nod of agreement. Immediately, he drew his weapon, preparing to face them. A few seconds later, his weapon was stained with fresh blood. Looking at the soldier lying on the ground, he began to analyze. After all, they still look human, so there's some hesitation, right? But doing this makes things more certain. Let's see if my guess is correct. Cut to the afternoon. They continued moving through the forest. Ellie now carried an indescribable feeling. Seeing that, he turned to ask, is he an acquaintance of yours? His unexpected question startled her. Her gaze then softened as she replied, yes, that's right. Sometimes when I pass by, I saw him practicing. I know he's no longer the person I once knew, but to witness someone you know die right in front of you. As he said this, his voice rang out again. Stop right there. Hand over the princess, you savage. They appeared again, causing the whole group to startle and turn back. Aaron could only gape. Eileen couldn't believe her eyes. That person clearly is. He smiled with amusement. So, it is indeed. The scene then shifted to night. They stopped, made a campfire, and began to rest. Sitting around the fire, Eileen muttered, he was clearly already dead. He confirmed, that's true. Thinking of the image of those soldiers made Eileen tremble all over. What exactly have we been living alongside? He paused for a few seconds, then began to explain. Aaron had said that Kathy, even when crushed by the statue, felt no fear of death. I have my doubts too. So that's why. Are they immortals? He ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to the princess. Whatever they are, they're certainly not human. Then he looked at her and asked calmly, do you have any theories about what they really are? She took the bowl and replied, I'm not sure. At least this is beyond my knowledge. Returning from the dead, that is not a living being. But if there's any possibility, then surely it is. She asserted, an existence from the Ma realm. The unfamiliar term made him slightly uneasy. He asked in curiosity, the Ma realm? She nodded in confirmation. Yes. It's a place human consciousness cannot reach. A twisted place. If these entities come from there, it would make perfect sense. At that moment, he remembered a system prompt that had suddenly appeared before him. Quest 785. Escort target to the kingdom of Denying. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Is this why these incidents occur? Does it only appear when it's related to the Ma realm? But his words were immediately contradicted by Aaron beside him. That's impossible, Your Highness. I've told you before, entities from the Ma realm cannot step out into the outside world. This made him even more puzzled. What does that mean then? He explained, literally, entities of the Ma realm have never stepped outside, even once since the Ma realm was formed long ago. He understood the point. Ah, a conclusion based on experience and history. Eileen continued, but Aaron, as you can see, the world is becoming very strange. He agreed. That is indeed the case. He interrupted them. They're the distortions that began about a year ago. Has that phenomenon affected the Ma realm as well? Seeing the princess's somewhat sad expression, he realized the likelihood. It very well might be. He stroked his chin and thought, entities of the Ma realm. So those beliefs are spilling out into the outside. This is not good. Patrick watched him and assessed. That's you all right. After a long night passed, the next day the 3 soldiers returned to confront them again. You savage, hand the princess over now. Seeing them block their path again, the corner of his mouth tilted up. Here we go again. The outcome was the same as before. They were beaten mercilessly. Including this time, they had died 3 times already. Yet each time they returned perfectly intact. From the rear, Eileen exclaimed, truly disgusting monsters. He was now somewhat intrigued. At this point, I'm starting to wonder what their purpose is. The princess continued. They're definitely trying to swallow our kingdom to quietly expand their power. They intend to turn it into a springboard to conquer the entire continent. Contrary to her thinking, he denied it. Not necessarily. I don't think it's that simple. If their real goal was to swallow the kingdom, they could just kill you. As he spoke, he swept his arm and knocked aside several arrows flying toward them. They don't need to bother capturing you like this. Over the past year, they've had countless opportunities to kill you. Moreover, they don't attack at night. As if, like humans, they need to rest when night falls. Not only that, this hit-and-run tactic is also illogical. Why would those undead monsters split up to attack? They could just charge en masse from the start, die, then resurrect. They don't act like animals. Their words and actions do not exceed the bounds of humanity at all, as if they truly believe they are human. Then he said, I have a very good idea. Seeing the idea he was about to carry out made the princess's eyes widen. The soldier, after resurrecting this time, was tied up by him with rope. He shouted angrily, Hey, untie me right now. His shout drew everyone's attention. He clapped excitedly. Now let's try talking. Facing each other without even knowing what the other wants. What a shame. Seeing this, Patrick despaired. This guy is truly crazy. Aaron asked, What are you doing? He explained, I told you. Let's have an honest conversation. Are you insane? Aaron shouted. You want me to talk with those monsters? Being called a monster made the soldier very sad. Lord Aaron, what are you saying? He explained, I am human. You know who I am, right? I'm not a monster. A strong aura of demonic energy emanated from him, and Eileen shouted in fear. Shut up, all of you. Disgusting monsters. Don't you dare imitate him anymore. You've died and come back so many times right before my eyes. And now you ask me to believe you're human. He continued to explain, that doesn't matter. We are not monsters. We are human. The princess is misunderstanding. She immediately rejected those words. Don't treat me like a fool. You're a conspiracy. Do you think I don't know? You swallowed my father and mother, and then turned me into a monster, right? You plan to replace everyone to conquer this continent, don't you? He still struggled. No, it's not like that. The princess will remain as she is. Eileen's voice grew low. Then what does that mean? He continued. I don't really know about that. But one thing is certain. Both of you must return to the kingdom. This time she turned away decisively. Enough. There's no point in talking more. They only repeat meaningless, strange phrases. Indeed, it's impossible to communicate with these monsters. Then her gaze suddenly turned straight to him, who had been watching her every second. She asked, What's the matter, Lord Keatle? So, it is, huh? He sighed. This just got interesting. Eileen, do you really think you're human? The somewhat absurd question made her start and exclaim, Huh? Isn't that obvious? A flash of magic sparked in his eyes. Is that so? She explained. Are you thinking I've been turned into one of them? Is that it? A gush of hot blood suddenly welled up, making Eileen's eyes widen. In the moment her gaze fell to where the wound bled, it came from her own chest, because Keatle had thrust his hand straight through her ribcage. Witnessing this left Eileen unable to find any emotion. She cried in terror. What? A voice sounded in the princess's head. Princess Eileen. The continual calling made her suddenly snap awake. She jolted awake inside the tent. She panted, sweating from exhaustion. The one who had called her was none other than Aaron. He asked worriedly, Are you awake? She glanced around and asked, Aaron, this is... Her eyes suddenly stopped as if recalling something. She looked down at her chest. Wait, just now I clearly... Looking down, she found her body had no wounds at all. Keatle's voice rang from outside. You're awake, huh? He slowly stepped into the tent, his cold gaze fixed on her. This made her feel a bit embarrassed and frightened. She began to explain. What on earth is going on? Clearly Lord Keatle had. He confirmed, Yes, I did do that. You clearly suffered a mortal wound that an ordinary person would have died from. And this result is what appeared before us. Unable to believe this, Eileen's face went ashen. What the... So what are you saying now? He explained, exactly as you heard. You have been restored as if nothing ever happened, just like those nights. Moreover, while you were unconscious, I also confirmed that Erin was in the same state. Her whole body trembled as she tried to stay calm. No way. Could it be that I have? He watched her for a long moment, then turned and left the tent. Outside, seeing him step out, Patrick asked curiously, How? Is Lady Eileen? He replied, Intact as expected. Of course, her mind seems to be in great turmoil. He continued, Since when have you known about this? That she is the same kind of being as them. He closed his eyes to think, going back over everything from when it began. Let's see. After a few seconds, he said, from the very beginning. Those words left Patrick unable to believe his eyes, frozen stiff. He continued, when I first met you two, I sensed a very strange yet familiar aura. At first I couldn't tell what that aura really was, but when I saw those knights pursuing you, I became completely certain of one thing. Patrick thought to himself, an aura? Although I can't sense it, even with my observation eye. Is there some connection between those Marelm entities? He began to analyze. The suspicious points aren't limited to that alone. At first, Eileen refused the food I gave her. As I recall, she ate only a single piece of dried meat the size of a hand for 3 whole days. And she kept marching under forced conditions that would exhaust even strong young men. A princess raised in silks and satins in the capital certainly couldn't endure that situation by willpower alone. Seeing him observe everything so thoroughly, Patrick assessed inwardly. Even notice such trivial details? The more I think about it, the harder it is to believe he's a savage. While the two of them were talking, the princess stepped out of the tent and called his name, Lord Keto. She proposed, let's keep going. Head for the kingdom of Denayan. A corner of his mouth curved in a slight smile. It seems you've somewhat put your thoughts in order. But before we go, you should reveal yourself now. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess looked toward the depths of the forest. In a clearing, a slight disturbance began to appear. A voice rang out. I clearly felt no sign of magic at all, though. Mana beams began to appear in the air. His voice continued. Could it be intuition? A hazy figure gradually materialized. After a few seconds, an ancient wizard appeared. He replied, intuition? The sudden appearance of this man drew the eyes of both the princess and Patrick. He murmured inwardly, so it's invisibility magic. He introduced himself. I am Adamant Lagesh, of the multicolored jewel school and the archmage of the kingdom of Ludian. I have come here to speak. He asked in surprise, speak? Weren't you planning to fight? His voice was calm. Perhaps we don't need to do that, because it seems you have already explained everything clearly to the princess. He extended his hand forward. Now, stubborn princess, please return to your kingdom. If the princess crosses into another nation, it will provoke a diplomatic issue. The quality of the request made her pause for a few seconds. Then she replied, what meaning does that have anymore at this point? She clenched her fists in anger. I'm just some monster imitating Ellie. He asked, a monster? It's true you have changed from before, but that doesn't mean you are no longer yourself. You are still Adamant Lagesh, the archmage of the kingdom of Ludian. If anything has changed, it's only that everything has become more perfect, and you are still the princess of the kingdom of Ludian, and you are the one who will become our future queen, and will be even more perfect than now. Theseus's ship. The people of Athens treasured and preserved the hero Theseus's ship for generations. As the planks of the ship gradually rotted with time, they would remove the old boards and replace them with sturdier new ones. Would it still then be called Theseus's ship? Those thoughts kept circling in his head. The kingdom of Ludian now is a giant Theseus's ship. Then the old man stepped toward the two of them. He continued to urge, please return, princess. The only place you belong is the kingdom of Ludian. Eileen stammered. Before she could answer, he approached from behind. What will you do, Eileen? If you don't want to, I'll drive him away. Seeing him suddenly meddle in their affairs made the old man a bit angry. Get out of the way, savage. But as you can see, we're of the same people. Why should your kind prevent us? He replied, so what of it? I don't care what you lot are. I stop you only to protect the one who hired me. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Her voice grew strained. But I'm not Eileen. I'm just. He cut her off. No. To me, you are Eileen. I don't know what the previous Eileen was like. You are the one who hired me. The one who has accompanied me until now. The person I want to protect is the present Eileen. He turned to her and smiled. What do you want to do, Eileen? Those words, like encouragement, deeply moved Eileen. Her voice faltered. Her eyes narrowed slightly, full of resolve. Then she declared firmly, I don't want to go back. Pleased to hear the answer he wanted, he snorted. Then he turned back. Your employer already said so. This left the old man a bit helpless. He sighed. Then his expression changed. So this is how it ends up. He looked back at the two behind him. Patrick, credit goes to you. After that, he left the three of them and moved toward the wizard. The wizard's voice grew angry. This situation seems to amuse you, savage. He smiled in return. Actually, it's quite enjoyable. He thought to himself, At a glance, he looks like a formidable mage. Let's see what kind of magic you'll use. Without hesitation, the wizard summoned protective mana around his body. You will regret blocking my way, savage. He began chanting some magical incantations. Mana beams now converged from all directions toward his palms. He continued the chant, but unaware of this, he had already rushed in with a clenched fist. The terrifying speed scared the old man. His eyes widened. The collision was so violent that blood splattered everywhere. He clenched his fist, delighted. The first way to deal with a mage is to finish them off before they can cast. But then the blood on his hand turned into dust particles, which then flew off and converged at a point in front of him. He understood what was happening. So that's how it is. Killing by ordinary means doesn't work. He had prepared defenses beforehand and fortunately used mana to reconstruct his body. But he was still shocked. What the hell is this? What just happened? Speed so fast, there was no time to react. He praised. Unlimited regeneration. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him trembled a little. He turned to look, and immediately countless boulders rose from the ground, surrounding him from all sides. He uttered a sound of surprise, amused. This trick works too? Adamant, without hesitation, channeled his mana to slam two of the rocks together. Then he punched his arm forward with great force, summoning more magic. From the ground, vines began to climb up, wrapping around the rock that held him tight. He snarled and shouted, "Turn to ash." He followed with another move, a fireball. He intended to turn him into roast pork. A huge blaze erupted, causing those outside to worry greatly. Eileen cried in fear. Lord Keatle. Patrick watched the situation, thinking, he's unleashing a barrage of spells, consuming massive mana. Could mana also regenerate to its original state? A mage with infinite mana? If this news got out, it would certainly cause a huge shock, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. Inside, a single simple punch easily shattered his attack. This left the mage somewhat stunned. He immediately closed in from behind. Patrick's thoughts continued. That guy's a monster beyond normal standards. His voice grew excited. A mage this strong? Truly fascinating. The mage fearfully turned his head to look back. The moment he turned, he took the punch, which crushed his face. His body dissolved into smoke once again. The streaks of blood on his hand again melted into nothingness. That mage resurrected once more. He cried out in fear. This monster, what exactly are you? He smiled and replied, I'm just an ordinary savage. His tone turned serious. Don't jest here. Saying that, his whole body slowly lifted into the air. All right, the probing ends here. From now on, I'll use my full strength to send you off. Seeing him hover in the air, he was very pleased. This is something to look forward to.